Hello guys, welcome to Ben 10. Today we have an incredible story for you. What if Ben 10 entered the Naruto world and mastered Chakra? If you enjoy the video, please like and subscribe. Let's get into it. Chapter 1, The Stranger Who Fell from the Sky. The sky above the land of fire split open like a wound. It started as a sound, a low, grinding hum that rattled the birds from the canopy and sent deer bolting through the undergrowth. Then the light came, a searing green-white tear in the atmosphere, 50 meters wide, bleeding energy that tasted like ozone and something else, something wrong, something that didn't belong in this world. 3 ANBU operatives crouched on a high branch 2 kilometers from Konoha's main gate, masks white and expressionless. The one in front, bore mask, squad captain, raised a closed fist. Hold. That's not a jutsu, the operative behind him whispered. Cat mask. She had 17 years of service and had seen Orochimaru's defection, the Ninetales attack, the Uchiha massacre's aftermath. Her voice didn't shake often. It was shaking now. Captain, that's not anything I've ever, the rift pulsed. Something came through. It came fast, wreathed in green fire, tumbling end over end. A shape, humanoid, but wrong. Too many arms. No, wait. It was 2 figures, locked together, grappling. One was enormous, armored in what looked like crimson-black chitin, tentacles whipping from its face. The other was smaller, sleeker, burning with emerald light that left afterimages. They hit the forest like a bomb. The impact crater was 60 meters across. Trees older than the village snapped like kindling, and the shockwave ripped outward in a ring of dirt and splinters. The ANBU squad braced against the blast, Chakra anchoring their feet to the branch. Then silence. Dust. The slow groan of a toppling oak. Move, said Boar. They flickered through the trees, body flicker technique carrying them to the crater's edge in seconds. What they saw didn't make sense. In the center of the devastation, a massive figure was pulling itself upright. It was easily 4 meters tall, vaguely humanoid but armored in organic plates, its face a nest of writhing tendrils above a mouth full of jagged teeth. One of its arms hung wrong, bent at an angle that suggested something had broken it. The creature, the being, roared, and the sound was nothing like any summoning beast the ANBU had ever heard. It was metallic, furious, alien in the truest sense. Facing it, 20 meters away, a teenager was getting to his feet. He looked about 16. Brown hair, green jacket, jeans, civilian clothes, foreign-looking, nothing like anything worn in the elemental nations. On his left wrist sat a device that pulsed with green light, and his expression was the thing that struck Kat most, the detail she'd include in her report later. He wasn't scared. He was annoyed. Seriously, Vilgax, the kid said, spitting dirt. You followed me through a dimensional rift. What is wrong with you? Do you not have hobbies? The creature, Vilgax, straightened to its full height and pointed one massive clawed hand at the boy. You think a change of scenery will save you, Tennyson? I have chased you across galaxies. I will not be stopped by, he paused. Looked around at the trees, the unfamiliar sky, the 3 masked figures crouching at the crater's rim. His tendrils twitched. Where are we? Don't know, don't care, the kid said. He slapped the device on his wrist. What happened next would haunt Boar's dreams for weeks. The kid changed. His body erupted with green light and then reshaped itself in a way that was grotesquely, impossibly fast. Bones shifted. Skin hardened. In the space of a heartbeat, where a teenager had stood, there was now a creature made of living diamond, 12 feet tall, translucent and refracting the fading light of the rift above into 1,000 green-tinged rainbows. Diamond Head works, the kid's voice said from inside the crystal giant, deeper now, resonant. Good. Let's finish this. He hit Vilgax so hard the warlord left a trench in the earth 40 meters long. Kat was already forming hand signs. Captain, we need to engage. Unknown entities, unknown capabilities, 2 kilometers from the Ville, we need to report, Boar said sharply. Hawk. Go. Fastest route. Tell the Hokage what we're seeing. Cat, with me. We observe. We do not engage until we understand what we're dealing with. Hawk vanished. In the crater below, the battle was escalating. Vilgax erupted from the trench, bleeding something dark and viscous, and caught Diamond Head's next punch on his forearm. The impact sent a shockwave through the clearing that flattened the remaining underbrush. Vilgax's free hand grabbed a chunk of Crystal's shoulder and twisted, cracking it. The diamond creature grunted and shifted, literally shifted, his arm reshaping into a blade that extended 3 meters and slashed across Vilgax's chest, carving through the chitin armor like it was paper. Vilgax staggered. You've grown stronger, he snarled. It won't matter. The Omnitrix will be mine. It was always meant to be mine. Dude, you've been saying that since I was 10. Get new material. Diamond Head pressed forward, each blow sending tremors through the ground. He was faster than something that size should be, and he fought with a kind of casual brutality that spoke of long experience, no wasted movement, no hesitation. When Vilgax caught his blade arm and tried to wrench it off, the crystal form simply grew more crystal, encasing the warlord's hand, locking him in place. Then the free fist came around like a wrecking ball. The crack of Vilgax hitting the far wall of the crater echoed off the trees. But the warlord was tough, tough beyond reason. He stood again, slower now, leaking fluid from a dozen wounds. His eyes burned red. I will tear that watch from your corpse, boy. The diamond creature sighed, actually sighed, like this was a chore. Then the green light flashed again. Where Diamond Head had stood, there was now something else entirely. Smaller, human-sized, but radiating heat so intense that the ground beneath its feet immediately began to glow. It was humanoid, made of living magma, its body a shell of volcanic rock cracked through with veins of white-orange fire. The air around it shimmered and warped. Heat blast, the kid's voice said, brighter now, almost cheerful. You know, for old time's sake. He raised both hands and the world turned white. The beam of concentrated fire that hit Vilgax was so intense that Kat felt the heat from 200 meters away, through her mask, through her flak jacket. The trees at the crater's edge ignited spontaneously. The dirt turned to glass. And Vilgax, impossibly durable, enhanced by technology that had no equivalent in this world, was driven backward, digging furrows in the earth, his armor glowing cherry red. When the beam cut off, the warlord was on one knee. Smoking. Barely conscious. The fire creature walked toward him, each footstep leaving a glowing print. Stay down, Vilgax. Whatever that rift was, wherever we are, I'm not in the mood. Vilgax looked up. His tendrils hung limp. Something beeped on his gauntlet, a device, blinking red. His eyes widened. My ship, he rasped. The dimensional shift, my ship is locking onto my signal. This isn't over, Tennyson. I will find you again. I will always, a column of light enveloped him. Teleportation, crude, brute force, nothing like the body flicker or summoning techniques the ANBU knew. Vilgax dissolved into particles and was gone, ripped upward through the canopy and into the sky, where a dark shape hovered briefly before vanishing with a crack of displaced air. The fire creature stood alone in the ruined clearing. The rift above was closing, shrinking, the green-white light fading. The kid watched it go, and even through the alien face made of magma, Cat could read the body language. He knew he was stranded. The green light pulsed one more time, and the fire creature became a boy again. Just a kid in a green jacket, standing in a smoking crater, watching the last sliver of his way home seal shut above him. He was quiet for a long moment. Then he looked down at the device on his wrist, the Omnitrix, Vilgax had called it, and tapped it. It beeped. He tapped it again. More beeps, and then a sound that was clearly an error tone. "Come on," he muttered. "Interdimensional GPS, quantum tunneling, you can do everything but you can't get me home? Seriously?" More error tones. The kid ran both hands through his hair and took a long, shaky breath. When he let it out, his shoulders straightened. He looked around at the forest, alien to him, clearly, and seemed to take stock. Then he looked up at the crater rim and directly at the spot where Cat and Boar were hidden. "I know you're there," he said. "I could hear you since the fight started. Heat Blast has really good thermal vision, I saw your heat signatures. So, He spread his hands, palms out. "I'm Ben. I'm not here to hurt anyone. I just kind of crashed. Can somebody tell me where I am?" Boar and Cat exchanged a look behind their masks. "Stay here," Boar said. He dropped into the crater. The kid, Ben, watched him approach without backing up. No fear. The ANBU captain stopped 10 meters away, close enough to see the strange device on the boy's wrist humming with green light, far enough to body flicker out if things went wrong. "You are in the land of fire," Boar said. 2 kilometers from Konohagakure, the village hidden in the leaves. "You will come with us. The Hokage will want to speak with you." Ben blinked. "The village hidden in the what?" "The Hokage is our leader. You've caused significant damage to sovereign territory and demonstrated abilities of unknown origin. This is not a request." The kid looked at the crater around him, the burning trees, the glassed earth. He had the decency to look a little sheepish. "Yeah, fair enough. That's my bad. The other guy started it, for the record." He glanced at the Omnitrix one more time, then back at Boar. "Lead the way, I guess. Not like I've got anywhere else to be." He said it lightly, but Cat caught the edge underneath. A kid a long way from home. They brought him in through the east gate, flanked on all sides. Boar had called in 2 additional squads, 6 ANBU total, surrounding one teenager who walked with his hands in his jacket pockets and looked around at everything with wide, fascinated eyes. Konoha spread out before them in the late afternoon light, and Ben Tennyson stared at it like he'd stepped into a painting. The architecture was nothing like anything he knew: sweeping rooftops, paper lanterns, wooden buildings that mixed the ancient and the functional. People in the streets wore robes, sandals, headbands with metal plates. A kid about his age leaped between rooftops in the distance, casual as breathing. "Okay," Ben said quietly. "Definitely not Kansas." "What is Kansas?" Cat asked. "Doesn't matter." "Hey, are those people jumping across buildings using some kind of energy? I can see something." "I don't know, it's like a shimmer around their feet." The ANBU operatives exchanged glances. The boy could see chakra. "Without a dojutsu. You will save your questions for the Hokage," Boar said. "Right. The Hokage. That's what I said." They took him through back streets, avoiding the main thoroughfares. Even so, they attracted stares. A foreign kid in strange clothes surrounded by ANBU wasn't subtle. Ben noticed the attention and, rather than shrinking from it, seemed to straighten up. He met eyes with the villagers who gawked. Not challenging, just present. Unashamed. Like being escorted by masked Spec Ops soldiers was a Tuesday for him. It probably was, Cat reflected. She'd watched him fight. Whatever he was, whatever that device did, this was not his first rodeo. The Hokage Tower rose above the village center, red-roofed and imposing. They entered through the main doors and climbed. The hallway outside the Hokage's office smelled like old paper and tobacco, and 2 Chunin guards flanked the door, eyeing Ben with undisguised suspicion. Boar knocked. A voice from inside, female, commanding, "Enter." They walked in, and Ben got his first look at the leader of Konohagakure. Tsunade sat behind a desk drowning in paperwork, a cup of sake half hidden behind a stack of mission reports. She looked younger than she was, which was considerably younger than Ben would have guessed a village leader would be, blonde, sharp-eyed, with a diamond mark on her forehead and an expression that said she'd been having a long day even before a kid fell out of the sky. Standing to her right, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, was a man who immediately commanded Ben's attention. Tall, white-haired, wearing a red vest over gray robes, wooden sandals. He looked like a cross between a martial artist and a rock star, and there was something about his energy, a density to him, a pressure, that the Omnitrix registered before Ben's conscious mind did. The watch beeped softly. On Tsunade's left stood a masked man with silver hair, one eye covered, radiating a different kind of danger, quieter, surgical. Lady Hokage, Bor said, kneeling. The source of the disturbance. As described in Hawk's report. Tsunade's eyes locked onto Ben. She studied him for a long, uncomfortable moment, the clothes, the posture, the watch. Then her gaze moved to the Omnitrix itself, and something flickered in her expression. Wariness. The report says you transformed into two different creatures and fought an armored being to a standstill, then drove it off, she said. No preamble. No pleasantries. In the process, you destroyed approximately 4 hectares of forest, vitrified a significant portion of earth, and created seismic disturbances that were felt in the village. The vitrified thing was pretty cool, though, right? Ben said. Silence. The white-haired man snorted. The silver-haired one's visible eye crinkled slightly. Tsunade's expression didn't change. Who are you? What are you? Where are you from? Start talking. Ben took a breath. He'd done this before, walked into rooms full of powerful, suspicious people and had to explain himself. Plumber's headquarters. Galactic Council chambers. His own government, more than once. The trick was confidence without aggression, honesty without vulnerability. My name is Ben Tennyson. I'm 16. I'm from a place called Bellwood, which is on Earth, but, and I know how this sounds, not this Earth. I'm from a different dimension. Different universe, probably. I was fighting that guy, Vilgax, intergalactic warlord, long-time pain in my neck, and his weapon interacted with a device I was carrying, and it tore a hole in space. We both fell through. He got beamed up by his ship. I'm still here. He held up his left wrist. The Omnitrix pulsed. This is the Omnitrix. It's a piece of alien technology that lets me transform into different species. I've had it since I was 10. I use it to fight bad guys, protect people, the usual hero stuff. He paused. I'm not a threat to your village. I didn't come here on purpose, and I'm not looking for a fight. But I'm not a prisoner either. I'm just a guy who needs to figure out how to get home. Tsunade leaned back in her chair. Jiraiya. The white-haired man pushed off the wall and walked a slow circle around Ben, studying him from every angle. Ben turned to keep him in sight, not afraid, just alert. The energy signature from the impact site was unlike anything in my experience, Jiraiya said. His voice was deeper than Ben expected, thoughtful. Not chakra. Not natural energy. Something entirely foreign. But. He stopped in front of Ben and looked at the Omnitrix. There is chakra in you, kid. Faint, but it's there. You've got a chakra network. Undeveloped, but present. Which means either your physiology is close enough to ours for your body to start adapting, or you always had it and never knew. Ben frowned. Chakra. That's the energy I've been sensing. The shimmer. You can see it, the silver-haired man said, speaking for the first time. His voice was mild, almost lazy. Not exactly see. More like, feel. Ever since I landed, there's this, background hum. Like a frequency I can almost tune into. He tapped the Omnitrix. This thing's been going crazy, too. It catalogs alien DNA, that's how the transformations work. But since I got here, it's been scanning constantly. I think it's trying to process the chakra in the environment. Jiraiya and the silver-haired man, Kakashi, though Ben didn't know his name yet, exchanged a look that carried entire conversations. Lady Tsunade, Jiraiya said, turning back to the desk. This kid isn't lying. I can feel it. Whatever he is, wherever he's from, the story checks out against the evidence. And if his device is absorbing ambient chakra, then it's potentially the most dangerous object to enter the land of fire since the Nine Tails, Tsunade finished. Hey, Ben said. I'm standing right here. I know. Tsunade's eyes were hard. And I'm deciding what to do with you. With respect, and I mean that, I can tell you're important and powerful and all that, I'm not something you do something with. I'm a person. I've been protecting my world since I was 10 years old. I've fought things that would give your worst nightmares nightmares. I'm not asking for permission to exist. The room went very still. Jiraiya was watching Ben with something that might have been approval. Kakashi's hand had drifted half an inch toward his kunai pouch, unconscious reflex. The ANBU around the room tensed. Tsunade held Ben's gaze for 5 seconds. 10. Then something shifted in her expression, not softness, exactly, but recognition. She'd known people like this. Stubborn, powerful, young enough to think they were invincible. She'd been one herself. Kakashi, stand down. Everyone stand down. She picked up her sake cup and took a deliberate sip. Here's what's going to happen. You're not a prisoner, but you're not a free agent either. You're an unknown quantity in a volatile political landscape, and I can't have you wandering the elemental nations unchecked. You'll stay in the village under supervision. Jiraiya will assess your capabilities and this Omnitrix. In return, we'll help you research a way home. And if I say no, then you walk out that door, and every major village on this continent has you marked as an unaffiliated combatant with transformation abilities that rival a tailed beast. You'll have hunterine from 5 nations on your trail within a week. Some of them are good enough to be a problem, even for you. Ben considered this. He was good at reading people, years of dealing with villains, allies, politicians, and Grandpa Max had honed that instinct. This woman wasn't bluffing, but she also wasn't hostile. She was being practical. And honestly, her offer wasn't bad. Jiraiya, he said, looking at the white-haired man. You're the one who noticed the chakra thing. Among other things. I'm a sage, a spymaster, and, most relevantly for you, probably the best teacher you're going to find when it comes to understanding the energy system of this world. He grinned, and it was roguish and warm and instantly likable. I'm also an author, but we'll get to that. He writes smut, Kakashi said helpfully. It's literature. Ben almost laughed. It was such a normal, human exchange, bickering, humor, ego, that for a moment the strangeness of his situation receded. These were people. Weird, impossibly powerful people who could apparently jump across buildings and breathe fire, but people. Okay, he said. Deal. I'll stay. I'll work with Jiraiya. But I have conditions. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. You're in no position to. First, I'm not a lab rat. Nobody takes the Omnitrix. Nobody runs experiments on me without my say-so. Second, I help people. That's what I do. If there's trouble and I can make a difference, I'm going to step in. Don't ask me to sit on the sidelines. Third. He faltered for just a second, a crack in the armor, quickly sealed. If there's any lead on getting me home, I hear about it immediately. No delays, no politics. Tsunade studied him. Then she nodded, once. Jiraiya, he's yours. Find him quarters. Start assessment tomorrow. She looked at Ben. Welcome to Konoha, Ben Tennyson. Try not to destroy anything else. They put him in an apartment in the Shinobi residential district, small, clean, sparse. A bed, a desk, a kitchenette. The window looked out over the rooftops toward the Hokage monument, and Ben stood there for a long time after Jiraiya left, watching the carved stone faces of past leaders loom in the moonlight. The Omnitrix hummed on his wrist. It had been humming since he arrived, a low constant vibration he could feel in his bones. He pulled up the interface and scrolled through diagnostics. The transformation matrix was stable. His alien catalog was intact. But there was a new reading he'd never seen before, an energy input channel, slowly filling, labeled in Galvan script that translated roughly to environmental energy, unclassified, adapting. "You're learning this world," Ben murmured to the watch. "Aren't you?" It beeped. He chose to take it as a yes. He sat on the bed and let himself feel it, really feel it, for the first time since crashing. The fear. The loneliness. The sheer impossibility of what had happened. He was in another universe. Gwen, Kevin, Grandpa Max, they were all unreachable. His parents didn't exist here. His whole life, everything he'd built, was on the other side of a rift that had closed. He pressed the heels of his hands into his eyes and breathed. Then he dropped his hands. "Okay," he said to the empty room. "Okay. New universe. New rules. People who jump on rooftops and throw fireballs. Energy called Chakra. A village full of soldiers who are also ninjas who are also apparently magic." He looked at the Omnitrix. "We've handled worse. Probably. Let's figure this out." He slept. It was not restful. Morning in Konoha was louder than Ben expected. He woke to the sound of vendors setting up stalls, the distant clang of a blacksmith, and what sounded like an explosion from somewhere to the northeast. He was at the window in a second, heart hammering, and then he saw two kids about his age standing in a training field visible from his apartment, one of them wreathed in fading smoke, the other laughing. "Training. Just training. Right," he muttered. "Ninja village. Explosions are normal." He found clothes laid out on the desk. Someone had been in his room while he slept, which was unsettling. Standard Konoha civilian wear, dark pants, a high-collared shirt, sandals. He put them on over his own clothes, keeping the jacket. The Omnitrix stayed on his wrist, obviously. It always stayed on his wrist. Jiraiya was waiting outside his door, leaning against the railing with a small notebook in one hand and a stick of dango in the other. "Morning, kid. Sleep well?" "Like a rock in a blender." "Where are we starting?" Jiraiya grinned. "Breakfast first. Then we find out what you're made of." They ate at a ramen stand, Ichiraku, Jiraiya called it, and the food was so good that Ben momentarily forgot he was trapped in another dimension. The broth was rich and complex, the noodles perfect, and the old man behind the counter had a warmth about him that reminded Ben painfully of Grandpa Max. "So," Jiraiya said between bites. "Chakra. You said you can sense it. Since I got here. It's everywhere. In the air, in the ground, in people." That old man, he nodded toward the ramen chef, "He's got some. Not a lot, but it's there. You have, significantly more. That's underselling it, but sure. What about yourself?" Ben held up his hand and concentrated. For a moment, nothing. Then, a flicker. A warmth in his palm, visible for just an instant as a faint blue glow before it sputtered out. Jiraiya's eyebrows rose. "You've been here less than a day. The Omnitrix might be helping. It's been processing chakra since I arrived. I think it's feeding the knowledge back into me somehow. Like how it helps me instinctively know how to use each alien form's abilities. Fascinating. Terrifying, but fascinating." Jiraiya set down his chopsticks. "Let me explain how this works in our world. Chakra is the combination of physical energy and spiritual energy, mixed together through a network of pathways in the body called the chakra system. Everyone has it. Shinobi learn to mold it, shape it, and release it through techniques we call jutsu. There are 5 basic nature transformations: fire, water, earth, wind, lightning, and various advanced combinations. And people here spend years learning to control this stuff. Decades, some of them. The basics take months at minimum. Molding chakra properly, maintaining it, converting it to a specific nature, it's an art as much as a science. Ben was quiet for a moment. Then he held up his hand again. This time, the blue glow came faster, steadier. It flickered, wavered, but held. The Omnitrix pulsed in sync. I might have a shortcut, Ben said. Jiraiya stared at his hand. Kid, that's not a shortcut. That's a cheat code. They went to Training Ground 3, a wide clearing with 3 wooden posts, a river, and enough space to break things without anyone complaining too much. Kakashi was already there, leaning against a post, reading a small orange book that he pocketed with suspicious speed when he saw them. Jiraiya. And our interdimensional guest. His visible eye curved in what was probably a smile. I asked to observe. The Hokage approved. The more the merrier, Ben said. So what's the test? Jiraiya cracked his knuckles. 3 parts. First, baseline combat assessment. I want to see what you can do without the watch. Second, I want to see the transformations up close, with chakra sensing active so I can monitor what happens. Third, we try to teach you a basic jutsu and see if that watch of yours accelerates the process. You want to fight me without the Omnitrix? I want to see what the person can do, not just the machine. That stung, and Jiraiya had meant it to. Ben recognized the tactic. He'd been trained by people who understood that ego was a lever. But the sting also carried truth. Without the Omnitrix, what was he? Fine, Ben said. Let's go. He squared up against Jiraiya in the center of the training ground, and instantly realized the gap. Jiraiya stood loose and relaxed, weight balanced, and the man radiated power in a way that made the air feel heavy. This wasn't just a fighter. This was a force of nature wearing a human suit. Ben had trained in hand-to-hand since he was 13, Grandpa Max's insistence, supplemented by plumber combat instructors and the occasional alien martial arts lesson. He was good. Quick, adaptive, decent instincts. He wasn't this. Jiraiya moved first, a simple open palm strike that looked casual and arrived at Ben's chest like a freight train. Ben sidestepped, barely, and felt the wind of it ruffle his jacket. He countered with a combination he drilled 1,000 times, low feint, high cross, knee to the midsection. Jiraiya blocked all 3 without apparent effort. His hand closed around Ben's wrist, not the Omnitrix wrist, thankfully, and the world spun. Ben hit the ground on his back, hard enough to see stars. Your basics are solid, Jiraiya said, standing over him. Your instincts are good. But you fight like someone who's used to having a trump card. You commit too early because you know that if things go wrong, you can just slap the watch and become something unstoppable. Ben stared up at him from the dirt. Are you always this encouraging? I trained the 4th Hokage. Encouragement is earned. He offered a hand. Ben took it. Again. They went 3 more rounds. Ben didn't land a single clean hit. But by the 4th round, he was lasting longer, reading Jiraiya's patterns, adapting. The sage noticed. Good. You learn fast in combat. That matters. He stepped back. Okay. Now show me the watch. Ben grinned. This part, he was confident about. He cycled through the Omnitrix interface, selected a form, and slapped the dial. The transformation was instantaneous to outside observers, a flash of green light, and where Ben had stood there was now a 7-foot reptilian humanoid with green and black scales, powerful legs, and a face like a velociraptor's meaner cousin. XLR-8, Ben said, his voice sibilant through the alien mouth. Speed form. He moved. To Kakashi's Sharingan, which he'd uncovered the moment the transformation began, XLR-8 was a blur. Not imperceptible, but close. The alien form crossed the training ground in a fraction of a second, circled back, stopped on a dime in front of Jiraiya, and tapped the sage on the forehead with one clawed finger. Tag, Ben said. Jiraiya hadn't flinched, but his eyes were sharp. Speed comparable to the fourth Hokage's. Maybe faster. He looked at Kakashi. You caught that? Barely, Kakashi admitted. The acceleration is instantaneous. No chakra buildup, no hand signs. He just moves. The Omnitrix handles the physical transformation, Ben explained, shifting back to human in another green flash. Each alien has its own abilities. XLR-8 is speed. Diamond Head is defense and crystal manipulation. Heat Blast is fire projection. I've got about 70 usable forms, give or take. 70. Kakashi said, and for the first time, his perpetual cool cracked slightly. Give or take. Some are more situational than others. Jiraiya's expression had settled into something complicated, that mix of fascination and concern that Ben had seen on a lot of faces over the years. The look people got when they realized the Omnitrix wasn't just a weapon, it was a paradigm shift. Show me the one made of fire, Jiraiya said. The one you used against the armored creature. Ben transformed again. Heat Blast blazed to life in the training ground, and immediately the air temperature spiked. Jiraiya held up a hand, palm out, and Ben could see chakra gathering in it, some kind of sensing technique. Incredible, Jiraiya murmured. The transformation generates its own energy. The fire isn't chakra-based, it's thermal. Pure physics. But there's chakra in you too, even in this form. Your network transforms with you. He paused. Ben, try something for me. Try to mold chakra while you're in this form. Heat Blast tilted his head, an oddly human gesture on a body made of living magma. I barely know how to mold it in my normal form. Try anyway. Ben focused. He remembered the feeling from that morning, the warmth in his palm, the sense of an internal flow he could almost direct. He reached for it now, inside the inferno of Heat Blast's body, and found it. Chakra, swirling through pathways that the transformation had reshaped but not eliminated. He pulled on it, fed it forward, mixed it with the thermal energy that was Heat Blast's native power. The result was visible. The flames covering Heat Blast's body shifted color, from orange-red to blue-white, and the heat output tripled in an instant. The ground beneath his feet didn't just glow, it melted, becoming a pool of lava. Jiraiya leaped backward. Kakashi's Sharingan spun wildly. Shut it down, Jiraiya barked. Ben cut the chakra flow. The flames returned to normal. The ground stopped melting but continued to smoke ominously. Okay, Ben said, staring at his own hands. That was new. That was a chakra-enhanced transformation, Jiraiya said, and his voice had lost all its casualness. You just combined an alien energy source with chakra amplification. The output was exponential, not additive. Ben, if you did that with a combat-focused form, I'd be a walking apocalypse. I was going to say, strategic asset of the highest order, but sure. Ben transformed back to human. The Omnitrix was beeping again, new data, new readings. He could feel it integrating what had just happened, adding chakra enhancement as a feature. The watch learned. It always learned. Part 3 of the test, Ben said. You wanted to teach me a jutsu. After that, I want to teach you the basics before you accidentally set the village on fire. Jiraiya ran a hand through his hair. Okay. Basics. The fundamental 3 techniques every academy student learns, the transformation jutsu, the clone jutsu, and the substitution jutsu. Ben raised an eyebrow. You want to teach me the transformation jutsu? I know. You can already transform. But chakra-based transformation is different, it's an illusion layered over your real body, using chakra to alter how others perceive you. The principle is important, molding chakra, shaping it with intent, releasing it through a hand sign. If you can do this, we'll know your body can actually process jutsu. Jiraiya demonstrated. A quick hand sign, a seal, he called it, and then a poof of smoke. Where the sage had stood, there was now a perfect copy of Ben, down to the omnitrix on his wrist. That is deeply unsettling, Ben said to his own face. Jiraiya as Ben grinned and released the technique. Your turn. I'll walk you through the seal. He showed Ben the hand sign, Ram. 2 hands pressed together, fingers interlocking in a specific configuration. Ben mimicked it, felt nothing, adjusted his grip, tried again, and there it was. Like a switch flipping. Chakra moved through his network, sluggish at first, then faster, guided by the hand sign like water through a funnel. He felt it gather behind his forehead, then shift, and, a poof of smoke. When it cleared, there were 2 Jiraiya standing in the training ground. The hair's wrong, Kakashi noted. Ben as Jiraiya looked down at himself. The transformation was imperfect, the proportions slightly off, the colors a shade too saturated, but it was there. A chakra-based jutsu, performed on the first day, in under an hour. He just did in minutes what takes academy students weeks, Kakashi said. His voice was very carefully neutral. The Omnitrix, Ben said, releasing the jutsu and stumbling slightly as his own form reasserted itself. It understands transformation at a fundamental level. It's helping my body figure out the chakra pathways for it. That device is going to change everything, Jiraiya said quietly. He wasn't smiling anymore. Ben, I need you to understand something. This world is not at peace. There are organizations, individuals, nations that would kill everyone in this village to get their hands on what you're carrying. You're not just a refugee. You're a target. Story of my life, Ben said. Vilgax has been trying to take the Omnitrix since day 1. Alien warlords, mad scientists, interdimensional conquerors, I've fought them all. This isn't new for me. The people here are different. They're patient. They're subtle. And some of them are more powerful than anything you've fought. Ben met Jiraiya's eyes. Then I'd better learn fast. Jiraiya held his gaze for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled. Yeah, he said. You'd better. The news traveled through the village like fire. By midday, everyone from Genin to Jonin had heard some version of the story, a boy from another world, a shapeshifter, a fighter who'd driven off a creature that rivaled a tailed beast. The details mutated with each retelling. By the time it reached the academy students, Ben had apparently fought off an army of demons with his bare hands before turning into a dragon. Naruto Uzumaki heard about it while eating his 4th bowl of ramen at Ichiraku. A guy who can transform into aliens. Naruto slammed his hands on the counter, rattling the bowls. And he's training with Pervy Sage? How come nobody told me? Sakura, sitting 2 seats down, sighed. Everyone's been talking about it all morning, Naruto. You just weren't listening. I was eating. That's an important tactical activity. He was already standing, adjusting his headband. Where is he? I want to see. You can't just go bother someone who, he was gone. Sakura looked at the empty seat, then at her own half-finished bowl, then at the ceiling. Why do I bother? Naruto found them at Training Ground 3 by following the scorch marks. He landed on a branch at the field's edge and immediately his eyes went wide. Below, a kid about his age, brown hair, weird green watch, was standing in the middle of the clearing with his hands pressed together in a seal. Around him, blue chakra was visible, swirling like a vortex, and Jiraiya was watching with the intensity of a hawk. Kakashi was there too, Sharingan exposed, tracking something Ben's eyes couldn't see. Water style, Jiraiya was saying. Feel the flow. Chakra is like water anyway, it wants to move. You're not forcing it. You're giving it a path. Ben exhaled, and a stream of water erupted from his mouth, thin, messy, more of a glorified spit take than a jutsu. It splattered on the ground between him and Jiraiya, forming a puddle. That, Ben said, coughing, was disgusting. It was a D-rank water-style technique, and you performed it on your first try. Ugly, but functional. Jiraiya crossed his arms. Your chakra control is garbage. Your reserves are impressive, probably amplified by the watch, but you're like a fire hose with no nozzle. Great metaphor. Very motivating. Hey! Naruto dropped from the branch and landed in a clearing with all the subtlety of a firework. You're the alien guy. Ben turned. The kid who'd just arrived was blonde, blue-eyed, wearing an orange jumpsuit that hurt to look at and a headband with the village's leaf symbol. His energy was immediately, overwhelmingly much, he radiated enthusiasm like a space heater. I'm Ben. And I'm not an alien. I turn into aliens. There's a difference. That's the coolest thing I've ever heard. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and I'm gonna be Hokage. Fight me. What? Fight me. I want to see what you can do. Pervy Sage says you're strong, and I'm gonna be stronger than everyone, so I need to test myself against Naruto, Jiraiya said wearily. What did I say about interrupting my training sessions? You said not to, but you also said a true shinobi knows when to break the rules, so, that is not what I meant and you know it. Ben was grinning. He couldn't help it. This kid reminded him of someone, himself, maybe, at 12 or 13. That relentless energy, that absolute refusal to be anything less than the center of attention. Sure, Ben said. Let's spar. Jiraiya opened his mouth to object, then closed it. He looked at Kakashi, who shrugged. The sage sighed. Fine. Light sparring only. Ben, no full alien transformations. Naruto, no Ninetales chakra. He paused. If either of you destroys another training ground, I'm telling Tsunade. They faced each other across the clearing. Naruto dropped into a combat stance, messy but functional, full of barely contained kinetic energy. Ben settled into his own, the hybrid style he'd cobbled together from plumber training, Kevin street fighting, and a dozen alien combat techniques adapted for human anatomy. Ready? Naruto said, bouncing on his toes. Born ready. Naruto came in fast. Faster than Ben expected, the kid was deceptively quick, and he led with a shadow clone that Ben didn't see coming. The clone tackled him low while the real Naruto came in high with a heel kick. Ben rolled with the tackle, dispersed the clone with an elbow strike that passed through it in a puff of smoke, and caught the heel kick on his forearm. The impact was solid, Naruto was strong, but Ben had taken hits from Vilgax. He absorbed the force, redirected Naruto's momentum, and threw the kid over his shoulder. Naruto hit the ground, rolled, and was on his feet instantly. His eyes were shining. You're tough. Okay, how about this? The hand sign was fast, too fast for Ben to copy, even if he'd known what it meant. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 20 Narutos exploded into existence, filling the clearing, all of them grinning the same manic grin. Oh, come on, Ben said. They swarmed him. Ben fought on instinct, the way he always did when overwhelmed, fast, reactive, exploiting openings. The clones were solid, physical, not illusions, and each one hit like the real thing. But they popped when you hit them hard enough, and Ben was hitting very hard. He moved through them like a wrecking ball, elbows and knees and the occasional headbutt, reducing clones to smoke with every strike. But there were too many, and the real Naruto was somewhere in the crowd, indistinguishable from his copies. A clone grabbed Ben's Omnitrix wrist. On reflex, pure reflex, not conscious choice, Ben slapped the dial. Green flash. The clones surrounding him were suddenly grappling with something very different. 4 arms, 12 feet of red-skinned, 4-armed Tetraman muscle, rose to full height and flexed. The clones went flying. 4 massive fists moved in independent arcs. Clone after clone burst into smoke. In 3 seconds, the clearing was empty except for one Naruto, the real one, standing 10 meters away with his jaw on the ground. That is so cool. 4 arms looked down at the kid and laughed, a deep, booming sound. You're not bad yourself. Those clones are no joke. That's my signature move. But you just got huge. How? Is it a transformation jutsu? No, it can't be, you actually got bigger, and you've got 4 arms, and, Ben shifted back to human. It's the Omnitrix. Different alien species. 4 arms is a Tetraman, super strong, super tough. How many can you do? About 70. Naruto's eyes went so wide they were practically circular. He stood there processing this for a full 5 seconds, which might have been a personal record for sustained silence. Then, we're going to be best friends, he declared. I have decided. Ben laughed. A real, genuine laugh, the first one since he'd arrived in this world. Yeah, okay. I can work with that. From the tree lean, Jiraiya watched the two of them, Naruto already babbling about techniques, Ben listening with amused patience, and felt something shift in his chest. He'd trained 2 students with world-changing potential. It seemed the universe had decided to send him a third. This is going to be a disaster, he murmured. Probably, Kakashi agreed, turning a page in his book. But an interesting one. The afternoon dissolved into chaos, the good kind, the kind Ben had almost forgotten in the stress of displacement. He and Naruto sparred twice more, and each round was wilder than the last. Naruto was a force of nature, sloppy, overwhelming, utterly relentless. His chakra reserves were staggering, even Ben, with his limited sensing ability, could feel the depth of the kid's power, and there was something else underneath it, something vast and dark and caged that the Omnitrix kept pinging with warning signals. He didn't ask about it. Not yet. Everybody had their secrets. Between rounds, Naruto demanded demonstrations. Ben obliged, partly because it was fun, partly because each transformation gave him data. He cycled through a dozen forms, XLR-8 for speed, Upgrade for technopathy, Big Chill for intangibility and ice, Echo for sonic manipulation and duplication. Each time, the Omnitrix hummed with that new background energy, and each time, Ben could feel the chakra integration deepening. It was during the Echo demonstration that something unexpected happened. Ben had split into 3 copies, Echo's native ability, not a jutsu, and was showing Naruto how sonic attacks worked. He sent a focused sound wave at a training post, expecting the usual result, a narrow cone of destructive vibration. What came out was different. The sonic wave carried a visible ripple, blue-tinged, and when it hit the training post, it didn't just shatter the wood, it unraveled it. The cellular structure came apart at a fundamental level, fibers separating, the post dissolving into a pile of sawdust in an instant. All 3 Echoes stared. What was that? Naruto yelled. Ben merged back into one and shifted to human. The Omnitrix was blazing green, new data scrolling across the interface. Chakra infusion, he breathed. The sonic wave carried chakra. It wasn't just physical vibration anymore, it was chakra enhanced. It attacked the target on an energy level 2. Jiraiya was beside him in an instant. Show me the readings. I can't read Galvan that fast, but, the Omnitrix is classifying it as a hybrid output. Alien ability plus chakra nature transformation. It's treating chakra like a new tool in each alien's kit. Which means every single one of your forms just got exponentially more dangerous, Jiraiya said. Yeah. Ben looked at his hand. He could feel it now, the chakra, flowing through him even in human form, stronger than it had been that morning. The Omnitrix was acting like a catalyst, accelerating his development, turning weeks of training into hours. I'm starting to think the Omnitrix was designed to do this. Azimuth, the guy who built it, he made it to promote understanding between species. It adapts. It integrates. Chakra is just another system for it to learn. And you're the interface, Kakashi said. He'd put his book away entirely, which Ben suspected was significant. The watch learns, but you're the one who has to channel it. Your body, your chakra network, your willpower. Willpower I've got. I noticed. The sun was setting by the time they finished. Ben was exhausted in a way he hadn't been in years, not just physically, but on some deeper level, like his very cells had been working overtime. Chakra development, Jiraiya explained, was physically taxing. The body needed time to adjust to new pathways opening, new channels forming. Rest tonight, the sage told him. Tomorrow we do nature transformation. I want to figure out your elemental affinity. I can already do fire through heat blast, water through water hazard, earth through, not through your aliens. Through you. Your human body's natural chakra has an affinity. Everyone does. Finding yours will tell us a lot about how to structure your training. Ben nodded. He was tired enough that even the ever-present hum of the Omnitrix seemed muted. Hey, Jiraiya. Yeah. Thanks. For teaching me. You didn't have to. The sage was quiet for a moment. The sunset painted his white hair in shades of gold and amber. Kid, I've spent my life studying power, where it comes from, what it does to people, how it shapes the world. You're the most interesting thing I've ever encountered. Teaching you isn't a chore. It's the opportunity of a lifetime. He paused. Also, if I don't teach you properly, you'll probably blow up the village by accident, and I live here, so there's that. Ben snorted. Fair enough. He walked back to his apartment through the evening streets of Konoha, and this time, the village felt less alien. He recognized the ramen stand. He knew which rooftop Naruto liked to sit on. The masked guards on the walls had shifted from threatening to familiar. It wasn't home. It wasn't anywhere close to home. But it was something. He was halfway up the stairs to his apartment when the Omnitrix beeped, not the ambient hum, but a sharp, insistent alert. He looked at the display. New DNA sample available for cataloging. Source, environmental scan. Species classification in progress. Ben stared. The Omnitrix had scanned someone, or something, in the village and found a DNA pattern worth cataloging. That meant a new alien form. That meant there was a species in this world that the Omnitrix considered distinct enough from human baseline to classify separately. He thought about what Jiraiya had said about tailed beasts. About the dark, caged power he'd sensed underneath Naruto's chakra. What are you finding? He whispered to the watch. It beeped again. Classification in progress. Incomplete data. More exposure needed. Ben looked out over the darkening village. Somewhere out there, in the growing night, was something the Omnitrix wanted to understand. Something that existed in this world and no other. Something powerful enough to register as an entirely new form of life. He had a feeling tomorrow was going to be very interesting. Far away, very far, in a hidden base carved into the rock of a nation that didn't officially exist, a man with golden eyes and skin the color of old parchment lowered the scroll he'd been reading. His tongue, impossibly long, traced across his lips. Say that again, Orochimaru said softly. The sound ninja kneeling before him, Kabuto, silver-haired, bespectacled, hiding his terror behind professional calm, repeated his report. A boy appeared near Konoha in a dimensional breach. He can transform his body into different creatures, not through jutsu, but through a device on his wrist. He fought an unknown entity to a standstill. Jiraiya is personally overseeing his integration. Orochimaru was silent for a long time. The candles in his underground chamber flickered. Somewhere in the darkness behind him, something shifted in a tank of preserving fluid. A device that transforms the body, he whispered. Not just the appearance, but the actual cellular structure. Different species. Different capabilities. His golden eyes gleamed. And it's bonded to a child. A teenager. 16, apparently. Foreign. No village affiliation. No allegiance. No protection beyond what Konoha chooses to offer. And Jiraiya is studying it, which means it's real. Jiraiya wouldn't waste his time on a fraud. Orochimaru stood. He moved to the far wall, where a vast chart of the human chakra network was pinned, annotated, modified, covered in his own handwriting. He'd spent decades trying to transcend the limitations of a single body. Cursed seals. Body transfer. Forbidden techniques that let him wear other people's flesh like clothing. All of it crude. All of it temporary. But a device that could reshape the body at will, that could become different species with different abilities, and that was now apparently integrating chakra. Kabuto. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. I want everything. Every scrap of intelligence. What forms can he take? What are the device's limitations? How does it interface with his biology? I want observers in Konoha within the week. Discreet ones. And if the opportunity arises to acquire the boy? Or the device? Orochimaru's smile was slow and terrible. Not yet. We don't take something we don't understand. First, we learn. Then, we take. He turned back to his chart and began to write. New notes. New theories. New possibilities. In another world, the Omnitrix had been the most powerful weapon in the galaxy. In this world, in the hands of a boy who was learning to wield chakra, it might become something more. Orochimaru intended to make it his. Whatever the cost. Chapter 2, Chakra and the Watch. Ben woke before dawn to the sound of his own heartbeat. Not the normal rhythm, this was something else. A pulse that originated in his chest but radiated outward, rippling through his arms, his legs, pooling in his fingertips and the soles of his feet. He lay still in the dark apartment, breathing, feeling it. The Omnitrix cast a faint green glow across the ceiling, and in that glow he could see something he hadn't been able to see yesterday, the air itself, shimmering with particles of energy, drifting like luminous dust motes. Chakra. He was seeing ambient chakra with his naked eyes. He sat up slowly and held out his hands. The pulse was there, visible now, blue-white light tracing the veins beneath his skin, flowing in patterns that looked almost like circuitry. His chakra network, developing in real time, accelerated by the Omnitrix's constant integration. He flexed his fingers and watched the light respond, brightening at his knuckles, dimming at his wrists, flowing like water finding its level. Okay, he said to the empty room. That's new. He showered, cold water, the apartment's heater was a mystery he hadn't solved, and dressed in the Konoha clothes with his green jacket over top. The Omnitrix display showed a cascade of overnight updates, chakra integration at 14%, up from 6%. New subroutines forming in the transformation matrix. And the mysterious DNA scan from the night before, still processing, still incomplete. Estimated completion, unknown. He was out the door and moving through Konoha's pre-dawn streets before the first vendors opened their stalls. The village was different at this hour, quieter, softer, the hard edges of a military settlement blurred by mist and the gray half-light before sunrise. A few early risers moved through the streets, a woman carrying baskets of fish, 2 chunin jogging in formation, an old man sweeping his storefront with the meditative focus of someone who'd done it 10,000 times. Ben found Jiraiya at Training Ground 7, a different field than yesterday's, wider and bordered on one side by a river that caught the first pink light of dawn. The sage was sitting cross-legged on a flat rock in the middle of the water, perfectly still, and for a moment Ben thought he was meditating. Then he got closer and saw the three toads sitting on Jiraiya's shoulders and head. They were small, the largest maybe a foot tall, and they were talking. In human language, with human inflection, one of them punctuating its points by jabbing a tiny webbed finger at Jiraiya's ear. Telling you, the disturbance was felt all the way at Mount Mayaboku. The great toad sage woke from his nap, and that hasn't happened in 40 years. Something came through that rift that doesn't belong here, and the natural energy is still unsettled. I know, Jiraiya said. He's standing right behind you. The three toads turned in unison. 6 small, intelligent eyes fixed on Ben. The largest toad, orange and brown, wearing a tiny blue vest, let out a low whistle. That's the kid. He's scrawny. Thanks, Ben said. The device on his arm, though. The toad leaped from Jiraiya's shoulder to the rock's edge, leaning forward, nostrils flaring. It reeks of foreign energy. Not chakra, not natural energy, not anything I've got a name for. But it's pulling in ambient chakra like a sponge. Jiraiya boy, this thing is going to affect the local energy balance if it keeps absorbing at this rate. Which is why we're training him, Jiraiya said, standing and brushing off his knees. Ben Tennyson, meet Gamakichi, Gamatatsu, and Gamariki. They're toads from Mount Mayaboku, my summoning partners. Talking toads, Ben said. He thought about it for exactly 1 second. I've met weirder. Hi. Gamakichi squinted at him. I like him. He's not freaking out. I once spent a weekend as a gray matter, basically a tiny frog-sized alien genius, hiding inside an alien spaceship's ventilation system to disable the navigation computer. Talking toads are Tuesday. Gamakichi looked at Jiraiya. I really like him. The toads departed in puffs of smoke after a brief further consultation, something about monitoring energy fluctuations and reporting to the great toad sage, whatever that was. Ben watched them vanish and filed, summoning, away on his growing list of things this world could do that his couldn't. Today, Jiraiya said, reaching into his vest and producing a square of paper, we figure out your nature. My nature? Your chakra nature. Every person's chakra has an elemental affinity, a type of nature transformation that comes most naturally to them. Fire, water, earth, wind, or lightning. Some people have 2. Very rarely, 3. It determines which jutsu you'll learn fastest and which combat style suits you best. He held out the paper. Chakra paper. Channel your energy into it, and it'll react. Crumbles for earth, burns for fire, wrinkles for lightning, splits for wind, gets wet for water. Ben took the paper. It was thin, almost translucent, and it tingled against his fingertips. He held it between his index finger and thumb and focused. Chakra flowed, easier than yesterday, noticeably easier. The paper reacted immediately. It split down the middle. Both halves crinkled. Then the edges of both halves caught fire, and the fire was blue-green, nothing like the normal orange combustion Jiraiya was used to seeing. The burning halves curled, went damp, and crumbled to wet ash that drifted between Ben's fingers and scattered in the morning breeze. Jiraiya stared at the empty space where the paper had been. All 5, he said. You have an affinity for all 5 basic natures. Is that bad? It's not bad. It's impossible. In the entire history of the shinobi world, only a handful of people have had access to all 5 nature transformations, and they achieved it through decades of training or bloodline abilities. You just, he stopped. Ran a hand down his face. The Omnitrix. It's given you access to alien physiologies that use analogs of each element. Fire from your heat blast form, intangibility, and ice from, what did you call it? Big chill. Right. Your body has been reshaped by these transformations so many times that your chakra network has adapted to channel energy in every elemental mode. You're not naturally attuned to all five, you've been made attuned by years of shape-shifting. Ben looked at his hands. Ha! Stop saying, ha, like I just told you your shoelace was untied. This is the most significant chakra development discovery in a generation. You're right. I should be freaking out more. Give me a sec. He took a deep breath. Okay, done freaking out. How do we use this? Jiraiya laughed, a short, sharp bark that startled a bird from a nearby tree. You are something else, kid. All right. We start with the one that burned brightest. Your paper split first, which means wind is your primary affinity. Wind nature is rare and powerful, it enhances cutting power and can amplify other nature types when combined. We're going to start there. He pulled a leaf from a low-hanging branch and held it out. Cut this in half using only chakra. Visualize your energy as a blade, thin, sharp, compressed. Push it through the leaf. Ben took the leaf and focused. He could feel the chakra more clearly now, a river inside him that responded to intent. He visualized it narrowing, thinning, the way a water jet becomes cutting force when compressed through a nozzle. The leaf trembled. A thin line appeared across its center. Then it tore, not cleanly, more like a rough rip, but it separated into two pieces. 30 seconds, Jiraiya said. Asuma took days to do that, and he was a wind nature prodigy. He shook his head slowly. The watch. It's feeding you intuitive understanding of energy manipulation because that's what it does every time you transform, convert and channel different energy types. Learning chakra nature transformation is just another version of what you've been doing for 6 years. So the Omnitrix is basically a cheat code for learning jutsu. The Omnitrix is basically a cheat code for everything, and I'm starting to understand why an intergalactic warlord was willing to chase you across dimensions for it. He clapped Ben on the shoulder. Again. Cut another leaf. This time, clean. They worked for 2 hours. By the end, Ben could slice a leaf in half with a thought, the cut so precise it looked surgical. Jiraiya pushed him to the next level, cutting a waterfall. Ben stood in the river, waist deep in cold water, and focused his wind-natured chakra into a blade that he drove into the cascading flow. The waterfall split. Not all the way, a ragged gash, 3 meters across, that lasted for 2 seconds before the water filled it in. But it split. Enough, Jiraiya said, and Ben heard something in the sage's voice he hadn't heard before. Not concern exactly. Respect, maybe, threaded with something darker. The awareness that he was watching someone become very, very powerful very, very quickly, and the implications of that were enormous. Take a break. Eat something. We'll work on fire nature after, you should be able to pick that up even faster given your heat blast experience. Ben waded out of the river, soaked and shivering but buzzing with energy. The chakra inside him felt different than it had that morning, richer, more textured, like a muscle that had been worked and was growing stronger for it. The Omnitrix displayed 21% integration. Climbing. He grabbed the bento box Jiraiya had brought, rice, grilled fish, pickled vegetables, and ate sitting on the riverbank, watching the water flow. The morning sun was full now, warm on his face, and for a few minutes he let himself just exist. No training, no crises, no interdimensional displacement anxiety. Just a kid eating lunch by a river. He's going to be powerful. The voice came from behind him, Kakashi, materializing from thin air with the casual nonchalance of someone who did that regularly. He wasn't talking to Ben. He was 10 meters away, speaking to Jiraiya in a low voice that Ben's ears shouldn't have been able to pick up. But the chakra enhancement was doing something to his senses, sharpening them beyond normal human range. Powerful is an understatement, Jiraiya replied, equally quiet. His chakra reserves are already Chunin level, and they're growing by the hour. The elemental affinity result alone would make him a priority recruit for any village. Combined with the alien transformations. Tsunade's already gotten messages from the Kazekage and the Reikage. Word is spreading. They want to know what fell out of the sky near Konoha. What did she tell them? Training accident. Nobody bought it. A pause. Jiraiya, the Akatsuki are going to hear about this. If they haven't already. I know. He's not ready for them. He fought Vilgax to a standstill. He's readier than you think. Vilgax is strong. Itachi Uchiha is something else entirely. Silence. Ben kept eating, pretending he hadn't heard a word. But the name stuck, Itachi Uchiha. The way Kakashi said it, the weight, the careful neutrality that masked something deeper. Fear wasn't the right word. Wariness wasn't strong enough. It was the way you talked about a natural disaster you'd survived once and never wanted to face again. He filed it away. The afternoon session started with fire nature, and Jiraiya was right, it came faster. Ben's years as Heat Blast had given him an intuitive understanding of thermal energy that translated directly to fire-style chakra manipulation. Within an hour, he could produce a fireball from his mouth, the Great Fireball Technique, Jiraiya called it, a staple of the Uchiha clan. It wasn't elegant. It was lumpy and oversized and set a tree on fire that Jiraiya had to extinguish with a water technique. But it worked. Most people would need fire nature affinity and weeks of practice for that, Jiraiya said, stamping out an ember on his sandal. You did it with a secondary affinity in an afternoon. Your learning curve isn't a curve, it's a cliff. Is that the jutsu thing where you blow fire? Because I saw someone do that yesterday and it looked way cooler than mine. Style comes with practice. Power you already have. Let's move on. They cycled through. Lightning nature came next. Ben found it by thinking of Buzzshock, his Nosodinian form, all living electricity and crackling potential. He couldn't produce lightning yet, not reliably, but he could charge his hands with electrical chakra until they sparked and crackled, and when he punched a training post, the wood exploded into splinters from the combined impact and voltage. Earth was intuitive through his connection to Armadillo. He could harden his skin with Earth Nature Chakra, a crude version of what Jiraiya called the Earth Style, Earth Spear technique. It wasn't as tough as Diamond Head's crystal, but it was something he could do in human form, without the Omnitrix, and that mattered. Water was the hardest. He could produce it. The sputtering water bullet from yesterday was getting cleaner, but shaping it, controlling it, maintaining it required a finesse his chakra control still lacked. Control is your bottleneck, Jiraiya said as the sun began its descent. Raw power, you've got in spades. Elemental range, unprecedented. But your control is still academy level. You're throwing around Jonin level amounts of chakra with Genin level precision. It's like watching someone try to paint a portrait with a fire hose. You really like that fire hose metaphor. It's apt and I'm sticking with it. Tomorrow, we work on control. Tree walking, water walking, chakra threading. The boring stuff that makes the exciting stuff actually work. Ben nodded, wiping sweat from his forehead. He was tired, deep bone tired, the kind that came from using muscles you didn't know you had. But he was also exhilarated. 2 days in this world and he was already learning to wield an entirely new power system. The Omnitrix was at 29% integration. Every hour brought new capabilities, new connections, new potential. He was about to ask Jiraiya about dinner when he felt it. A presence. Not hostile, not exactly, but intense, like standing too close to a bonfire. He turned toward the tree line and saw a figure standing at the edge of the training ground, watching them. A boy, maybe a year older than Ben, with black hair, black eyes, and a face that looked like it had been carved from cold stone. He wore a high-collared blue shirt and white shorts, and his posture radiated controlled aggression like a coiled snake. Sasuke, Jiraiya said, his voice carefully neutral. The boy, Sasuke, didn't look at Jiraiya. His eyes were locked on Ben, specifically on the Omnitrix, and his expression was unreadable. "Is it true?" Sasuke said. His voice was flat and cold. "You can become anything you want." Ben met his gaze. "More or less. And you're learning our techniques in days instead of years." "Seems that way." Something shifted in Sasuke's expression, not jealousy exactly, but a kind of burning recognition. Like he was looking at proof of something he already believed, that power could be acquired, that limits could be shattered, that the conventional path was for people without the will to take shortcuts. "Spar with me," Sasuke said. "I'm kind of booked." "How's next, now?" Jiraiya stepped forward. "Sasuke, he's been training all day." "And you? I didn't ask you." Sasuke's eyes hadn't left Ben. "You fought Naruto yesterday. Fight me. Unless you're afraid." Ben almost laughed. This kid was trying to provoke him with the oldest trick in the book. And it was completely transparent. Ben could see the calculation behind the cold eyes, the way Sasuke was measuring him, trying to figure out if he was a resource or a rival. "I'm not afraid of anything," Ben said simply. It wasn't bravado. It was fact. He'd faced the hybrid genocide fleet, a Gregor at full power, the Incursion Empire. A teenage ninja with an attitude problem didn't register on his threat scale. He stepped into the clearing. "Let's go." Sasuke moved first, and he was fast, faster than Naruto, more precise. Where Naruto fought like a storm, all-overwhelming force and relentless pressure, Sasuke was a scalpel. Every movement was economical, calculated, designed to exploit openings. His taijutsu was exceptional, easily the best Ben had faced in human-to-human combat since arriving. Ben blocked a spinning kick that would have taken his head off, ducked a follow-up back fist, and caught a knee strike on his crossed forearms. The impacts were sharp. Sasuke hit harder than his lean frame suggested, chakra reinforcing each strike. Ben countered with a combination of his own, mixing plumber training with the instinctive combat knowledge the Omnitrix had been feeding him for years. Sasuke deflected 2 strikes, took the third on his shoulder, and used the momentum to spin into a heel kick that caught Ben in the ribs. Ben stumbled, pain flared, sharp and bright, and Sasuke pressed the advantage, hands blurring through seals. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. A spray of small fireballs erupted from Sasuke's mouth, each one a homing projectile of orange flame. Ben didn't think. He reached for the wind chakra Jiraiya had spent the morning drilling into him, gathered it in his lungs, and exhaled. The wind blast met the fireballs and something happened that neither of them expected. Wind fed fire, that was elemental interaction 101, and even Ben's 2-day education covered it. But the wind wasn't just wind. It was chakra-natured, dense, and when it hit Sasuke's fire, the fireballs didn't scatter. They grew. They tripled in size, merged into a single wave of blue-orange flame, and rolled back toward Sasuke with terrifying speed. Sasuke's eyes went wide, and then changed. The black irises bled red, 3 tomos spinning in each eye. His body moved with suddenly enhanced speed, dodging the fire wave by inches, the heat singeing his hair as it passed. The Sharingan, Ben didn't know the name yet, but he could see the change, and the Omnitrix screamed, a burst of scanning energy so intense that Ben felt it in his teeth. New ocular mutation detected. Enhanced perception capability. Predictive analysis. Chakra visualization. Cataloging. Your eyes, Ben said, circling. They just powered up. The Sharingan, Sasuke said, and there was something fierce and proud in his voice. My clan's birthright. It can see through any technique, copy any jutsu, predict any movement. Can it see this? Ben slapped the Omnitrix. He chose deliberately, not a combat powerhouse, not an overwhelming force. He chose gray matter. The 6-inch-tall Galvan genius materialized in the grass where a teenager had been standing, and Sasuke's Sharingan-enhanced eyes actually blinked. What? Gray matter was already moving. 6 inches tall, hyper-intelligent, and faster than anything that size had a right to be. He shot through the grass like a bullet, and before Sasuke could track the tiny target, gray matter was up his leg, across his back, and perched on his head. "Hi," gray matter's squeaky voice said from between Sasuke's spikes of black hair. Sasuke reached up to grab him. Gray matter dropped, caught the back of Sasuke's collar, swung down inside his shirt, and emerged from the hem, landing in the grass and sprinting for distance. Green flash. 4 arms rose where gray matter had been, and by the time Sasuke spun around, a 12-foot Tetramand was cracking all 4 sets of knuckles. "The Sharingan can predict what it understands," Ben said in 4 arms deep rumble. "Can it predict something it's never seen before?" Sasuke's jaw tightened. The Sharingan spun faster. He launched himself at 4 arms with a kunai drawn, and what followed was 90 seconds of beautiful, brutal chaos. Sasuke was a prodigy, that was obvious. His movement was art, his combat instincts razor-sharp, and the Sharingan let him read and react to attacks before they fully formed. Against a normal opponent, even a superior one, he'd have found a way. But 4 arms wasn't normal. The alien's fighting style had no analog in Sasuke's experience, no kata, no school, no tradition the Sharingan could reference. The 4 arms attacked from impossible angles, each one independent, and the raw power behind each strike was enough to crater the ground. Sasuke dodged, deflected, redirected. He was brilliant, Ben had to admit, but he couldn't get through 4 arms' guard, and every near miss rattled his bones. Ben could have ended it. A single clean hit from 4 arms would have put Sasuke down. But he didn't want to humiliate the kid. He could see what was driving this, the hunger, the desperation to prove himself, the need for power that burned behind those red eyes like a furnace. It reminded him of Kevin, back in the early days. Before Kevin learned that power wasn't the same as worth. He shifted forms again. Green flash, and now it was feedback standing in the clearing, the conductoid's body crackling with electrical energy, the tail antenna whipping back and forth. "Let's try something," Ben said. "Hit me with your best shot." Sasuke hesitated for a fraction of a second. Then the Sharingan read something in feedback stance, an invitation, genuine, and he went for it. Hand signs, blazingly fast, and the air filled with the sound of 1,000 birds. Chidori. Lightning wreathed Sasuke's hand, concentrated and screaming, and he drove it forward with every ounce of speed his body could produce. Feedback caught it. The conductoid's palm met the Chidori head-on, and the lightning, all of it, every volt, was absorbed. Drawn in through feedback's energy-conducting body, channeled through the tail antenna, and stored. Sasuke's arm was suddenly pushing against nothing, the technique drained dry, and his forward momentum carried him into a stumble that feedback didn't exploit. "Energy absorption," Ben said, feeling the Chidori's power humming inside him like a second heartbeat. "It's kind of my thing in this form." He raised one hand, palm glowing with stolen lightning. "Want it back?" He discharged the energy into the sky, a bolt of blue-white lightning that cracked upward and dissipated in the clouds. "Not at Sasuke. Never at Sasuke." The message was clear, "I could, but I won't." Sasuke stood there, breathing hard, Sharingan still active, staring at Ben with an expression that warred between fury and fascination. His best technique, the Jutsu Kakashi had taught him personally, the attack he'd been told could pierce anything, absorbed like it was nothing. "How?" Sasuke said. "Just the one word." Ben shifted back to human. "The Omnitrix. Each alien form has different abilities. Feedback absorbs and redirects energy. Any kind of energy. Your lightning technique is impressive, seriously, that was powerful, but energy attacks are literally what that form is designed to counter. Then how do I beat you?" The question was raw. Unguarded. For just a moment, the mask slipped, and Ben saw the kid underneath, the kid who needed to be strong enough, fast enough, powerful enough for something. Something personal. Something that drove him like a whip. You don't beat me, Ben said. You learn to beat the challenge in front of you. I'm not your enemy, Sasuke. I'm just a guy from another dimension who got dropped into your world by accident. Everyone is a potential enemy. That's a lonely way to live. Something flickered in Sasuke's eyes, hurt, maybe, or anger at being read so easily. He turned away, deactivating the Sharingan with a blink. This isn't over. Didn't think it was. Sasuke walked away without another word, disappearing into the trees with a body flicker that left leaves swirling. Ben watched him go and felt the familiar weight of someone else's pain settling on his shoulders. He'd met a lot of broken people in his career as a hero. He'd learned that you couldn't fix them, they had to fix themselves. But you could show them that being broken wasn't the end. You handled that well, Jiraiya said from behind him. He'd watched the whole fight without intervening. Sasuke is complicated. I noticed. He has a brother. Itachi. The one who, Jiraiya stopped. It's not my story to tell. But understand that everything Sasuke does, every ounce of power he seeks, is aimed at one goal, killing that brother. And if he thinks you or your watch can help him achieve that, he'll try to use me. Or worse. Orochimaru has already offered him power in exchange for his body, literally. Sasuke refused, but the temptation hasn't gone away. A device that can transform you into something stronger, something beyond human, that's exactly the kind of shortcut Sasuke is vulnerable to. Ben looked at the Omnitrix. Nobody wears this but me. It's coded to my DNA. Even if someone took it, they couldn't use it. Good. But people in this world have ways around biological locks that would surprise you. Be careful. They parted for the evening. Ben headed back toward the village center, tired and thoughtful, turning over the day's events. 5 elemental affinities. Jutsu acquisition at impossible speed. A fight with a prodigy that had ended in a philosophical exchange. And somewhere, always, the Omnitrix humming, learning, adapting. He was so deep in thought that he almost walked into Shikamaru Nara. Watch it, the boy said, stepping aside with the languid grace of someone who put minimal effort into everything, including dodging. He was about Ben's age, dark hair pulled up in a spiky ponytail, earrings, and an expression of supreme disinterest that was somehow more expressive than most people's enthusiasm. Sorry. Wasn't looking. Obviously. Shikamaru studied him with eyes that were sharper than his slouch suggested. You're the new guy. The shapeshifter. News travels fast. In a ninja village. Everything's heard before it happens. I'm Shikamaru. He didn't offer a hand. He didn't seem like the type. Heard you fought Sasuke. Word gets around in like 10 minutes here. More like 5. Did you win? It wasn't really that kind of fight. Shikamaru's eyebrow rose a fraction of an inch. Everything's that kind of fight with Sasuke. If it didn't end with a winner, he's already planning round 2. He fell into step beside Ben, walking without apparent purpose. So you can really turn into alien creatures? Yeah. How many? About 70. And now you're learning chakra techniques on top of that. Trying to. Shikamaru was quiet for a few steps. They passed through the market district, evening crowds thinning, lanterns being lit. The Hokage monument glowed pink in the fading light. You know what I find interesting? Shikamaru said. Everyone's focused on how powerful you are. What forms you can take, how fast you're learning, how dangerous you might be. Nobody's asking the obvious question. Which is? Why does the watch work at all? Ben stopped walking. What do you mean? You said it's technology, right? Alien technology, from your universe. It uses energy systems from your reality, whatever powers it, however it transforms you, it's based on the physics of where you came from. So why does it still work here? This is a different dimension. Different rules. Chakra doesn't exist in your world. The fundamental energy of this reality is something your technology has never encountered. He put his hands in his pockets. By all logic, the Omnitrix should have shut down the moment you crossed over. The fact that it didn't, the fact that it's adapting, means either the watch is so advanced that it transcends dimensional physics, or your universe and ours share a deeper connection than random chance would suggest. Ben stared at him. You figured that out from a rumor about a new guy in town? I figure things out. It's troublesome, but it's what I do. Are you a ninja too? Chunin. Which is mid-rank, before you ask. I specialize in strategy and shadow manipulation. Shadow manipulation. It's a family thing. He resumed walking, and Ben followed, his mind racing. Shikamaru had articulated something that had been nagging at the edges of Ben's consciousness since arrival, a question he'd been too busy with immediate survival to fully form. Why did the Omnitrix work here? Azimuth had designed it using the principles of a specific universe. Primus, the codon stream, the DNA database, all of it was rooted in the physics of Ben's home reality. In a world where Chakra replaced or supplemented the energy systems the Omnitrix relied on, the watch shouldn't just be functioning. It should be crashing. Rebooting. Going through the mother of all error states. Instead, it was thriving. I think you're right, Ben said slowly. About the deeper connection. The Omnitrix's creator, Azimuth, he's the smartest being in my universe. Possibly the smartest being in any universe. He built the watch to be adaptive, but this goes beyond adaptation. It's like the Omnitrix was ready for Chakra. Like it was designed to integrate new energy systems as a core function. Or like Chakra and whatever powers your watch are different expressions of the same underlying force, Shikamaru said. Two languages describing the same reality. You should meet my cousin Gwen. You'd either become best friends or drive each other crazy. Sounds troublesome either way. But there was a ghost of a smile on Shikamaru's face, the expression of someone who'd found an intellectual equal and was enjoying it despite himself. They parted at a crossroads, Shikamaru drifting off toward the Nara clan compound with a lazy wave. Ben watched him go and felt something click into place. In his world, he had a team. Kevin for muscle and loyalty, Gwen for magic and brains, Grandpa Max for experience and guidance. Here, the shapes were different, but the pattern was forming. Jiraiya for mentorship. Naruto for heart. And now Shikamaru for the thing Ben had never been great at, thinking 3 moves ahead. He needed them. Not because he was weak, he wasn't, and the Omnitrix made him far from it, but because power without perspective was just destruction. He'd learned that the hard way, years ago, when ultimate power had nearly consumed him. He ate dinner alone in his apartment, takeout from a barbecue place that Naruto had recommended with suspicious enthusiasm, probably because it was Naruto's own favorite. It was good. Everything in this world seemed slightly more vivid than his own, the flavors stronger, the colors deeper, the air richer. Chakra-saturated reality, maybe. Or maybe displacement just made you pay more attention. He was cleaning up when the Omnitrix beeped. Not the ambient hum. Not the scanning alert. Something new, a deep, resonant tone he'd never heard before, accompanied by a holographic display that projected into the air above his wrist. Green lines formed shapes, a schematic, complex and 3-dimensional, rotating slowly. It was a chakra network. Not Ben's, he recognized the basic pattern from Jiraiya's explanations, but this was vastly more complex, with channels and nodes he'd never been told about. And threaded through it, woven into every pathway like vines through a trellis, was something else. A second network, glowing red in the hologram, pulsing with an energy signature that the Omnitrix labeled in Galvan script. Bijou Chakra, Class Omega Energy Entity. Partially catalogued. DNA analog, unique. Not replicable with current data. Continued proximity to source recommended for full integration. Ben sat down heavily on his bed. The Omnitrix had been scanning Naruto. The source was whatever was sealed inside the kid, the vast, dark, caged power Ben had sensed during their sparring. A Class Omega energy entity, and the Omnitrix wanted more data. If it completed the scan, if it catalogued whatever was inside Naruto, he'd have a new form. Something native to this world. Something beyond anything the Omnitrix had ever contained. The implications made his head spin. He closed the hologram and sat in the dark, thinking. Outside, Konoha hummed with nighttime energy, distant laughter, the clink of glasses from a bar, the soft footfalls of a patrol on the rooftops. Somewhere, Naruto was probably eating ramen. Somewhere, Sasuke was training alone, driven by ghosts. Somewhere, Jiraiya was writing in his notebook or gathering intelligence or doing whatever sages did at night. And somewhere else, far away, in hidden places, people were hearing about Ben Tennyson for the first time. Calculating. Planning. Wanting. He didn't know it yet, but tomorrow would bring the first of them. Morning came with rain. Ben woke to gray skies and the patter of water on his window, and found that his chakra had grown again overnight. 34% integration. He could feel the pathways in his body now without concentrating, a constant low-level awareness, like peripheral vision but for energy. He could sense the people in the apartments around him, dim glows of chakra, each one subtly different in color and texture. The woman downstairs was calm, her energy steady. The man across the hall was agitated, spiky, restless patterns. He met Jiraiya at a covered training area, an indoor dojo attached to the Jonin headquarters, wooden floors and high ceilings, training dummies along one wall. The sage was already there, and he wasn't alone. Ben, meet Yamato, Jiraiya said, gesturing to the man beside him. Brown hair, a face guard that covered his cheeks, and eyes that were calm in a way that suggested extensive practice at being calm. He has a unique ability I want you to see. Nice to meet you, Ben said. What's the ability? Yamato performed a short sequence of hand signs. The wooden floor beneath his feet rippled, and then a tree burst upward, growing from nothing, 10 feet tall in 3 seconds, branches spreading, leaves unfurling. Living wood, created from raw chakra. Wood style, Yamato said. It's a combination of earth and water nature transformations. I'm one of the only people alive who can use it. Ben's jaw dropped. Not because of the power itself, he'd seen planetary scale abilities in his universe, but because of what it represented. You combine two elements into a new one. A sub-element. We call them Kekkai Genkai, bloodline limits. Normally, they require a specific genetic inheritance. Wood style, for example, was unique to the first Hokage. I can use it because of unusual circumstances. Yamato's expression suggested those circumstances were not up for discussion. The reason I'm showing you this, Jiraiya said, is because you have all 5 base natures. Theoretically, you could learn to combine them. Storm style, water and lightning. Lava style, fire and earth. Boil style, fire and water. The combinations that have been exclusive to specific bloodlines for generations. And that's a big deal. That's a world-changing deal. Kekkai Genkai are power monopolies. They define clan hierarchies, military strategy, the entire political landscape. A single person who can use all of them can't exist, Yamato said flatly. Even with all 5 natures, the combinations require specific physiological adaptations. It's not just about having the right chakra types, it's about having a body that can blend them simultaneously. That's what the bloodline provides. Unless, Jiraiya said, and his eyes went to the Omnitrix, your body has been reshaped 60+ times to accommodate alien physiologies far more exotic than any Kekkai Genkai. Silence in the dojo. Rain drumming on the roof. I want to try, Ben said. Jiraiya and Yamato exchanged a look. Then Jiraiya nodded. Start with wood style. You'll need to mold earth and water chakra simultaneously and blend them at the point of release. Yamato will guide the process. I'll monitor your vitals. If your network shows signs of strain, we stop immediately. Ben sat cross-legged on the wooden floor. Yamato sat opposite him, hands out, palms facing Ben's palms. Jiraiya placed one hand on Ben's back, fingers spread, chakra sensing active. Feel the earth nature, Yamato said. His voice was steady, instructional, the voice of someone used to teaching dangerous techniques with patience. It's dense. Heavy. It wants to settle and solidify. Now, simultaneously, feel the water nature. It's fluid, adaptive, always moving. Hold them both. Ben reached inward. Earth, he found it easily, the dense, grounding energy that reminded him of Armadillo. Water, harder, slippery, elusive, but there. He held both in his mind, in his body, two rivers running parallel. Now blend them. Not one after the other, together. Like mixing paint. Let them become something new. He tried. The two energies resisted, repelling each other like mismatched magnets. He pushed harder. His chakra network protested, a sharp, hot pain along his arms that made him hiss. Easy, Jiraiya murmured. Don't force it. Ben gritted his teeth. He'd forced things his entire career. Slap the watch, become the alien, hit the bad guy. But this was different. This required finesse, integration, a merging of opposites that couldn't be brute-forced. He thought about the Omnitrix. How it didn't force transformations, it facilitated them. The DNA was already in the database. The watch just opened the door and let the body walk through. What if chakra combination worked the same way? Not forcing earth into water, but finding the place where they already overlapped. He shifted his approach. Instead of pushing both energies together, he pulled them both inward, toward the center of his chest, toward the point where his chakra network's major pathways intersected. Let them flow naturally. Let them find their own convergence. Something clicked. The pain vanished. In its place, a warmth, rich, organic, alive. The blended chakra didn't feel like earth or water. It felt like growth. Like spring. Like the moment a seed splits and reaches for the sun. Between his hands, a sprout emerged from thin air. It grew, slowly, wavering, fragile, into a small green shoot, 6 inches tall, with 2 tiny leaves. And then it caught fire and dissolved into ash because his control slipped and the fire nature that was his second strongest affinity surged in uninvited. Ow! Ben shook his hands, which were smoking. Okay, that needs work. But Yamato was staring at the pile of ash between them with an expression of pure shock. You produced with style. On your first attempt. Without the first Hokage's cells. Without any bloodline. It was a twig. It was with style. The most coveted Kekii Genkai in the 5 nations. And you just, he looked at Jiraiya. This changes everything. Yes, Jiraiya said quietly. It does. The rain had stopped by the time they emerged from the dojo, but the sky was still gray, and the village had a washed-clean quality that made the colors stand out. Ben walked beside Jiraiya in comfortable silence, processing what had happened. He could combine elements. Crude, uncontrolled, barely functional, but the door was open. With practice, with the Omnitrix accelerating his development, he could potentially access every Kekii Genkai in existence. Not through blood inheritance, but through the unique intersection of alien technology and this world's energy system. You're thinking about what this means, Jiraiya said. I'm thinking about what everyone else will think it means. You said Kekii Genkai define politics here. If word gets out that I can replicate them, then every clan with a bloodline limit will see you as either the ultimate weapon or the ultimate threat. Yes. Jiraiya's voice was grave. Which is why we're going to be very, very selective about who knows what you can do. The elemental affinities are already public knowledge, too many people saw the paper test, and ANBU reports get leaked. But the Kekkei Genkai combinations? That stays between us, Yamato, and the Hokage. What about Kakashi? Kakashi already suspects. He's got a borrowed Sharingan and the analytical mind to put the pieces together. But he's loyal to Konoha and he's discreet. Jiraiya paused. The people I'm worried about are further away. The ones Kakashi mentioned. The Akatsuki. Jiraiya stopped walking. He turned to Ben with a look that was equal parts surprise and reassessment. Your hearing is better than it should be. Chakra's enhancing my senses. I heard you and Kakashi talking yesterday about someone named Itachi Uchiha. You were both worried. Hearing a private conversation between two elite ninja at that distance is a feat that would impress a censor-type jonin. Your development is accelerating faster than my models predicted. He started walking again, faster. Yes. The Akatsuki. They're a criminal organization composed of S-rank missing mean, the most dangerous rogue ninja in the world. They're collecting the tailed beasts, the bijou, the massive chakra entities sealed inside specific people. Like what's inside Naruto. Another stop. Another reassessing look. How do you know about that? The Omnitrix scanned him. It detected what it classified as a Class Omega energy entity inside his chakra network. I didn't tell anyone because it seemed like something Naruto might not want broadcast. Jiraiya was quiet for a long time. When he spoke, his voice was different, softer, more personal. You're right. It's the nine-tailed fox, the Kyubi, the most powerful of the nine bijou. It was sealed inside Naruto the day he was born. It's the reason the village shunned him for most of his life, the reason he grew up alone, the reason he fights so hard to prove himself. And it's the reason the Akatsuki want him. They want the fox. They want all nine. We don't know the full extent of their plan, but anything that requires collecting all nine bijou is, by definition, catastrophic. Jiraiya looked at Ben with an expression that was now almost paternal. And now there's you. An unknown variable with a device that can potentially replicate bijou energy. If the Akatsuki learn about you, and they will, you'll be a target alongside Naruto. Then I'll be ready. This isn't bravado time, Ben. The Akatsuki aren't Vilgax. They don't charge in and fight fair. They manipulate. They isolate. They strike from angles you can't predict. Itachi Uchiha has eyes that can trap you in an illusion so real you'll live through decades of torture in the space of a second. Pain has the Rinnegan, a dojutsu that can control gravity itself. Kisame Hoshigaki carries a sword that eats chakra. And those are just the ones we know about. Ben absorbed this. He didn't dismiss it. Jiraiya had earned enough respect in 2 days for his warnings to carry weight. But he also didn't flinch. In my universe, he said, I fought a being called Diagon, a Lovecraftian god entity that could control the minds of every person on the planet simultaneously. I fought a Gregor after he absorbed the powers of 5 alien guardians and became a living reality anchor. I've been inside the forge of creation, where celestial sapiens, beings that can reshape the universe with a thought, are born. He met Jiraiya's eyes. I'm not saying your threats aren't real. I'm saying I don't scare easily, and I don't die easily, and if these Akatsuki come for me or for Naruto, they're going to find out what happens when they pick a fight with someone who's been doing this for 6 years. Jiraiya studied him. The sage's eyes were old and deep and carrying the weight of students lost, friends killed, a lifetime of war and prophecy. What he saw in Ben, in that moment, was either terribly encouraging or terribly dangerous. You know what, Jiraiya said. I think I believe you. They were halfway back to the village center when the attack happened. It came without warning, a blur of motion from the rooftops, for shapes moving in coordinated formation, fast enough that even Ben's enhanced senses barely caught them. Not ANBU, the masks were wrong, bone-white and shaped like animal skulls, and the chakra signatures were dark, tainted, carrying a sickly sweet undertone that made Ben's skin crawl. Down! Jiraiya roared, and a wall of white hair erupted from his head, hardening into a shield that caught a volley of Senbon needles that would have turned Ben into a pincushion. Ben didn't go down. He went sideways, rolling, and slapped the Omnitrix. XLR-8 materialized in a burst of green light, and the world slowed to a crawl. The four attackers were mid-leap, caught in the amber of XLR-8's accelerated perception. Ben processed what he was seeing. For ninja, Sound Village headbands scratched through, each one radiating that sick chakra and covered in strange black markings that pulsed like living tattoos. Curse marks. Orochimaru's work. He didn't know the term yet, but the Omnitrix was already analyzing the energy signature, and the results were ugly. Corrupted chakra, parasitic enhancement, a forced evolution that boosted power at the cost of bodily integrity. He moved. The first attacker, a large man with orange hair and what appeared to be a second head growing from the back of his neck, was the closest. XLR-8 hit him at full speed, and the impact sent the man cartwheeling into a wall hard enough to crack the masonry. The second, a figure with 6 arms, already weaving some kind of web-like substance between them, got a tail whip to the jaw that spun his head around. The third was faster. A girl, twin-haired, who dissolved into a swirl of movement when XLR-8 lunged and reformed behind him, hands glowing with chakra. She slammed both palms into XLR-8's back, and the technique, some kind of chakra disruption, sent a jolt through Ben's alien form that scrambled his nervous system for one agonizing second. 1 second was enough. The fourth attacker, pale, white-haired, with 2 red dots on his forehead and an aura of raw killing intent, appeared at Ben's side with a bone protruding from his palm like a blade. An actual bone, pulled from his own body, sharpened to a point. Target acquired, the bone user said. His voice was empty. Clinical. Lord Orochimaru sends his regards. The bone blade drove toward Ben's chest. It hit Diamond Head's crystal surface and shattered. Ben had shifted in the gap between heartbeats, XLR-8 to Diamond Head, speed to defense. The bone fragments scattered off his crystalline body like glass on granite, and the bone user's eyes widened fractionally before Diamond Head's fist sent him skidding back across the rooftop. Orochimaru, Ben said. The name tasted like venom. That's the snake guy Jiraiya warned me about. Jiraiya was engaged with the 6-armed attacker, hair techniques weaving a cage of white strands that the ninja was desperately slashing at with his multiple limbs. The Sound 4. They're Orochimaru's elite guard. Ben, the curse marks make them, the large man with 2 heads was getting up. As Ben watched, the black markings on his skin spread, covering him entirely, and his body changed, growing larger, skin turning red-brown, features becoming monstrous. The second head merged with the first into something horned and bestial. The others were transforming too. The girl's hair became a curtain of striking pink, her body doubling in size. The 6-armed man's skin turned red, extra arms bulging with enhanced muscle. And the bone user, Kimimaro, though Ben wouldn't learn the name until later, remained still, but his skin darkened and the bones beneath it shifted, protruding through his flesh in armored ridges along his arms and spine. Curse Mark Stage 2. All 4 of them. Well, Ben said, cracking Diamond Head's crystal knuckles. If we're doing transformations. He shifted again. Not to another alien, to Diamond Head Plus. He reached for the chakra inside him, the way he had with Heat Blast on the first day, and pulled it into the crystalline matrix. The effect was immediate and spectacular. Diamond Head's body doubled in size, the crystal becoming denser, darker, threaded with veins of blue-white chakra light. The ground cracked beneath his feet from the sheer weight. And from his hands, crystal formations erupted, not just shards, but constructs, growing like Yamato's wood, shaping themselves into barriers and weapons at Ben's will. Chakra-enhanced Diamond Head. The crystal didn't just block and reflect anymore. It grew. It responded to intent. It was earth nature and something else, something uniquely Petrosapian, merged into a form that shouldn't exist. Oh, the large man said, looking up. And up. And up. Ben hit him with a crystal pillar that launched from the ground like an uppercut, catching the transformed ninja under the chin and sending him skyward. The girl charged, enhanced fists blazing with chakra, and Ben met her with a wall of crystal that sprouted from his body like a forest of spears. She punched through 1, 2, 3 layers. She was strong, terrifyingly strong, but the fourth held, and then the crystal closed around her fists, trapping her. Kimimaro was the real threat. The bone user moved with lethal grace, his own skeletal protrusions reshaping in real time, a sword from his shoulder blade, a shield from his ribs, a whip from his spine. He struck at Diamond Head's joints, the weak points between crystal plates, with a precision that suggested intimate knowledge of anatomy even when that anatomy was alien. A bone spear pierced through a gap in Ben's crystal armor. Pain, sharp, real, and Ben realized these weren't ordinary bones. They were chakra-hardened, dense as steel, and the curse mark was flooding them with dark energy that corroded the crystal around the wound. "Your crystals are impressive," Kimimaro said, withdrawing the spear and striking again. "But bone is living tissue. It adapts. It heals. It grows. Your crystal is static." "You think so?" Ben slammed both hands on the ground. Crystal erupted in a wave, not a wall, but a forest, pillars and spikes and branching formations that filled the rooftop like a geode turned inside out. Kimimaro danced through it, impossibly agile, bones deflecting and cutting, but Ben wasn't trying to hit him. He was creating terrain. Forcing the bone user into a specific position. Then he shifted forms inside the crystal maze, Diamond Head to Big Chill in a green flash, and phased through his own constructs like a ghost. Kimimaro spun, bones raised, but Big Chill was already behind him, intangible, untouchable. Frozen breath washed over the bone user, and the moisture in the air crystallized on his skin, his bones, his curse mark. Ice crawled across his body, and for one terrible moment, Kimimaro staggered, not from the cold, but from the chakra disruption. Big Chill's freeze wasn't just thermal. Infused with chakra, it attacked the energy system itself, slowing the flow through the curse mark. "Your power source has a frequency," Ben said, his voice echoing from Big Chill's moth-like form. "The Omnitrix can read it. And anything that has a frequency can be disrupted." Kimimaro's eyes widened. Then he did something Ben didn't expect, he smiled. A small, genuine expression on a face that seemed unused to them. "Impressive," Kimimaro said. Lord Orochimaru was right to be interested. He pulled his entire spine out of his body. Ben had seen a lot of things in his career. Alien monstrosities, eldritch horrors, Kevin's face when he first tried sushi. But watching a human being extract their own spinal column and wield it as a whip while remaining standing, that was new. The spine whip cracked through the space Big Chill occupied, and because it was a physical object moving through an intangible form, it should have passed harmlessly through. It didn't. The bone was saturated with curse mark energy, and that dark chakra interacted with Big Chill's intangibility in a way that shouldn't have been possible. The whip caught, snagged, and pulled. Ben felt himself wrenched back into tangibility, forced solid, and the whip wrapped around his torso. Then Kimimaro pulled, and Ben was airborne. He hit the ground, shifted to human, shifted immediately to Humongosaur, 60 feet of dinosaur-like alien that made the earth shake, and the spine whip snapped like a thread. Humongosaur rose to full height, towering over the rooftops, and the four-sound ninja, battered, frozen, crystallized, but still standing, still fighting, curse marks blazing, looked up at him. "Enough," Ben said, and his voice rolled like thunder. He brought both fists down on the rooftop. The building collapsed, but Ben had already scooped up the four ninja in his massive hands, squeezing just enough to pin them. Jiraiya, who had been containing the six-armed one and had him trussed up in hardened hair, dropped down beside him. Sound 4, Jiraiya said, breathing hard. Orochimaru sent his best. These are his best. Don't underestimate them. That bone user, Kimimaro, he's arguably the most talented combat specialist Orochimaru has ever produced. The fact that you took him down doesn't mean he's weak. It means he gestured at the 60-foot dinosaur. I don't even have a frame of reference. Humongosaur looked at the 4 struggling ninja in his fists. The curse marks were receding, the transformations fading, leaving behind broken, exhausted bodies. The large man was unconscious. The girl was cursing steadily in a language Ben didn't recognize. The 6-armed one had gone limp. Only Kimimaro was still conscious, still staring at Ben with that strange, serene expression. Lord Orochimaru will come himself next time, Kimimaro said quietly. And he will not be so easily stopped. Looking forward to it, Ben said. He meant it. ANBU arrived in force, 8 operatives, plus Kakashi, plus Tsunade herself, who took one look at the devastation, the crystal forest growing from a collapsed building, and the 60-foot alien holding 4 S-rank criminals like action figures, and visibly added 5 years of stress to her expression. Ben Tennyson, she said. I said try not to destroy anything. They started it, Ben said, shrinking back to human and depositing the Sound 4 into ANBU custody. Literally. They ambushed us. I know. I was watching. She turned to Jiraiya. Orochimaru. Probing attack. He wanted combat data, to see what Ben can do in a real fight. The Sound 4 were expendable from his perspective. He sacrificed his elite guard for data. That's how badly he wants the Omnitrix. Tsunade was quiet for a moment, watching ANBU operatives seal the unconscious Sound 4 into containment scrolls. Then she looked at Ben, and her expression wasn't angry anymore. It was concerned. You handled yourself well. Better than I expected. But this is the beginning, not the end. Orochimaru doesn't give up. He schemes, he adapts, he comes at you from angles you don't expect. And he's not the only one who'll be interested. I know. Jiraiya told me about the Akatsuki. Then you know the situation. You're powerful, Ben. Possibly the most powerful individual combatant in the land of fire right now, and you've been here 3 days. That power paints a target on you that no amount of training will erase. She straightened. Which is why I'm upgrading your status. Effective immediately, you're no longer a supervised guest. You're an allied combatant with the rank and privileges of a special jonin. You'll have access to the village's jutsu library, training facilities, and mission infrastructure. Ben blinked. Just like that. Just like that. You've proven yourself. And frankly, I'd rather have you inside the system than outside it. An allied special jonin has protections under international law that a civilian visitor doesn't. And obligations? Ben wasn't naive enough to think this was pure generosity. Tsunade smiled. It was thin, tired, and completely honest. And obligations. If Konoha is threatened, you fight. If the Akatsuki move on Naruto, you help protect him. If Orochimaru comes in force, you're on the front line. Fair. Ben thought about Naruto's grin. About Jiraiya's patience. About Shikamaru's quiet brilliance and the old man at the ramen stand and the masked guards on the walls and the village that had taken in a stranger from another world and, cautiously, begun to trust him. Fair, he said. The rest of the day was cleanup and debriefing. The collapsed building turned out to be a storage facility, no casualties, thankfully, and Ben's crystal constructs took a team of Earth-style users 3 hours to dismantle. The crystal was denser than anything they'd encountered, infused with chakra in ways that resisted standard dissolution techniques. One enterprising Chunin tried to sell a piece to a weapons merchant before Tsunade caught him. Ben spent the afternoon in the intelligence division, giving a detailed account of the fight to a Yamanaka clan analyst who could apparently read emotional states through proximity. He walked through each transformation, each technique, each decision, and the analyst recorded everything with methodical precision. The chakra-enhanced crystal constructs, the analyst said. You said they grew in response to your intent. Could you shape them into specific forms? Complex structures? I didn't try. I was busy not dying. Understandable. But the potential applications are significant. If you can grow crystal structures with the same precision as wood style, I'll practice. Please do. And the intangibility form, you said the curse mark energy disrupted it? Pulled me back into solidity, yeah. That dark chakra seems to interact with phase shifting in ways normal energy doesn't. The analyst made a note. Curse mark energy is derived from natural energy, senjutsu chakra, corrupted and weaponized. Natural energy has properties that conventional chakra doesn't, including interactions with spatial and dimensional phenomena. Your alien forms may be vulnerable to senjutsu-based attacks in ways they aren't to normal techniques. Ben filed that away. A weakness. The Omnitrix's forms weren't invincible, they never had been, but knowing the specific vulnerability was valuable. Natural energy, senjutsu, whatever it was called. He'd need to understand it, and eventually, learn to counter it. He found Naruto waiting outside the intelligence building, sitting on a bench, radiating anxiety like a small sun. The blonde jumped up when Ben emerged. Are you okay? I heard about the fight, the Sound 4, the curse marks, the giant dinosaur thing, are you okay? I'm fine. Little bruised, but fine. I should have been there. I should have, Pervy Sage didn't even tell me until it was over, and by the time I got to the site you were already in debriefing, and, Naruto. Ben put a hand on the kid's shoulder. I'm fine. Really. They weren't after you, they were testing me. Orochimaru wanted data on the Omnitrix. Naruto's expression darkened at Orochimaru's name. That snake bastard. He tried to take Sasuke. He gave him the curse mark. He killed the third Hokage. And now he's coming after you too. Seems like. Then we train harder. Together. I'll show you my techniques, you show me yours, and when Orochimaru comes, we'll kick his ass so hard he slithers back under his rock. The simplicity of it, the sheer, uncomplicated loyalty, hit Ben harder than he expected. In his world, alliances were complicated. There were agendas and politics and the plumber's bureaucracy and the always shifting calculus of who could be trusted. Here was a kid he'd known for 2 days offering to fight beside him against one of the most dangerous people in the world, and meaning every word. Yeah, Ben said. Let's do that. They trained that evening in a downpour, because Naruto didn't believe in rest days, and Ben was discovering that he didn't want one. They sparred, harder than before, Ben using human form combat mixed with chakra enhancement while Naruto threw wave after wave of shadow clones at him. Ben's taijutsu was improving rapidly, the combination of plumber training and Jiraiya's instruction and chakra-boosted reflexes turning him into something formidable even without the Omnitrix. But it was the jutsu exchange that produced the real breakthrough. Show me the shadow clone thing, Ben said between rounds, shaking rain from his hair. Multi-shadow clone. It's not a normal technique, it's forbidden, actually. Uses way too much chakra for most people. But my reserves are. Naruto grinned. Big. Mine aren't small. Naruto showed him the hand sign. Cross fingers, a variant of the standard clone seal. The principle was different from a regular clone. Instead of creating an illusion, you divided your actual chakra into independent, physical copies. Each clone was real, solid, capable of fighting and using techniques. And when they dispersed, their memories returned to the original. Ben made the sign. Chakra flowed, he had to use a lot, more than any technique so far, and the air beside him shimmered. One clone appeared. Wet, unsteady, flickering at the edges, but present. A second Ben Tennyson, standing in the rain, looking at its own hands with an expression of disoriented wonder. It worked, the clone said, and its voice was his voice. It worked, Ben agreed. One clone. Naruto said, slightly deflated. I was hoping for, 50. Give me a week. They trained the clones. Naruto explained the real power of the technique, not combat multiplication, but accelerated learning. Each clone that trained independently sent its experience back to the original when it dispersed. 20 clones training for an hour was 20 hours of experience compressed into one. That's how I learned the Rasengan so fast, Naruto said, and then his eyes lit up. Oh. The Rasengan. You have to learn the Rasengan. The what? Naruto held out his hand. Chakra gathered in his palm, visible, tangible, spinning. A sphere formed, the size of a baseball, rotating at incredible speed, compressed energy held in a perfect spherical shell by nothing but willpower and control. The Rasengan. My dad invented it. Well, technically the fourth Hokage invented it, and he was my dad, so, it's a long story. The sphere pulsed in his palm, casting blue light across the rain. It's pure chakra manipulation. No nature transformation, no hand signs. Just shape control at its absolute peak. He drove it into a training post. The wood exploded, not just breaking, but disintegrating, spiraling outward in a vortex of splinters. The Rasengan carved through the post and kept going, gouging a trench in the earth behind it. Ben stared at the destruction. Then at Naruto's hand, which was fine, completely unharmed. Teach me, he said. It took the rest of the evening. Naruto walked him through the stages, the water balloon exercise for rotation, the rubber ball exercise for power, the combination exercise for containment. With his clone providing a second perspective and the Omnitrix subtly optimizing his chakra flow, Ben blew through the first two stages in hours. The third, holding the rotation and power in a stable sphere, was harder. He was on his 47th attempt, rain streaming down his face, chakra flickering wildly in his palm, when it finally stabilized. A sphere. Imperfect, lumpy, wobbling, leaking energy at the edges, but there. Spinning. Contained. Yeah. Naruto screamed, punching the air. That's it. That's the Rasengan. Well, the baby version, but still, you did it. Ben looked at the energy in his hand. Blue-white, spinning, alive with potential. And beneath it, deeper, the Omnitrix was humming at a frequency he'd never heard before, a resonance, like the watch was harmonizing with the chakra, not just processing it but integrating it into its fundamental architecture. 38% integration. Climbing. He dispersed the Rasengan and flexed his hand. It ached. Everything ached. 3 days of training crammed into what should have been 3 months, and his body was feeling every minute of it. But the pain was productive, the burn of growth, not the sting of damage. Naruto, he said. Why are you helping me? You barely know me. Naruto cocked his head, rain plastering his blonde hair to his forehead, and looked at Ben like the question didn't make sense. Because you need help. And because we're friends. We've known each other 2 days. So. Time doesn't make you friends. Choices do. You chose to fight beside Konoha. You chose not to hide what you can do. You looked at me and didn't, he stopped. Swallowed. The perpetual grin faltered for just a moment, and beneath it was something raw. You didn't look at me and see the fox. You saw me. Most people don't. Most people never have. The rain fell between them. Ben thought about Naruto's life as Jiraiya had described it, the loneliness, the rejection, the village that feared what was sealed inside him. He thought about his own childhood, the way the Omnitrix had set him apart, the way even his own parents sometimes looked at him with an edge of fear they tried to hide. I know what it's like, Ben said quietly. To have something inside you that scares people. To be defined by a power you didn't choose. Naruto's eyes were bright, not with tears, exactly, but with the intensity of being understood. Then you know why I have to become Hokage. To prove that what's inside me doesn't define me. That I'm more than the fox. You are. So are you. More than the watch, I mean. They stood there in the rain for a moment, two kids carrying burdens that would crush most adults, recognizing something in each other that went beyond power or ability or the strange circumstances that had brought them together. Then Naruto grinned, and the moment broke in the best way. Now do the Rasengan again. You're still wobbly on the left side. You're worse than Jiraiya. Pervy Sage taught me, and I turned out amazing, so clearly his methods work. Ben laughed, formed the hand signs for a shadow clone, and got back to work. The clone dispersed after an hour, flooding his mind with duplicate training memories, and Ben's Rasengan immediately improved, smoother, more stable, the rotation evening out. 2 more hours with Naruto coaching, correcting, demonstrating, and he could produce a passable Rasengan on demand. Not as powerful as Naruto's, not yet, but functional. They walked back to the village together, soaked and exhausted and buzzing with the particular high that came from pushing past your limits. The streets were empty, it was late, the rain had driven everyone inside, and the lanterns cast wavering reflections in the puddles. Hey, Ben. Naruto said as they reached the point where their paths diverged. Yeah. When we fight Orochimaru, and we will, I know it, I want to be there. Don't go without me. Deal. Naruto nodded, satisfied, and jogged off toward his apartment with a wave. Ben watched him go, then turned toward his own building. He stopped. There was someone on his roof. Not ANBU, the chakra signature was wrong. This was controlled, dense, perfectly contained, and cold in a way that had nothing to do with temperature. The person was sitting on the edge of Ben's roof, legs dangling, as casual as if they were watching the stars. Ben's hand went to the Omnitrix. Who's there? The figure dropped from the roof and landed in front of him without a sound. Moonlight caught silver hair, glasses, a Konoha headband. But the chakra was wrong, layered, concealed, showing one thing on the surface and something completely different underneath. My name is Kabuto Yakushi, the man said, smiling pleasantly. I'm a medical ninja here in Konoha. I've been wanting to meet you. Every instinct Ben had screamed danger. The smile was too smooth. The posture was too relaxed. And the chakra, now that Ben was close enough to really feel it, was a masterwork of deception. The surface layer was standard, unremarkable, exactly what you'd expect from a mid-rank medical ninja. But beneath it, hidden behind layers of suppression, was something much darker. Colder. The same corrupted frequency Ben had felt in the Sound 4's curse marks, though far more subtle. This man worked for Orochimaru. Ben kept his face neutral. Nice to meet you, Kabuto. Kind of late for house calls. I apologize for the hour. I wanted to speak with you privately, away from Jiraiya and the ANBU. They can be so constraining. They can also be so protective. Which I appreciate, given that Orochimaru just sent 4 super soldiers to attack me. Something flickered in Kabuto's eyes, surprise, quickly masked. He hadn't expected Ben to make the connection so fast. Or maybe he had, and the surprise was feigned. With people like this, you could never be sure. I heard about that. Terrible business. The Sound 4 were always unstable, the curse marks degrade higher cognitive function over time. I tried to warn Lord, he caught himself. Smoothly, but not smoothly enough. I tried to warn the Hokage about their mental deterioration, but intelligence reports take time to process. Ben almost smiled. The slip was either genuine or deliberate bait, and either way, it confirmed what he already knew. You almost said, Lord Orochimaru. Didn't quite catch it in time. Kabuto's smile didn't waver. But his chakra shifted, the surface layer tightened, became more controlled, and beneath it, the dark undercurrent pulsed. You're perceptive. The sensors in the intelligence division spoke highly of your chakra sensitivity. He adjusted his glasses. I'll be direct, then. Yes, I have a relationship with Orochimaru. It's complicated. I'm also a loyal servant of Konoha. Those two things can coexist. They really can't. In your world, perhaps. In ours, loyalty is more nuanced. But that's not why I'm here. He reached into his pouch, slowly, deliberately, showing Ben he wasn't going for a weapon, and produced a scroll. This is from Lord Orochimaru. A message. He asked me to deliver it personally. And you just, do what he asks. I told you. It's complicated. He held out the scroll. Take it or don't. I'm merely the messenger. Ben took the scroll. He didn't open it, not yet, not in front of Kabuto, but he held it and felt the paper under his fingers. Normal paper. No traps that the Omnitrix could detect. Kabuto, Ben said. Tell Orochimaru something for me. Of course. Tell him the next time he sends people after me, I'll send them back in pieces. And if he comes himself? Ben let his chakra flare, not much, just enough to light the air around him with a blue-white glow that cast sharp shadows across the wet street. He'd better bring everything he's got. Kabuto's smile widened. For the first time, it looked genuine, and that was somehow more unsettling than the fake version. He'll be delighted to hear that, Kabuto said. Good night, Ben Tennyson. He vanished. No smoke, no flicker, just gone, a body flicker so smooth it was practically invisible. Ben stood alone in the rain-slicked street, holding a scroll from a man who wanted to steal his most precious possession, and felt the weight of this new world settling onto his shoulders. He went inside. Dried off. Sat on the bed. Opened the scroll. The handwriting was elegant, beautiful, even, each character precisely formed. The message was short. Dear Ben Tennyson, what a fascinating creature you are. A boy with the power to become anything, dropped into a world where power is everything. You must feel like a god among insects. I certainly would. The Sound 4 were a gift, a chance for you to demonstrate your capabilities in a controlled setting. Consider it an audition. You performed admirably. The chakra-enhanced crystal was particularly inspired. I've already begun theorizing applications. I don't want to fight you, Ben. I want to understand you. The Omnitrix is the most remarkable piece of technology I've ever encountered, and I have encountered much. It represents the fulfillment of every ambition I've ever held, the transcendence of biological limitation, the freedom to become anything, to be bound by no single form, no single set of abilities. You and I are alike in ways you don't yet appreciate. We both seek to surpass human boundaries. We both refuse to accept the limits others impose. The difference is that you were given your power. I've had to fight for mine. I will have the Omnitrix. Not through crude force, I've evolved beyond such methods. Through understanding. Through patience. Through the inevitable moment when you realize that this world's heroes cannot give you what I can, true knowledge of what you carry, and true freedom to use it. Until then, I remain your most devoted admirer. Orochimaru. Ben read it twice. Then he folded the scroll carefully, placed it on his desk, and sat in the dark for a long time. The message was manipulative. Calculated. Every word chosen to intrigue, to flatter, to plant the seed of doubt about his allies and the seed of kinship with the enemy. It was exactly the kind of thing a master manipulator would send. And some of it was true. That was the dangerous part. Not the flattery or the feigned admiration, but the observation about being given power versus earning it. The question Ben had been carrying since before he came to this world: who was he without the Omnitrix? This world was asking him that question louder than ever. Learning chakra, developing his own abilities, fighting in human form, it all pointed to the same fundamental issue. The Omnitrix was a gift. An incredible, world-shaping gift. But it wasn't him. He looked at his hand. Blue-white chakra flickered across his knuckles, visible even without concentration. His own power. Earned, not given. Developed through effort and pain and the patient teaching of a sage who saw potential in a stranded kid. "You're right about one thing, Orochimaru," Ben said to the empty room. "I'm not going to accept limits. But I'm not going to accept your philosophy either. Power isn't freedom. It's responsibility. And I've had 6 years to learn the difference." He lay down and closed his eyes. The Omnitrix pulsed on his wrist, 41% integration. Growing. Somewhere in the dark spaces between sleep and waking, Ben felt it, a vast, warm, ancient presence brushing against his consciousness. Not the Omnitrix. Not chakra. Something deeper, something that existed beneath the fabric of this reality, looking at him with eyes older than the world. It didn't speak. It didn't need to. Its attention was enough. It was curious. It was watching. And it was waiting. Ben slept. And for the first time since arriving in this world, he didn't dream of home. He dreamed of what he was becoming. Chapter 3, The Snake's Gambit. 2 weeks changed everything. Ben Tennyson on day 1 had been a stranded kid with a powerful watch. Ben Tennyson on day 15 was something else entirely, something that made Jonan step aside in the hallways and ANBU operatives avoid eye contact. Not out of fear, exactly. Out of the primal recognition that they were sharing space with a predator that hadn't decided whether to be friendly yet. He ran the rooftops now. Every morning, before dawn, while Konoha was still wrapped in sleep and the Hokage monument was a silhouette against the stars. He moved the way shinobi moved, chakra in his feet, body flickering between anchor points, the wind in his face and the village sprawling beneath him like a circuit board of lantern light and shadow. His body had changed. 2 weeks of brutal training under Jiraiya, supplemented by shadow clone multiplication, he could make 12 now, which meant 12 times the training hours, had carved away softness and replaced it with lean, functional muscle. His chakra network, according to Jiraiya's last assessment, had reached low Jonin density. The Omnitrix read 67% integration. But numbers didn't capture it. What had changed was deeper. He could feel the village. Not just see it or hear it, feel it, the way you feel the warmth of a fire from across the room. Every chakra signature within a half-kilometer radius registered on his senses like dots on a radar screen. He knew where Naruto was, training ground, always, even at this hour. He knew where Kakashi was, his apartment, reading, his chakra signature lazy and diffuse. He knew where the ANBU patrols moved, could track their routes by the sharp, controlled points of their energy signatures. And he could feel the gaps. The places where signatures should be but weren't. The blind spots in the village's sensor network that someone with the right skills could exploit. He'd reported those to Tsunade on day 8. She'd stared at him, verified the gaps with her own sensor core, found them accurate, and quietly reassigned patrols without telling him he'd just done something a lifetime sensor specialist would struggle with. He dropped from the rooftops into training ground 12, his ground now, assigned by Tsunade after he'd accidentally cratered 3 during a chakra-enhanced Humungosaur test. 12 was larger, reinforced with Earth-style barriers along its perimeter, and far enough from the residential district that noise complaints were manageable. Jiraiya was already there. The sage sat on a boulder by the river, watching the sky lighten, and something about his posture made Ben slow down. Jiraiya was rarely still. He was a man of motion, gesturing, pacing, demonstrating, scribbling in notebooks. Stillness meant he was thinking about something he didn't want to think about. "Morning," Ben said. "Sit down." Ben sat on the boulder beside him. The river caught the first gray light of pre-dawn, and somewhere in the forest, a bird started singing. I got a message from my spy network last night, Jiraiya said. He didn't look at Ben. Orochimaru has left the land of sound. The words landed like stones in water. Left? Where's he going? South. Toward the land of fire's border. He's traveling with Kabuto and a contingent of elite sound ninja, not the rank and file. His personal guard. His research team. Jiraiya paused. And he's transporting equipment. Heavy equipment. The kind you need for large-scale sealing techniques or biological experimentation. He's coming for the Omnitrix. He's coming for something. My sources weren't able to determine his exact objective, but the trajectory puts him within striking distance of Konoha in 4 days. 3, if he pushes. Jiraiya finally turned to look at Ben, and his expression was the most serious Ben had ever seen it. There's more. He's been in contact with someone. We don't know who, the communications were encrypted beyond anything my network could crack. But the pattern suggests an alliance. Orochimaru is collaborating with another party. The Akatsuki? Possible. Unlikely, Orochimaru left the Akatsuki on bad terms, and they don't forgive defectors. But not impossible. The alternative is worse. What's worse than a criminal organization of S-rank ninja? A hidden village. If Orochimaru has secured backing from one of the 5 great nations, if someone has decided that the Omnitrix is worth breaking international law for, then we're not looking at a rogue operative. We're looking at a political crisis. Ben processed this. 2 weeks ago, it would have been abstract, politics, alliances, the complex machinery of a world he didn't understand. Now, after 14 days of living in Konoha, training with its people, walking its streets, eating at its restaurants, learning the names and faces and stories of the people who made it a village and not just a military installation, it was personal. What's the plan? He asked. Tsunade is mobilizing the village's defenses. Discreetly, we don't want to cause a panic, and we don't want Orochimaru to know we're aware of his movement. Kakashi's team is being recalled from their current mission. The Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans are on standby. ANBU has tripled border patrols. And me? Jiraiya was quiet for a moment. That's what I've been sitting here thinking about. You're the target, Ben. Everything Orochimaru is doing is oriented toward you and the Omnitrix. The safest move would be to evacuate you, send you to Mount Myaboku, or to a safe house in the Land of Iron, somewhere Orochimaru can't reach. No. I knew you'd say that. Because it's wrong. Running doesn't stop him, it just delays him and leaves Konoha exposed. If he comes here looking for me and I'm gone, what happens to the village? He's not going to politely turn around. No. He'd use the opportunity to pursue other objectives. Sasuke. Research data. Political destabilization. Then I stay. And when he comes, I end this. Jiraiya studied him for a long time. The light was growing, gold now, the sun cresting the trees, painting the river in amber. In that light, Ben looked older than 16. The 2 weeks had aged him, or maybe the world had, sharpening his edges, burning away the last traces of a kid who solved problems by slapping a watch and hoping for the best. If you stay, Jiraiya said, we do this my way. Not a brawl, a strategy. Orochimaru is a genius. Literally. His intellect is his most dangerous weapon, and he's had decades to hone it. If you fight him on his terms, you lose. We need to fight him on ours. What do you have in mind? The sage grinned, and it was sharp and predatory and nothing like the jovial expression he wore around the village. This was Jiraiya the spymaster, the student of the third Hokage, the man who'd fought and survived 3 wars. I have a few ideas. They spent the morning planning. Jiraiya laid out what he knew about Orochimaru's capabilities, and the list was terrifying. The man was a Sannin-level combatant, which put him in the same weight class as Jiraiya and Tsunade. He could summon giant snakes, shed his skin to avoid lethal damage, extend and weaponize his body in ways that defied anatomy, and use all 5 basic nature transformations. His forbidden technique repertoire included the reanimation jutsu, literally bringing the dead back to fight, and his body transfer technique allowed him to steal other people's bodies as vessels. He won't use the reanimation if he can avoid it, Jiraiya said. It's expensive, unstable, and the reanimated shinobi are difficult to control against high-level opponents. But don't rule it out. If he's desperate, he'll pull every weapon from his arsenal. What about the curse marks? The Sound 4 had those seals that boosted their power. Curse marks are Orochimaru's way of distributing his own chakra, a piece of himself, implanted in a host, granting power while creating dependency. But they're a double-edged sword. The mark connects the bearer to Orochimaru, which means he can sense them, communicate with them, and in some cases, control them. It also means the connection goes both ways. If you can interfere with the curse mark's frequency, I can disrupt it. I figured that out during the fight. Big Chill's chakra-enhanced freeze slows the curse mark's energy flow. And feedback can absorb the mark's output. Ben's mind was racing. Can the curse mark be removed? In theory. In practice, removal has a 50-50 mortality rate without expert medical intervention. Why? Because if Orochimaru is using the marks to sense and communicate with his forces, then the marks are part of his command network. Take out the network, and his coordination falls apart. It's like disrupting enemy communications, basic strategy. Jiraiya's eyebrows rose. Who taught you that? A guy named Shikamaru, actually. We've been playing shogi every evening. I'm terrible at it, but I'm learning the principles. Remind me to buy that kid a drink. They brought Shikamaru in that afternoon. The young Nara listened to the intelligence briefing with his chin in his hand and his eyes half closed, an expression that anyone who didn't know him would mistake for disinterest. Ben had learned to recognize it as Shikamaru's highest gear, the look he got when every neuron was firing. For days, Shikamaru said when Jiraiya finished. He's moving slowly. That's deliberate. How so? Orochimaru is a genius. He knows Jiraiya has a spy network. He knows we'll detect his movement. He's not trying to hide, he's giving us time to prepare. Which means he wants us prepared. Which means our preparation is part of his plan. The room went quiet. They were in a secure briefing room beneath the Hokage Tower, Tsunade's war room, maps on every wall, ceiling tags dampening all external chakra signatures. He wants us to fortify Konoha, Shikamaru continued, eyes still half closed. Pull our forces inward. Concentrate our defenses. Because a fortified position is also a fixed position. We can't maneuver if we're defending the village. And a force that can't maneuver is a force that can be outflanked. He's not planning a siege, Ben said, following Shikamaru's logic. He's planning a feint. Hit the village to pin us down, then accomplish his real objective somewhere else. Or the reverse. Make us think the village is the target so we concentrate here, while he actually plans to draw you out. Isolated. Away from support. Shikamaru opened his eyes fully and looked at Ben. If I were Orochimaru, I wouldn't attack Konoha at all. It's too well defended, even without you. I'd create a situation where Ben Tennyson has to leave the village, a crisis somewhere else, a threat to someone he cares about, a moral obligation he can't ignore. Then I'd hit him in transit, on ground of my choosing, with everything I've got. Jiraiya leaned back. The kid's right. Orochimaru doesn't do frontal assaults. He manipulates. He creates scenarios. So what's the scenario? Ben asked. What would make me leave the village? Shikamaru ticked off options on his fingers. A threat to someone you care about outside the village, but you don't know anyone outside Konoha yet. A fake distress signal from your home dimension, but Orochimaru doesn't have the technology to fake that. A crisis that the Hokage would assign you to, possible, if Orochimaru can create a compelling enough incident. Or. He paused. A direct challenge. Orochimaru reveals himself at a known location, close enough to reach, far enough from support, and dares you to come to him. That wouldn't work. I'm not stupid enough to walk into an obvious trap. Are you sure? Because everything I've heard about you suggests that when someone threatens people you care about, you go after them regardless of the risk. That's not stupidity, it's a pattern. And patterns can be exploited. The observation landed with the precision of a kunai. Ben opened his mouth to argue, then closed it. Shikamaru was right. His entire career as a hero was a history of charging into traps because the alternative was letting someone get hurt. It worked when he was the most powerful thing in the room. In a world full of S-rank ninja and ancient monsters, it was a vulnerability. Okay, Ben said. Then we do something he doesn't expect. We don't wait. We don't defend. We go to him. Jiraiya sat up. Hear me out. Orochimaru's plan relies on controlling the engagement, choosing the time, the place, the circumstances. Every scenario Shikamaru described has one thing in common: Orochimaru dictates the terms. What if we flip it? What if, instead of waiting for him to create the perfect scenario, we intercept him on the road? Before he's set up. Before his plan is fully in motion. An ambush, Shikamaru said, and there was a light in his eyes that hadn't been there before. We know his route. We know his speed. We know his approximate force composition. That's more intelligence than most ambush teams ever get. Ben looked at Jiraiya. You said Orochimaru is a genius. Fine. But geniuses have a weakness: they trust their own plans. They assume the other side will react, not act. If we take the initiative, we break his tempo. Jiraiya finished. He was staring at Ben with an expression that mixed admiration with something like déjà vu. You sound like Minato. The fourth Hokage used to say the same thing: the best defense is to hit first. Naruto's dad. Naruto's dad. They spent the rest of the afternoon building the plan. Shikamaru took the lead on tactical design, and Ben watched with growing respect as the young Nara dismantled and rebuilt their approach 3 times, stress-testing each version against Orochimaru's likely countermoves. The final plan was elegant in its simplicity. 3 teams. Team 1, Jiraiya and a squad of ANBU, would move to intercept Orochimaru's main force on the road, engaging his sound ninja and pinning them in place. Team 2, Kakashi, Yamato, and a hand-picked group of Jonin, would circle wide and cut off retreat, preventing Orochimaru from falling back to prepared positions. Team 3 was Ben and Naruto. We're the anvil, Ben said, tracing the plan on the map. Jiraiya pushes Orochimaru toward us, Kakashi blocks the exits, and we hit him in the middle. You're not the anvil, Shikamaru corrected. You're the bait and the hammer. Orochimaru wants you. When he senses your presence ahead of him, he'll accelerate toward you. That's instinct, not strategy, and even geniuses have instincts. When he reaches you, he'll expect a fight. What he'll get is a fight on 3 fronts. What if he doesn't take the bait? What if he senses the ambush? He will sense it. Orochimaru's sensor capabilities are elite level. But it won't matter, because the ambush isn't the plan. The ambush is the frame. The plan is you. Shikamaru met Ben's eyes. You're the one thing Orochimaru can't model, can't predict, can't plan for. Your abilities change by the day. Your transformations have no precedent in this world's history. Every encounter gives you new data, new techniques, new combinations. By the time he reaches you, you'll be stronger than whatever intelligence he's gathered suggests. So the plan is, spring the trap, and then I improvise. The plan is, create the conditions for you to do what you do best. Ben grinned. I can work with that. Tsunade approved the operation that evening. She stood over the map table, sake cup in hand, reading the tactical breakdown with the sharp eyes of a former field commander. Her only modification was adding a medical team to Kakashi's group and insisting on a contingency evacuation route. If this goes wrong, if Orochimaru has something we haven't anticipated, I want extraction options. I'm not losing anyone to a snake's ambush. It's our ambush, Naruto said. He'd been sitting in the corner, uncharacteristically quiet, absorbing the plan. Now he stood, and his expression was harder than Ben had ever seen it. This is the guy who killed the old man. The third Hokage. He died protecting the village from Orochimaru. So if we've got a chance to take that snake down, I'm not running. I'm finishing what Grandpa Hokage started. The room was quiet. Tsunade's expression softened for just a moment, grief, old and familiar, crossing her face like a shadow. Then don't lose, she said. They moved out at midnight. The forest outside Konoha was different at night, denser, darker, the canopy blocking even the moonlight and turning the undergrowth into a maze of shadow. Ben moved through it alongside Naruto, both of them body flickering between trees at speed, the wind cold on their faces and the forest a blur of black and green. Naruto was quiet, focused, radiating a controlled intensity that was nothing like his usual manic energy. The kid was a different person when the stakes were real, sharper, harder, the clown act peeled away to reveal the warrior underneath. Ben had seen glimpses of it before, but tonight it was the whole picture. They reached the designated position, a wide valley 30 kilometers southwest of Konoha, where the forest thinned into rocky terrain and the road from Sound Country wound through a narrow pass between two ridges, 3 hours before dawn. Jiraiya's team was already in position to the north, invisible, their chakra signatures suppressed to nothing. Kakashi's team was circling south, moving slower, taking the long route to avoid detection. Ben and Naruto settled on the western ridge, overlooking the pass, and waited. "You're sure about this?" Naruto said. "Not afraid," checking. Making sure his teammate was steady. "Ask me in an hour when they show up." "That's not a yes." Ben looked at him. In the faint starlight, Naruto's face was all sharp angles and shadow, the whisker marks on his cheeks standing out like war paint. "I'm sure." "Are you?" Naruto's grin was a flash of white in the dark. "I've been sure since the day that bastard killed my Hokage. Let's go." They didn't have to wait an hour. 40 minutes after they settled in, Ben felt it, a chakra signature approaching from the northeast, moving fast. Not one signature. Many. But they were compressed, overlapping, deliberately blurred into a single mass to make counting difficult. "They're coming," Ben murmured. "Northeast. Multiple targets. They're suppressing individual signatures." Naruto couldn't sense at that range, but he trusted Ben completely. "How many?" Ben closed his eyes and focused, pushing his sensing to its limit. The Omnitrix hummed, amplifying his reach. The mass of signatures resolved, partially, blurred edges sharpening, individual patterns emerging. 15. Maybe 20. Most are mid-level, Chunin equivalent. But there are 3 in the center that are. He trailed off. The 3 central signatures were enormous. One was cold and slippery, coiling around itself like a serpent. One was controlled and masked, the same layered deception he'd felt from Kabuto. And the third was wrong. Not wrong like Kabuto's hidden corruption. Wrong like a glitch in reality. A signature that kept shifting, refusing to settle into a stable pattern, cycling through different frequencies like a radio scanning for a station. Orochimaru's the biggest one. Kabuto's next to him. But the third, I don't recognize it. It's strange. Unstable. Could be a new experiment, Naruto said. Orochimaru's always cooking up freaks. Comforting. The signatures moved into the pass, and Ben watched them slow. Orochimaru was cautious, his advance elements fanned out, checking the terrain, scanning for traps. Professional. Methodical. The Sound Ninja moved in disciplined formation, nothing like the berserker charge of the Sound Four. Then Orochimaru stopped. His chakra signature pulsed once, a deliberate emission, a signal. The formation tightened. And then, clear as a bell in the quiet forest, a voice carried up from the pass below. Smooth, amused, pitched to carry. Jiraiya. Ben Tennyson. And, is that Naruto-kun I sense as well? What a welcoming party. He'd known. Of course he'd known. Shikamaru's voice echoed in Ben's memory, he will sense it. But it won't matter. Plans blown, Naruto said flatly. Plans fine, Ben said. He knows we're here. We knew he'd know. The ambush was never about surprise, it was about position. We have the high ground, Jiraiya has the north exit, Kakashi's closing the south. He's in the box whether he expected us or not. He stood up on the ridge, making himself visible. Green jacket, omnitrix glowing on his wrist, silhouetted against the starfield. Below, in the pass, a figure tilted its head upward. Even at this distance, Ben could see the golden eyes, the pale skin, the smile that had nothing human in it. Orochimaru, Ben called down. Your letter was touching. I especially liked the part where you called yourself my most devoted admirer. That was creepy even by my standards. Laughter floated up from the pass, genuine, delighted, the laugh of someone who was having the time of their life. And you came to meet me in person. I'm flattered. Most people run. I'm not most people. No. You certainly are not. Orochimaru's voice shifted, still amused, but with an edge of steel beneath the silk. I assume Jiraiya is to the north and a secondary force is closing from the south. A standard encirclement. Competent but predictable. Shall I tell you how I know? Sure. Villain monologue away. Your friend, Shikamaru Nara, clever boy, designed this based on terrain analysis and force projection models. Textbook strategy. The problem with textbook strategy is that it assumes the enemy has read a different textbook. He raised one hand, a casual gesture, and snapped his fingers. The ground erupted. Not in the pass, on the ridges. Both ridges, simultaneously. Hidden Sound Ninja, buried under transformation jutsu that disguised them as rocks and earth, burst from concealment in a ring around Ben and Naruto's position. 10 of them, at least, all bearing curse marks that blazed to life in the darkness, and they attacked from every direction at once. Orochimaru hadn't walked into their trap. He'd walked into their trap while planting his own. Naruto, go! Ben shouted, and slapped the Omnitrix. Swampfire exploded into existence, 8 feet of plant alien muscle, generating heat and methane, and the Sound Ninja closest to him got a face full of concentrated fire that launched him off the ridge entirely. Ben swept his arms in a wide arc, trailing flames that formed a barrier around his position, buying space. Naruto didn't need the warning. Shadow clones, 50 of them, flooded the ridgetop in an instant, engaging the Sound Ninja in a swirling melee. The real Naruto was already moving, Rasengan forming in his palm, driving it into the chest of a curse-marked ninja who'd been about to flank Ben. The impact launched the man 50 meters. Below, in the pass, Jiraiya struck. His presence announced itself with a roar that shook the valley, a massive toad, summoned in a column of smoke, crashing into Orochimaru's main force like a battering ram. Sound Ninja scattered. The toad's tongue lashed out, catching 3 of them in a sticky grip. And from the south, Kakashi's team hit the rear guard. Lightning chirped, the Chidori, unmistakable even at this distance, and the sounds of combat doubled. The 3-front engagement Shikamaru had designed was happening. Just not quite the way anyone had planned. Ben shifted from Swampfire to XLR-8, blurring through the ridgetop melee at speed, disabling Sound Ninja with precision strikes to nerve clusters and chakra points, a technique Jiraiya had taught him, adapted from the Hyuga clan's gentle fist style. Each hit disrupted the curse mark's chakra flow, and the ninja he struck went down hard, their power-up sputtering and failing. 6 down. 4 left on the ridge. Naruto's clones were handling 2 of them, which left 2 for Ben, a matched pair, male and female, who fought in eerie synchronization and whose curse marks pulsed in the same rhythm. They attacked as one. The male launched a sonic technique, a scream that carried visible shockwaves, distorting the air, while the female followed with a barrage of chakra-laced kunai that curved in flight, guided by some magnetic or wind technique. The combination was brutal. The sonic attack disrupted Ben's senses while the kunai exploited the opening. XLR-8 was fast enough to dodge both, but only barely. The kunai nicked his tail, pain, bright and sharp, and the sonic waves left his head ringing. He needed a different approach. Green flash. Echo echo, the sonoerosion, built for sound manipulation. The sonic scream hit him again, and this time he ate it. Absorbed the frequency, analyzed it in a fraction of a second, and redirected it back at the pair with 10 times the amplitude and a chakra infusion that turned it from noise into a weapon. The sonic counterattack hit them like a wall. Both ninja were launched backward, curse marks flickering, eardrums ruptured, and they hit the ground unconscious. The ridge was clear. Ben shifted to human and looked down into the pass. It was chaos. Jiraiya was fighting Orochimaru directly, and the clash of Sannin was a spectacle that defied description. Jiraiya's hair was alive, hardened, weaponized, lashing in every direction while the sage simultaneously maintained a fire technique that turned the air around him into an inferno. Orochimaru moved through it like smoke, his body bending and stretching in ways that made Ben's stomach turn, neck extending 3 meters to strike from impossible angles, mouth opening to disgorge a sword, an actual sword, from his throat, gleaming and crackling with some venomous technique. Around them, the main battle raged. Kakashi's Sharingan was active, and he carved through Sound Ninja with a lightning blade in one hand, copying and countering their techniques in real time. Yamato's wood style had turned the southern end of the pass into a forest of grasping branches that immobilized anyone who touched them. The ANBU were silent and lethal, picking off stragglers with coordinated precision. But the third signature, the strange, unstable one, was moving. It had separated from Orochimaru's main group during the initial engagement and was circling west, fast, heading for the ridge where Ben and Naruto stood. "Something's coming," Ben said. "The third major signature. It's heading straight for us." Naruto wiped blood from a cut on his cheek, a lucky hit from one of the Sound Ninja, and crouched beside Ben at the ridge's edge. "I feel it. It's weird. Like it's more than one person." The tree lean at the base of the ridge rustled. Then a figure emerged, and Ben understood why the signature was unstable. It was a young man. Late teens, maybe early 20s, with pale skin and dark hair and a face that might have been handsome if it weren't completely expressionless. He wore a gray cloak over standard Sound Village attire, and his body was wrong, subtly, in ways that took a second to register. His proportions shifted as he moved, limbs lengthening and shortening by fractions, skin tone fluctuating, as if his physical form were a rough draft that hadn't been finalized. "Hello," the young man said. His voice had the same instability, shifting pitch, uncertain timbre. "Lord Orochimaru asked me to introduce myself. My name is Shin. I'm his newest creation." "Creation?" Naruto's fists clenched. "I was grown in a tank from genetic material harvested from 47 different shinobi, including 6 bloodline holders. Lord Orochimaru calls me a synthetic human. I prefer the term prototype." He tilted his head, and his eyes, which had been brown, flickered to red. "Sharingan. Then to white. Byakugan. Then to something else, ringed, purple, a pattern Ben hadn't seen before but that made Jiraiya's warnings about the Rinnegan echo in his mind. I can express any ocular bloodline in Lord Orochimaru's database. Among other things. Among other things, Ben repeated. His hand was on the Omnitrix, but he didn't activate it yet. The Omnitrix was scanning furiously, and the data coming back was deeply unsettling. Shin's DNA was a patchwork, literally, a collage of different genetic sources stitched together with what the Omnitrix classified as advanced biomanipulation techniques. His chakra network was artificial, grown rather than developed, and it was already showing signs of instability. Microfractures in the pathways. Cellular degradation at the junctions between different DNA sources. This person was a weapon. A living weapon, built for a specific purpose, and already falling apart. Orochimaru sent you to fight me, Ben said. It wasn't a question. Lord Orochimaru sent me to test you. He wants data on how the Omnitrix responds to multiple bloodline techniques used in combination. I'm the ideal test subject because I can present you with scenarios no single opponent could replicate. His expression didn't change. I'm also expendable. My cellular cohesion will fail within 6 months regardless of the outcome here. Lord Orochimaru has the data to build a better version. The casual way he said it, I'm expendable, I have 6 months, hit Ben like a punch. Not because of the tactical implications, but because of the person behind the words. A person built to be used and thrown away, who accepted it as fact. You don't have to fight us, Ben said. You don't owe Orochimaru anything. I owe him existence. Existence as a weapon with an expiration date isn't a gift. It's a prison sentence. For the first time, something flickered in Shin's expression. A crack in the blankness, quickly sealed. An interesting perspective. I'll consider it. After the test. He moved. Sharingan active, he launched forward with taijutsu that was technically flawless, a textbook assault drawn from the Uchiha clan's interceptor style. Ben slapped the Omnitrix and went 4 arms, meeting the charge with brute force. Shin bounced off the Tetraman's guard, landed, and his eyes shifted, Byakugan now, veins bulging around the sockets, and his next strikes targeted the Tenketsu points in 4 arms alien physiology. They didn't work, 4 arms chakra points were nothing like a human's, but the fact that Shin identified them and adjusted in real time was terrifying. Within 3 exchanges, he'd mapped the alien anatomy and was exploiting structural weaknesses. Ben shifted. Diamond Head. Shin's gentle fist strikes sparked off crystal, and for a moment Ben had the advantage. Diamond Head's lack of Tenketsu made the Byakugan targeting useless. But Shin adapted again, eyes shifting to something Ben hadn't seen before, a dojutsu with a crosshair pattern that seemed to calculate trajectories and structural stress points in real time. His strikes shifted from precision points to fault lines in the crystal matrix, and cracks began to spiderweb across Diamond Head's surface. What eyes are those? Ben grunted, reinforcing the crystal with chakra. Ketsuyugan. Blood Dragon Eye. One of the rarer acquisitions. Shin's fist drove into a crack and twisted, and a chunk of crystal shattered from Ben's shoulder. It allows me to see the internal structure of any material and identify the points of maximum vulnerability. Cool. Try this. Green flash. Goop, the polymorph, a shapeless mass of living slime held together by a gravity projector. No internal structure. No fault lines. No skeleton, no organs, no fixed anatomy at all. Shin's analytical eyes found nothing to exploit, and his fist plunged into Goop's body up to the elbow, sinking into the viscous mass without hitting anything solid. Ah, Shin said. Yeah, Goop gurgled. The slime closed around Shin's arm, then his torso, engulfing him. Shin struggled, chakra flaring, eyes cycling through dojutsu after dojutsu looking for a counter, but Goop had no nervous system to disrupt, no chakra points to seal, no structure to shatter. Naruto appeared at the edge of the fight, Rasengan blazing. Ben. Clear. Goop released Shin, hurling the synthetic human upward. Naruto jumped, met him in midair, and drove the Rasengan into his chest. The impact was devastating. Shin rocketed downward, cratered the ridge, and lay in the broken stone, gasping. His body was flickering, the cellular instability Omnitrix had detected now visible to the naked eye. Patches of his skin shifted color. One arm was slightly longer than the other. The dojutsu in his eyes sputtered between types like a damaged television. Ben shifted to human and dropped beside him. Stay down. You're falling apart. Shin looked up at him. The blankness was gone. What replaced it was confusion, genuine, disoriented confusion, the expression of someone encountering an input that didn't match any of their programming. You're not finishing me, Shin said. No. Why? I'm the enemy. You're a person. A person who was manufactured and used and told he was expendable. I don't kill people, and I especially don't kill people who never had a choice. Shin stared at him. The cellular flickering intensified, his body was giving out, the Rasengan's impact accelerating the degradation. He had minutes, maybe less, before systemic failure. The Omnitrix, Ben said, an idea forming. It stabilizes DNA. That's literally what it does, reads, catalogs, and maintains genetic templates. If I scan you, it might be able to map your genome and identify the instabilities. It can't fix you, I don't think, but it might buy you time. Lord Orochimaru would not approve. Lord Orochimaru isn't here. And frankly, his approval can go to hell. Ben held out his hand, Omnitrix facing Shin. The watch pulsed, sensing, reaching, and Shin flinched. Then, slowly, he extended his own hand. The scan was intense. The Omnitrix blazed green, brighter than Ben had ever seen it, data pouring through the interface at a rate that made the holographic display blur. Shin's body seized, not in pain, but in reaction to the scan's energy interacting with his unstable genome. For 10 seconds, the synthetic human's form solidified, the flickering stopping, his features settling into a single consistent configuration. Then the scan completed, and the instability returned, though slightly reduced. Genetic template, synthetic hybrid. 47 source genomes identified. Instability index, critical. Partial stabilization applied during scan. Full stabilization, requires external intervention beyond current Omnitrix parameters. It slowed the degradation, Ben said, reading the display. Didn't fix it, but it bought you time. Maybe a few months. Shin sat up slowly, touching his own face, his hands, as if checking that he was still real. You helped me. Yeah. I was sent to hurt you. Yeah. Why? Ben offered his hand to help him up. Because somebody should have helped you a long time ago, and nobody did. That's not okay. Below, in the pass, the battle had shifted. Jiraiya's fight with Orochimaru had escalated to a scale that made the earth shake, giant snake summons clashing with toad summons, fire techniques painting the sky orange, the clang and hiss of weapon against weapon echoing off the valley walls. But Orochimaru was giving ground. The three-front pressure was working, Kakashi's team had eliminated the rear guard, Yamato's wood constructs were funneling the remaining sound ninja into kill zones, and Jiraiya was pressing the offensive with the fury of a man who had 30 years of resentment to work through. Come on, Ben said to Naruto. Let's finish this. They dropped from the ridge, Ben as jet ray, the amphibian speed carrying them both down to the valley floor in seconds. They landed behind the front line, where ANBU were mopping up the last of the sound infantry, and pushed forward toward the center of the conflict. Orochimaru saw them coming. The Sannin was battered, his face partially peeled away, revealing a different face underneath, the body-switching technique's grotesque reality visible for the first time. Golden eyes burned in a face that was falling apart, and his smile was wide and sharp and utterly unhinged. Ben Tennyson, he called out, disengaging from Jiraiya with a body flicker that left a shed skin behind, a perfect replica of his body that collapsed into empty flesh as he reappeared 30 meters away. You brought Naruto-kun too. How delightful. I was hoping to see the Ninetales Jinchuriki in action. You're done, Orochimaru, Jiraiya said, landing beside Ben and Naruto. The sage was bleeding from a cut on his arm and his hair was singed, but his eyes were bright and dangerous. Your forces are destroyed. Your escape route is cut. Surrender. Surrender. Orochimaru tasted the word like wine. When the evening's entertainment is just beginning? I think not. His eyes fixed on Ben, specifically on the Omnitrix. The hunger in that gaze was naked, undisguised, and profound. Did you enjoy Shin? He was my first attempt at replicating what your device does naturally. A failure, of course. Crude genetics can't match the elegance of the Omnitrix's transformation matrix. But I learned a great deal from building him. You learned how to create a person and throw them away, Ben said. His voice was cold. That's not science. That's cruelty. It's progress. Every breakthrough requires sacrifice. You of all people should understand that. How many times has the Omnitrix malfunctioned? How many unintended transformations, uncontrolled power surges, DNA errors? You've been a test subject for that device since you were 10 years old. The only difference between us is that I'm honest about what I am. The words were designed to sting, and they did. But Ben had had 2 weeks in a world that dealt in manipulation and moral complexity, training under a sage who taught him to see the blade behind the smile. He didn't take the bait. Here's the difference, Ben said. I chose to wear the Omnitrix. Shin didn't choose to be built. You don't get to lecture me about sacrifice when you've never sacrificed anything yourself. Orochimaru's smile flickered. For just a moment, something real showed through the mask, not anger, not calculation, but something old and wounded that vanished before it could be named. Then he attacked. He came apart, literally. His body dissolved into a mass of white snakes, hundreds of them, each one a piece of his consciousness, each one carrying enough venom to kill an elephant. They flooded the valley floor in a writhing tide, targeting Ben, Naruto, and Jiraiya simultaneously. Jiraiya responded with a fire technique that incinerated 100 snakes in a single breath. Naruto deployed clones, a wall of them, physically blocking the serpent tide while the real Naruto charged forward with a Rasengan in each hand. Ben went Heat Blast. But not regular Heat Blast. Chakra enhanced, the way he discovered on day 1, pumping wind-natured chakra into the Pyronite's thermal output. The result was a firestorm, blue-white flames that consumed oxygen and snake alike, temperatures exceeding anything natural fire could produce. The snake swarm evaporated in the heat wave, and through the flames, Ben saw Orochimaru reforming. The Sannin reconstituted himself from the surviving snakes, his body reassembling in a way that should have been impossible. His golden eyes tracked Ben through the fire, and his hands were already moving, seal after seal, faster than thought. Summoning Jutsu. The ground split. A snake erupted from the earth, not a normal snake, but a titan, as large as a building, armored in purple scales, with eyes like burning saucers. Manda, the king of snakes, the most powerful summoning creature in Orochimaru's arsenal. The massive serpent rose above the valley, and its voice rolled like thunder. Orochimaru. I told you there would be a price for the next summoning. Name it. 100 human sacrifices. Done. After this battle. Manda's eyes swept the battlefield and found Ben, a creature of fire standing in the ruins of the snake swarm. The great serpent's tongue flicked out. And what is that? My prize. Help me claim it. Manda struck. The speed of something that large should have been impossible, but the snake boss moved like lightning, jaws wide enough to swallow a house, and Ben had exactly 1 second to shift forms. He chose way big. The Takuster materialized in a burst of green light that blinded everyone in the valley. 100 feet tall, cosmic-powered, finned and armored, Way Big stood in the pass like a colossus and caught Manda's strike on his forearm. The impact shook the earth. Manda's fangs, each one the size of a tree, scraped against Way Big's cosmic skin and failed to penetrate. The great snake recoiled, hissing, and Ben, enormous, looking down at the battlefield from a height that made the trees look like grass, reached down and grabbed Manda behind the head. "Bad snake," he said, and his voice rattled windows in villages 10 kilometers away. He threw Manda. The snake boss sailed over the ridge, over the forest, and crashed into the mountainside a kilometer distant with an impact that registered on seismographs across the land of fire. Not dead, summoning creatures were incredibly durable, but dazed, disoriented, and very far from the fight. Wei Big looked down at Orochimaru. The Sannin stood in the devastation, looking up at the cosmic giant with an expression that, for the first time, showed real emotion. Not fear. Not anger. Awe. "Magnificent," Orochimaru whispered. "Stand down," Ben said. "It's over." For a moment, a long, suspended moment, Orochimaru seemed to consider it. The battle was lost. His forces were destroyed or captured. His summon was incapacitated. He was surrounded by 2 Sannin, a Jinchuriki, and a being that had just thrown a 50-meter snake over a mountain. Any rational calculation said surrender. But Orochimaru hadn't survived this long by being rational. He'd survived by being Orochimaru. His hands moved. Not seals, something different. He pressed his palms together and pulled, and from the space between his hands, a technique emerged that made every sensor in the valley scream. It was dark, dense, and ancient, pulling on the very fabric of the world's energy. The grass around his feet died. The air turned cold. And from the technique's center, shapes began to form. Summoning jutsu, reanimation. "No!" Jiraiya roared, lunging forward. "He's summoning the dead. Stop him." 3 coffins burst from the ground. Wooden, sealed with kanji that blazed with dark energy. They opened with a grinding sound, and from inside them stepped 3 figures that made Jiraiya stagger. The first Hokage. Hashirama Senju. The god of shinobi. The inventor of wood style, the man who had shaped the elemental nations with his bare hands. The second Hokage. Tobirama Senju. The creator of the reanimation jutsu itself, among dozens of other techniques. White-haired, red-eyed, radiating cold analytical fury. And the third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi. The professor. The man who had died fighting Orochimaru not 3 months ago, whose face was carved on the mountain above Konoha. They stood in a line, their eyes empty, their bodies wrapped in the gray decay of undeath, and paper tags were lodged in the backs of their skulls, control mechanisms that bound them to Orochimaru's will. "Grandpa Hokage," Naruto whispered, and his voice broke. Orochimaru's smile was back, wide, triumphant, terrible. "You said I've never sacrificed anything. You're wrong. I sacrificed 3 sound ninja to bring these gentlemen back. A bargain, wouldn't you say?" "You monster," Jiraiya said. His voice was shaking. Not with fear. With rage. "Monster." Orochimaru spread his hands. "I'm a scientist. And this is an experiment. 3 Hokage versus the boy who can become anything. Let's see who wins." The reanimated Hokage moved. Not willingly, their eyes showed awareness, horror, the consciousness of the dead forced into puppet bodies. Hashirama's expression was anguished as his hands formed seals against his will, wood-style techniques erupting from the earth in a tidal wave of living timber. Wei Big braced against the wood constructs. They wrapped around his legs, his torso, growing with impossible speed, trying to immobilize him. Hashirama's wood style was on a completely different level from Yamato's. This was the original, the god-tier expression of the technique, and it was strong. The constructs were saturated with chakra so dense it felt like they were made of steel. Tobirama flanked, water techniques forming from nothing, no water source needed, he was creating it from pure chakra, rivers and waves and pressurized streams that battered Wei Big from every angle. The second Hokage moved with mechanical precision, each technique perfectly formed, exploiting the gaps in the wood construct's coverage. And Hiruzen, the third, attacked from above, leaping to a height that shouldn't have been possible for a dead man, staff extending into a weapon wreathed in all 5 elemental chakra types, driving it toward Wei Big's head. Ben shifted. Wei Big became Ghost Freak, the ectonurite, spectral and intangible, and every physical attack passed through him. The wood constructs grasped at nothing. The water streamed through empty air. The staff whistled through the space where his head had been. But the reanimated Hokage adapted. Tobirama's hands blurred, and a sealing technique materialized, tags of light that adhered to Ghost Freak's intangible form and pulled, forcing solidity. The second Hokage was the original creator of many sealing arts, and his techniques interacted with dimensional phasing in ways that Ben's alien forms had never encountered. Ghost Freak solidified, pinned by the sealing tags. Hashirama's would closed in. Green flash. Chromastone, the Crystalcipian, built to absorb and redirect energy. The sealing tag's energy was drawn in, absorbed, converted, and Ben released it as a beam of ultraviolet light that shattered the wood constructs and drove Tobirama back. But Hiruzen was already there, staff swinging with the skill of a man who'd mastered every technique in Konoha's library, and the impact caught Chromastone in the chest and sent him crashing through 3 trees. Ben hit the ground, shifted to human, rolled, and came up on his feet. Pain radiated through his ribs, bruised, maybe cracked. The third Hokage was standing over him, staff raised for another strike, and his eyes, dead, empty, but somehow still present, were looking at Ben with an expression of desperate apology. "I'm sorry," the third Hokage's mouth moved. The words were barely audible, forced out against the control seals. "Can't, stop." "I know," Ben said. "I'll figure this out." He needed to end the reanimation, not fight the reanimated. Destroying the bodies wouldn't work, they'd regenerate, that was the whole point of the technique. He needed to either break Orochimaru's control or seal them away. He needed help. Naruto. Jiraiya. Keep the Hokage busy. I'm going for Orochimaru. Naruto was already moving, 100 shadow clones engaging Hashirama's wood constructs, the real Naruto facing the third Hokage with tears streaming down his face and a Rasengan in his hand. Jiraiya intercepted Tobirama, Toad Sage against the second Hokage, Sannin against Sannin-level reanimation. Ben turned toward Orochimaru. The Sannin stood at the far end of the pass, arms crossed, watching the chaos with the detached satisfaction of a director watching his production. Kabuto was beside him, hands glowing with medical chakra, ready to intervene. Ben walked toward them. Not running. Not shifting. Walking, in human form, the Omnitrix pulsing on his wrist. "You're walking toward me without transforming," Orochimaru observed. "Brave or foolish?" "Neither. I just wanted to look you in the eye for this." He raised his hand. The Rasengan formed, not the wobbly, imperfect version from 2 weeks ago. A perfect sphere, blue-white, compressed and spinning, stable as a planet in its orbit. And as Orochimaru watched, Ben added something to it. Wind nature. The Rasengan's rotation accelerated, the sphere flattening, extending, becoming a spinning disk of razor wind chakra that screamed like a living thing. Then fire. The edges ignited, blue flames tracing the wind disk's perimeter, heat and cutting force merged into a single technique. Then lightning. Crackling arcs that danced across the surface, destabilizing anything the technique touched at a molecular level. A Rasengan infused with 3 simultaneous nature transformations. A technique that Naruto's father had dreamed of completing and never managed in his lifetime. A technique that should have taken decades of mastery to develop. Ben held it in his palm, and it lit the valley like a second sun. "Impossible," Orochimaru breathed, and for the first time, his voice held genuine shock. "Even Minato couldn't, no one has ever." "I'm not, no one," Ben said. "I'm Ben Tennyson." And I'm done playing your games. He threw it. Not at Orochimaru, at the space between the Sannin and his reanimated Hokage. The tri-element Rasengan hit the ground and detonated. The explosion was a sphere of wind, fire, and lightning that expanded outward in a dome of destruction, and at its center, the sealing tags that connected Orochimaru to his reanimated puppets, the control technique's resonance frequency, the thread he'd felt connecting master to puppet, was severed. Not by the blast itself. By the lightning nature within it, calibrated to the frequency of the reanimation jutsu's control mechanism. Something Ben had sensed when the third Hokage's sealing tags had been close enough to scan. Something the Omnitrix had analyzed and he'd weaponized in real time. The three Hokage staggered. The emptiness left their eyes. Hashirama looked at his own hands, at the wood constructs he'd created against his will, and his expression twisted with sorrow. Tobirama went still, analytical mind processing the situation in an instant. Hiruzen lowered his staff and looked toward Naruto, and his smile, sad, proud, loving, was the most human thing Ben had seen since arriving in this world. The control seals are broken, Tobirama said. But the reanimation itself holds. We're still bound to this plane. Then help us, Ben said. Help us stop him. Hashirama, the first Hokage, the god of shinobi, a man whose power had literally shaped nations, turned to face his former student's experiment. Orochimaru. You've gone too far, child, Hashirama said, and his voice carried the weight of a mountain. Using the dead as weapons. Perverting the gifts of the living. This ends now. Orochimaru, for the first time in the battle, looked afraid. The three reanimated Hokage and the living forces of Konoha closed in. Orochimaru grabbed Kabuto, his hands flying through seals, and a dimensional technique, not a body flicker, something deeper, a spatial manipulation that tore a hole in the air, opened behind him. This isn't over, Ben Tennyson. Orochimaru shouted as he was pulled backward into the rift. The Omnitrix will be mine. Everything I've seen tonight only confirms it. You're carrying the key to immortality, to transcendence, and I will have it. The rift closed. Orochimaru was gone. The valley fell silent. Ben dropped to one knee. The tri-element Rasengan had taken everything he had, his chakra reserves were nearly empty, his body shaking with exhaustion, the Omnitrix flickering between green and yellow as it struggled to maintain integration on depleted energy. He pressed his hands against the scorched earth and breathed. Naruto was beside the third Hokage, Hiruzen, his grandfather figure, the man who'd acknowledged him when no one else would. They were talking in low voices, and Naruto was crying openly, without shame, and the old man's ghostly hand rested on his head. You've grown, Naruto, Hiruzen said. I'm proud of you. Grandpa Hokage. I miss you. Every day. I know. But you're not alone anymore. Look at what you've built, friends, comrades, a team that would fight beside you against anything. His eyes moved to Ben. Including a young man from another world who just broke one of the most powerful forbidden techniques ever created through sheer ingenuity. Hashirama walked to where Ben knelt and looked down at him. The first Hokage was enormous up close, tall, broad, radiating power even in undeath. But his expression was gentle. That technique you used, Hashirama said. The spinning sphere with 3 nature transformations. That was Tobirama's student's invention, wasn't it? The Rasengan? Naruto's dad made it. Naruto taught me. I just added to it. You added to it in a way that the creator himself never managed. In 2 weeks. Hashirama shook his head slowly. You're something new, Ben Tennyson. Something this world has never seen. I'm just a kid with a watch. No. You're a kid with a watch, allies who trust you, a work ethic that would shame most jonin, and the moral compass to use power without being consumed by it. He glanced at Tobirama, who nodded. We can feel the reanimation weakening without Orochimaru's chakra to sustain it. We'll fade soon. But before we go, a gift. Hashirama placed his hand on Ben's shoulder. Chakra flowed, not the dark, corrupted energy of the reanimation, but something pure and green and ancient. The power of the forest, of growth, of life itself. It poured into Ben's depleted reserves and ignited. The Omnitrix screamed. Nature energy infusion detected. Senjutsu chakra integration initiated. Warning, power surge exceeding normal parameters. Adapting. Adapting. Integration successful. 72%. Ben gasped. The world expanded. Colors brightened. Sounds sharpened. The ambient chakra he'd been sensing for 2 weeks went from a background hum to a symphony, every note distinct, every instrument identifiable. He could feel the trees, the earth, the water in the river, the wind in the pass, not just as energy signatures but as presences, living components of a world that was itself alive. Natural energy. Senjutsu. The power that Jiraiya had studied at Mount Myaboku, that the toads had spent lifetimes mastering. Hashirama had just given Ben a jump start. Use it wisely, Hashirama said. His form was becoming translucent, the reanimation failing. And tell your friend Naruto, the will of fire isn't about one village. It's about all of them. Every person in every nation. Remember that. He faded. Tobirama faded beside him, nodding once to Ben in silent acknowledgement. And Hiruzen, last to go, holding on through sheer will to press his forehead against Naruto's one final time, whispered something only Naruto could hear before dissolving into light. The valley was still. The battle was over. Naruto stood where the third Hokage had been, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand, and when he turned to Ben, his expression was fierce and bright and unbreakable. We won, Naruto said. We won. They limped back to the main force. Kakashi was patching up his team, Yamato was dismissing his wood constructs, and the ANBU were cataloging captured sound ninja. Jiraiya met Ben at the edge of the battlefield and looked him over, the exhaustion, the depleted chakra, the new energy humming beneath the surface. Hashirama gave you something, Jiraiya said. Not a question. Senjutsu. Natural energy. I can feel everything. That's either the best or worst thing that could have happened. Jiraiya ran a hand through his hair, which was still partially singed. Natural energy is the key to Sage Mode, the most powerful enhancement available to a human. It took me years to learn to even sense it, and decades to achieve a partial Sage transformation. You've just been handed the foundation in a single infusion. Is that going to be a problem? It's going to be a project. Natural energy is dangerous, absorb too much without balancing it against your physical and spiritual chakra, and you'll turn to stone. Literally. It's not something you can brute force. He studied Ben. But with the Omnitrix regulating the balance, maybe. Maybe you can do what no one else has. They made camp in the valley, too exhausted to travel. Medical ninja treated the wounded. Kakashi disappeared into the tree line and reappeared an hour later with Shin, the synthetic human, battered but alive, who had been lying where Ben left him on the ridge. He's asking for you, Kakashi told Ben. Ben found Shin sitting against a rock, wrapped in a blanket, looking at his own hands with the bewildered expression of someone experiencing freedom for the first time. The battle is over, Shin said. Lord Orochimaru fled. Yeah. He left me behind. Yeah. I was expendable. You were. You're not anymore. Ben sat beside him. Come back to Konoha with us. Tsunade's the best medical ninja in the world, she can look at your cellular degradation. And the Omnitrix scan I did earlier bought you time. We can buy more. Why? Because you deserve better than what you got. Everyone does. Shin was quiet for a long time. The campfire crackled. Around them, shinobi rested, tended wounds, shared rations with the quiet camaraderie of soldiers after a hard fight. "Okay," Shin said. They broke camp at dawn. The journey back to Konoha took 6 hours, slower than the outbound trip, weighted down by wounded and prisoners and exhaustion. Ben walked most of it in human form, conserving the Omnitrix's energy, feeling the new Senjutsu awareness pulsing beneath his skin like a second heartbeat. The village gates appeared through the trees in late afternoon, and a crowd was waiting. Word had traveled, it always did in a ninja village, and the population had turned out to see the returning force. Civilians and shinobi alike, lining the road, and when Ben walked through the gates beside Naruto and Jiraiya, a sound went up that he didn't expect. More Actions Chapter 4, The Weight of Two Worlds. The cheering followed them through the streets like a wave. Ben hadn't expected it. He'd been cheered before, parades in Bellwood after the Hybrid War, a medal ceremony at Plumber headquarters that Grandpa Max had cried through while pretending he had allergies, but this was different. This was raw. Konoha had been attacked by Orochimaru before, had lost a Hokage to him, had buried its dead and rebuilt its walls and carried that wound for months. And now its forces had met the snake on open ground and driven him back, and the village needed to celebrate that, needed to feel the relief of it in their bones. So they cheered. For Jiraiya, who walked through the gates with his singed hair and his battle-worn grin and the swagger of a man who'd faced his old teammate and won. For Kakashi, who'd lost his book somewhere in the fight and looked genuinely distraught about it. For the ANBU and the Jonin and the medics who'd held the line. And for Ben. He heard his name in the crowd, not the outsider, or the shapeshifter, or that kid with the watch, but Ben, spoken with warmth, with gratitude, with the particular affection a community reserves for someone who's bled alongside them. A little girl sitting on her father's shoulders waved a hand-drawn picture of something that was probably supposed to be way big but looked more like a green refrigerator with legs. An old woman pressed a bag of rice cakes into his hands as he passed. A Chunin he trained with 3 days ago clapped him on the shoulder hard enough to rattle his teeth. Naruto was soaking it in beside him, grinning so wide it looked painful. "This is what it feels like," Naruto said, almost to himself. "This is what it feels like when they see you." Ben looked at him. "They see you too, Naruto." And they did. The cheers for Naruto were thinner, old prejudice dies hard, and the village's fear of the Nine-Tails was a wound that was still healing. But they were there. Real voices, real faces, people who had heard that Naruto Uzumaki had fought alongside the village's forces and helped drive back a Sannin. A few shinobi bowed as he passed. A ramen vendor shouted something about free bowls for life. A group of academy students chanted his name. Naruto's eyes were bright, and he didn't bother hiding it. They reported to Tsunade, who listened to the debrief with a bottle of sake and a face like carved stone. She asked precise questions, took detailed notes, and when Ben described the tri-element Rasengan and the breaking of the reanimation jutsu's control seals, she set down her pen and stared at him for a full 10 seconds. "You disrupted the Edo Tensei," she said. "By weaponizing lightning nature chakra calibrated to the control mechanism's frequency." That's a fancy way of putting it, but yes. Do you understand what that means? The reanimation jutsu has been considered unbreakable since its creation. The second Hokage designed it specifically to be immune to conventional countermeasures. And you found a workaround in the middle of a battle, on your first encounter with the technique, using a jutsu you invented on the spot. I had help. The Omnitrix is scanning, I don't care about the mechanism. I care about the result. She leaned forward. Ben, what you did today will rewrite tactical doctrine across the 5 great nations. When word gets out, and it will, that there exists a method to break the reanimation jutsu's control, every military strategist on the continent will want to know the details. And every potential user of the technique will know their trump card has a counter. Is that good or bad? Both. It makes the world safer and makes you more valuable. Which, given that you were already the most sought-after individual in the elemental nations, is saying something. She poured 2 cups of sake, one for herself, one for Jiraiya. You're dismissed. Rest. That's an order. Ben rested. Or tried to. His apartment felt smaller than before, the walls closer, the ceiling lower, the space insufficient for the energy that hummed through his body. The senjutsu infusion from Hashirama had opened something inside him that wouldn't close. He could feel the village the way you feel your own pulse, constant, pervasive, inescapable. Every chakra signature within range was a note in a chord that never resolved, and beneath them all, deeper, the vast slow heartbeat of the earth itself. He sat on his bed and tried to meditate the way Jiraiya had taught him. Breathe in, feel the energy. Breathe out, let it settle. Find the balance point between physical chakra, spiritual chakra, and the natural energy that wanted to flood in and turn him to stone. The Omnitrix helped. It monitored the balance in real time, nudging his internal regulation when the natural energy spiked, dampening the intake when it threatened to overwhelm. 74% integration now. The watch and the chakra system were becoming less like separate tools and more like a single instrument, harmonizing, each one amplifying the other. He made it 20 minutes before the restlessness won. He got up, left the apartment, and walked. Konoha at night was beautiful in a way that ambushed you. The lanterns turned every street into a painting, warm light on wooden facades, the smell of cooking food drifting from open windows. A cat crossed his path, looked at him with enormous eyes, and vanished under a porch. Two genin were walking home from a late training session, one of them limping, the other carrying both their equipment bags without being asked. An elderly couple sat on their doorstep sharing tea, their silence the comfortable kind that only comes from decades of practice. Ben walked without direction, letting his feet choose, and ended up at the Hokage monument. He climbed the path to the top, the civilian route, not the shinobi wall-walking shortcut, because he wanted the time. The carved faces of the Hokage loomed above him as he ascended, lit from below by the village's glow. 5 faces. 5 leaders. 5 people who had carried the weight of an entire community on their shoulders and been immortalized in stone for it. He sat on the 4th Hokage's head, Minato Namikaze, Naruto's father, the man who'd invented the Rasengan and sealed the 9 tails into his own newborn son to save the village. The stone was cool and rough under his palms, and the wind-up here was steady, carrying the sounds of the village in fragments, laughter, a dog barking, someone playing a stringed instrument badly. He missed home. It hit him the way it sometimes did, not as a thought but as a physical sensation, a hollowing in his chest that made his breath catch. He missed Gwen's eye rolls and her energy shields and the way she could make any situation feel manageable just by being competent. He missed Kevin's terrible jokes and his muscle car and the way he showed affection through insults. He missed Grandpa Max's cooking, which was objectively terrible and subjectively the best thing in any universe. He missed his parents. He missed his bed. He missed the weight of a life that made sense, where the good guys wore badges and the bad guys wore armor and the line between them was clear. 2.5 weeks. It felt like years. The Omnitrix beeped softly. He looked at the display, no alert, no scan, just the ambient pulse of a device that had been part of him for more than a third of his life. He ran his thumb over the faceplate, feeling the familiar texture, and something in his chest nodded. Just slightly. You know, he said to the watch, when Azimuth designed you to promote understanding between species, I don't think he had crash land in a ninja dimension and fight zombie Hokage on the roadmap. The Omnitrix beeped. He chose to interpret it as agreement. Footsteps behind him. Light, deliberate, the kind of footsteps that belonged to someone who could move in total silence but was choosing not to, out of courtesy. Ben didn't turn around. Figured you'd be up here, Shikamaru said, settling into a cross-legged position beside him. This is the spot people go when they need to think. I'm that predictable. Human behavior is predictable. Troublesome, but predictable. He pulled out a cigarette, unlit, just held between his fingers, a habit Ben had noticed before. Shikamaru never actually smoked. He just held the cigarette like a security blanket. Heard about the battle. The tri-element Rasengan. The freed Hokage. Way big throwing Manda over a mountain. That last part's going to follow me forever, isn't it? You threw a giant snake over a mountain. That's the kind of thing that gets into history books. Shikamaru was quiet for a moment, watching the village below. You broke the reanimation jutsu. I disrupted the control mechanism. The jutsu itself is still intact, the Hokage faded because Orochimaru's chakra wasn't sustaining them anymore. Still. Nobody's ever done that. The reanimation has been the ultimate deterrent since the second Hokage created it. Every major power has contingency plans built around the assumption that if someone uses it, there's no counter. You just invalidated decades of strategic doctrine. Tsunade said the same thing. Tsunade's thinking about it politically. I'm thinking about it tactically. Shikamaru rolled the unlit cigarette between his fingers. The reanimation's power isn't just in the reanimated shinobi, it's in the fear. The fear that your dead heroes will be turned against you, that your greatest legends become your worst enemies. You broke that fear today. That matters more than the technique itself. Ben let that sit. Below, the village hummed with its nighttime rhythms, oblivious to the strategic implications being discussed on its dead leaders' stone faces. Can I ask you something? Ben said. You're going to anyway. This world. The shinobi system. The hidden villages, the missions, the constant war, does it bother you? Shikamaru's fingers stilled on the cigarette. What do you mean? In my world, I was a hero. Clear cut. Bad guys attack, I stop them. People are in danger, I save them. The system I worked within, the plumbers, the government, the whole structure, it wasn't perfect, but it was aimed at protecting people. Here. He gestured at the village below. Kids are trained to kill from the age of 8. Missions include assassination and sabotage. Villages spy on each other, betray each other, fight wars over resources and territory. And everyone just accepts it. Because it's all we've ever known. Shikamaru's voice was quiet. Not defensive, honest. You're not wrong. The system is broken. Children shouldn't die on battlefields. Villages shouldn't treat people as weapons. The entire structure is built on a foundation of violence that perpetuates itself because no one has the power or the vision to change it. He paused. But there are people inside the system who are trying. Naruto's trying. The fifth Hokage is trying. Even Kakashi, in his own lazy, book-reading way, is trying. Change doesn't come from outside. It comes from people who understand the system well enough to reshape it. Or from someone who drops in from another dimension and doesn't know the rules. That too. The ghost of a smile. You see things we can't, Ben. The fresh perspective thing isn't just a cliché, you literally come from a world with different assumptions. When you look at the shinobi system and say, this is wrong, it carries weight because you're not speaking from within the framework. You're speaking from outside it. And that scares people. It terrifies them. The Hokage system, the village structure, the clan hierarchies, these aren't just political arrangements. They're identities. Telling a shinobi that the system they were born into, that their parents died for, that defines their entire existence is fundamentally broken, that's not just criticism. It's an existential threat. Ben looked at the carved faces. 5 leaders who'd upheld the system. 5 people who'd made compromises, fought wars, sacrificed lives, all within a framework that Ben, as an outsider, could see was flawed at its core. Naruto wants to be Hokage to change things from within, he said. What do you want? Shikamaru was quiet for a long time. The wind picked up, carrying the scent of rain. I want to build a world where kids like me don't have to be soldiers, he said. Where intelligence is used for problem solving, not warfare. Where the shadow possession jutsu is a party trick instead of a combat technique. He held up the unlit cigarette, looked at it, put it away. Troublesome dream for a troublesome world. It's a good dream. It's an impossible one. But Naruto's taught me that impossible things happen when someone's too stubborn to quit. They sat together for a while longer, watching the village breathe. Then Shikamaru stood, brushed off his pants, and offered Ben a hand. Come on. I want to show you something. He led Ben through the quiet streets to the Nara clan compound, a sprawling, forested estate on the village's western edge, where deer wandered freely among the buildings and the shadows between the trees seemed deeper than they should be. The compound was peaceful in a way that the rest of the village wasn't, slower, more deliberate, as if the Nara clan's legendary laziness had seeped into the architecture itself. Shikamaru took him to a small building at the compound center, a study, lined with shelves of books and scrolls, a shogi board set up in the middle of the floor. They'd played here before, 3 times in the past 2 weeks, and Ben had lost every game. Not close losses, systematic dismantlements, each one a masterclass in strategic thinking that left Ben feeling like he'd brought a knife to a chess tournament. Not shogi tonight, Shikamaru said, sitting on one side of the board. Something else. He reached under the board and produced a map, not a tactical map, but an old one, yellowed and cracked, showing the entire elemental nations in the cartographic style of a previous era. Rivers and mountains and borders that didn't match the current political landscape. This is the world before the hidden villages, Shikamaru said. Before the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha founded Konoha and every other nation copied the model. See these territories? They're clan lands. No villages. No alliances. Just individual clans, fighting endless wars over territory and resources. Sounds terrible. It was. The hidden village system was created to stop that. Consolidate the clans, create stability, build something larger than any single family. And it worked, for a while. But the system calcified. Villages became power blocks. The clan structure became a hierarchy. And the children who were supposed to be the system's beneficiaries became its fuel. He traced a line on the map, the border between Fire Country and Sound Country. Orochimaru isn't just a monster. He's a symptom. The system creates people like him, geniuses with no outlet, visionaries with no framework, power seekers who look at the establishment and see only stagnation. His methods are abhorrent, but his diagnosis isn't entirely wrong. The shinobi world is stagnant. It is trapped in a cycle of violence. He just chose to break the cycle through more violence, which is, the definition of insanity, Ben finished. Pretty much. Shikamaru leaned back. Here's my point. You're going to change this world. Not on purpose, maybe, but inevitably. The Omnitrix, the chakra integration, the techniques you're developing, you're introducing variables that the system wasn't designed to handle. Every existing power balance, every strategic assumption, every political calculation now has a Ben Tennyson-shaped hole in it. And you want to make sure the change goes in the right direction. I want to make sure it goes in a direction. Uncontrolled change is just chaos. Directed change is revolution. He met Ben's eyes. I'm not asking you to be a politician or a diplomat or a revolutionary leader. I'm asking you to be aware that everything you do, every technique you learn, every battle you fight, every alliance you form, has consequences that ripple outward. Think 3 moves ahead. That's your specialty, not mine. Then let me handle the thinking. You handle the punching. Ben laughed. It was unexpected and genuine and echoed off the study's wooden walls in a way that startled a deer outside the window. Deal. But I get to think sometimes too. If you must. But Shikamaru was smiling, a real smile, rare and unguarded, the expression of someone who'd found a partnership that made the world feel slightly less troublesome. They played a game of shogi after all. Ben lost, but it took Shikamaru 43 moves instead of the usual 28, and the Nara's eyebrows rose incrementally at 3 separate points during the match. You're getting better, Shikamaru said, resetting the board. I had a good teacher. Don't let it go to your head. Morning came, and with it, a mission. Tsunade summoned Ben and Naruto to her office at dawn, unusual enough to signal urgency. Jiraiya was already there, and so was Kakashi, and the atmosphere in the room was taut as a wire. Intelligence report, Tsunade said, bypassing pleasantries entirely. Orochimaru's retreat wasn't total. He left assets behind, specifically, a hidden laboratory in the forests between Fire Country and the Land of Rivers. My sources indicate it's been active for months, conducting experiments related to, she looked at Ben. The Omnitrix. Or rather, replicating its effects through biological means. Shin was just the beginning, Jiraiya added. Orochimaru's been running a program to create synthetic shapeshifters. Human beings modified with multiple bloodline traits, designed to approximate the Omnitrix's transformation capabilities. Ben's stomach turned. How many? Unknown. But the lab is large, and the chakra signatures our sensors have detected from the area suggest multiple living subjects. We're going in, Ben said. Not a question. You're going in, Tsunade confirmed. Team composition, Ben, Naruto, Kakashi as team leader. Jiraiya will provide backup from a forward position. Objective, locate the laboratory, neutralize any defensive forces, secure all living subjects for extraction and medical treatment. Secondary objective, recover Orochimaru's research data, we need to know how far he's gotten with this program. Kakashi straightened from his lean against the wall. Rules of engagement. Don't die. Don't let them die. She nodded at Ben and Naruto. And bring back everyone you find in that lab. Alive. They left within the hour. The journey south took most of the day, fast travel through the forest canopy, body flickering between trees, the landscape blurring into a green-brown smear of trunk and leaf and dappled light. Ben could run the canopy as well as any Chunin now, chakra in his feet automatic, balance instinctive, and he kept pace with Kakashi and Naruto without difficulty. They talked as they moved, or rather, Naruto talked, and Ben and Kakashi listened. Naruto's nervous energy expressed itself as a constant stream of commentary, observations about the trees, complaints about the ration bars, a detailed ranking of every ramen flavor at Ichiraku's, a surprisingly nuanced analysis of the differences between shadow clones and water clones. And water clones can only go a certain distance from the user, which is a huge limitation, but they reform from existing water so they're great for ambushes near rivers. Hey, Ben, can the Omnitrix do water clones? The Omnitrix doesn't do clones. It does completely different species. Yeah, but what if you combined your Echo duplication with Shadow Clone Jutsu? You'd get multiple copies that could each transform independently. Ben nearly missed a branch. I hadn't thought of that. See? This is why we're a team. I'm the ideas guy. You're the talk until something accidentally brilliant comes out guy. Same thing. Kakashi, who had been silent for the last hour, spoke up from the front. He's not wrong, though. The combination potential between your alien abilities and chakra techniques is essentially unexplored. Every intersection is a potential new capability. That's what the Omnitrix does, Ben said. It's a tool for integration. Different species, different abilities, different energy systems, it finds the connections and makes them work together. Adding chakra to the mix is just the biggest addition it's ever had. They reached the target area as the sun began to set, a section of forest near the border of the Land of Rivers that looked, on the surface, completely unremarkable. Dense canopy, thick undergrowth, a stream cutting through a rocky gully. No roads, no structures, no signs of habitation. But beneath the surface, Ben could feel it. The senjutsu awareness Hashirama had given him was still developing, but even in its raw state, it turned the world into an open book. The forest above was natural, healthy, vibrant, teeming with the slow green energy of growing things. But beneath it, starting about 40 meters underground, the natural energy was wrong. Corrupted. The same sickly sweet taint he'd felt in the Sound Four's curse marks and Shin's unstable biology. An entire pocket of poisoned earth, radiating dark chakra like a tumor. It's underground, Ben said. Deep. 40, maybe 50 meters. The natural energy is corrupted in a sphere maybe 200 meters across. Kakashi pulled down his headband, exposing the Sharingan. I can confirm. There's a genjutsu barrier concealing the entrance, high-quality work, someone spent weeks on it. The entrance is, there. He pointed at a section of the gully wall that looked identical to every other section. Naruto was already cracking his knuckles. So we go in, trash the place, save whoever's inside, and get out before dinner. We go in carefully, Kakashi said. Orochimaru's labs are always trapped. Always. Assume every surface, every doorway, every corridor is designed to kill, capture, or contain. Stay close, stay alert, and don't touch anything I don't clear first. Ben shifted his perception, pushing the senjutsu sense deeper, trying to map the underground structure. He could feel chambers. Dozens of them, connected by corridors, arranged in concentric rings around a central space. Most were empty. Some contained the faint, flickering signatures of living beings, weak, unstable, the same patchwork frequency he'd felt in Shin. There are people down there, he said. At least 8. Maybe more. Their chakra signatures are like Shin's, synthetic, unstable. Then we don't waste time, Kakashi said. Ben, can you get us through the barrier without triggering the traps? I've got something better. Green flash. Ghost Freak materialized in the gully, spectral, intangible, the ectonurite single eye glowing in the fading light. I go through the wall, map the interior from inside, find the subjects, and report back. No traps triggered because I'm not touching anything. Kakashi considered this for 2 seconds. Do it. 5 minutes. If you're not back, we breach. Ghost Freak phased through the gully wall like it wasn't there. The interior was dark, absolutely, completely dark, the kind of darkness that exists 50 meters underground with no light source. But Ghost Freak didn't need light. The ectonurite's perception operated on wavelengths beyond the visible spectrum, and in this mode, the laboratory revealed itself in shades of gray and violet. It was enormous. Orochimaru hadn't built a lab, he'd built a facility, carved from the bedrock with Earth-style techniques, reinforced with ceiling arrays that hummed with dark chakra. The corridors were wide enough for equipment transport, the ceilings high enough for large-scale experiments, and every surface was inscribed with tiny, precise characters that Ben recognized as a variant of the ceiling script Jiraiya had taught him. The traps were everywhere. Kakashi had been right. Pressure plates in the floors, contact-activated ceiling tags on the walls, genjutsu triggers embedded in the ambient chakra like landmines in a field. If Ben had walked in as a physical being, he'd have been captured, sealed, and dissected before he reached the first intersection. As a ghost, he drifted through it all untouched. The first chamber he found was a laboratory, or had been. Equipment was smashed, fluids leaked from broken tanks, and the walls were scorched with what looked like fire-style damage. Someone had sabotaged this room before evacuating. The research data was gone, hard copies burned, storage scrolls emptied. The second chamber was worse. Growing tanks, 8 of them, tall glass cylinders filled with greenish fluid, connected to arrays of tubes and monitoring equipment. 5 were empty, drained, their contents removed during the evacuation. 3 still held occupants. They were human. Mostly. Each one floated in the fluid in a fetal position, eyes closed, bodies showing the same patchwork quality as Shin's, skin tones that didn't quite match, proportions that shifted subtly, features that seemed assembled rather than grown. They were young, teenagers, maybe younger, and their chakra signatures were faint, erratic, failing. Ben didn't linger. He memorized the location, continued mapping. The central chamber was the largest, a circular room 50 meters across, domed ceiling, the floor covered in a massive ceiling array that made the Omnitrix's sensors scream. This was the core of the facility, the place where the real work happened. The ceiling array was designed to do something specific. Ben couldn't read all the characters, but the Omnitrix's analysis identified fragments. DNA transference. Chakra network replication. Biological integration matrix. Orochimaru hadn't just been creating synthetic humans. He'd been trying to build a biological Omnitrix. A system for transferring genetic traits between bodies, for rewriting a person's DNA in real time, for achieving the same transformative capability the watch provided through pure biological engineering. And based on the array's complexity, he'd been making progress. Ben phased back through the wall and emerged in the gully. The green flash shifted him to human, and he crouched beside Kakashi, breathing hard, not from exertion, but from what he'd seen. 3 subjects still inside. Growing tanks, still connected, still alive but barely. The rest of the facility has been evacuated and partially sabotaged. The research data is destroyed or removed. He paused. But the main ceiling array is intact. It's a biological transformation matrix, Orochimaru's attempt to replicate the Omnitrix's function through chakra-based genetic engineering. Kakashi's Sharingan spun. Can the subjects be extracted safely? The tanks are connected to life support. If we disconnect them without medical intervention, they'll die. We need Tsunade or someone with her skills. We don't have time to call for medical support, Kakashi said. If Orochimaru left assets behind, he left watchers too. The moment we breach, he'll know, and he'll either trigger the facility's self-destruct or send a retrieval team. Then we move fast. Ben looked at Naruto. I'll go intangible again, phase through to the tanks, and stabilize the subjects with the Omnitrix. It has medical scanning capabilities, it can at least keep them alive until we get them topside. And the ceiling array? Kakashi asked. I destroy it. That research doesn't leave this facility. Kakashi nodded. Naruto, you're with me. We breach the main entrance and draw attention from any automated defenses. Give Ben the time he needs. Naruto's expression was carved from stone. He'd been quiet since Ben described the growing tanks, since the reality of Orochimaru's experiments had settled into his bones. He was thinking about Shin. About the casual cruelty of building people like machines and discarding them when they broke. Let's go, Naruto said. Ben went ghost freak again and phased through the wall. Behind him, the muffled sounds of the breach echoed through the rock, Kakashi's lightning blade carving through the concealed entrance, Naruto's shadow clones flooding the corridors, drawing fire from the automated ceiling traps that activated in a cascade of light and sound. He reached the growing tank chamber in 30 seconds. The 3 subjects were unchanged, floating, unconscious, their vitals displayed on monitoring equipment that was still running on residual chakra power. Ben shifted to human, materialized, and pressed the Omnitrix against the nearest tank's interface port. The watch went to work. Medical scan, full spectrum. The subject, a girl, maybe 14, with hair that shifted between black and white in alternating strands, was in critical condition. Her cellular cohesion was at 12% and dropping. Without the tank's nutrient solution and chakra infusion, she had hours. Ben couldn't fix it. Not completely. But the Omnitrix could do what it had done for Shin, apply a partial stabilization, slowing the degradation, buying time. He initiated the process, felt the watch pulse as it interfaced with the tank systems, and watched the girl's vitals stabilize incrementally. First tank done. He moved to the second, a boy, younger, maybe 12, whose modifications included what looked like bone protrusions similar to Kimimara's. The same process, the same stabilization, the same desperately insufficient intervention. Third tank. Another girl, older, whose chakra network had been modified to include artificial tenketsu, extra chakra points, crudely implanted, already showing signs of rejection. The Omnitrix stabilized her, but the readings were worse than the others. She was the most modified and the most unstable. Okay, Ben muttered, disconnecting. 3 stabilized. Now the array. He ran to the central chamber. The ceiling array covered the entire floor, thousands of characters, each one a piece of a puzzle that, assembled, described a process for rewriting human biology at the genetic level. It was brilliant. It was horrifying. And it was the blueprint for a weapon that could, in the wrong hands, unmake the very concept of individual identity. Ben stood at the array's center and looked at it. The Omnitrix was scanning, cataloging, recording every detail. Not because Ben wanted to use it, because he needed to understand it well enough to make sure no one else could. Then he held out his hands and gathered his chakra. Fire nature. Wind nature. Lightning nature. All 3, simultaneously, the way he'd done with the tri-element Rasengan but diffused now, spread across his entire body, channeled into the floor through his feet. The array ignited. Not just burned, was unmade, each character obliterated by a combination of cutting wind, consuming fire, and disruptive lightning that destroyed the chakra patterns at a fundamental level. The floor cracked, the stone shattered, and the ceiling array that represented years of Orochimaru's most ambitious research dissolved into ash and rubble. The facility shuddered. The self-destruct, triggered by the array's destruction, a dead man's switch Orochimaru had left behind, activated. Ben sprinted. The corridors were collapsing, stone and earth falling in chunks, ceiling tags detonating in chains that sent shockwaves through the underground complex. He reached the tank chamber in seconds, shifted to 4 arms, and ripped the 3 growing tanks from their moorings. One under each arm, one cradled against his chest, the nutrient solution sloshing, the unconscious subjects still floating. He couldn't phase through walls carrying physical objects. He had to go out the way Kakashi came in. The main corridor was a gauntlet. Automated defenses, ceiling traps, explosive tags, a pair of what appeared to be clockwork guardian constructs that moved with mechanical precision, activated in sequence as the self-destruct cascaded. 4 arms charged through them, using his own body as a shield, the crystal-hard Tetraman skin absorbing impacts that would have killed a human. A ceiling tag hit his shoulder and tried to lock his chakra. He burned through it with raw output, the Senjutsu-enhanced reserves tearing the seal apart from the inside. The entrance was ahead, light, blessed surface light, and Naruto was there, clones forming a corridor, holding back the collapsing walls with their bodies, buying seconds. Go! Naruto screamed. 4 arms exploded from the underground facility like a cork from a bottle. Behind him, the earth collapsed inward, the entire structure imploding with a sound like a mountain dying, and a plume of dust and debris shot skyward. He landed in the gully, skidded, set down the tanks with desperate gentleness. Kakashi was beside him in an instant, checking vitals, applying medical techniques with the competence of a veteran field medic. "They're alive," Kakashi said. "Barely. We need to move." Naruto emerged from the dust cloud, coughing, covered in dirt, and immediately started organizing shadow clones into a transport formation. 3 clones per tank, carrying them on improvised stretchers, moving fast. They ran. The journey back was a blur, speed prioritized over stealth, the 3 fragile lives in their care demanding urgency. Ben stayed in human form to conserve energy, running alongside Naruto, pushing chakra into his legs for speed, the Senjutsu awareness pinging constantly for threats. Halfway back, he felt it. 2 signatures, powerful, moving parallel to their course at matching speed. Not sound ninja, the chakra was different. Controlled, cold, vast. One felt like an ocean compressed into a human shape. The other felt like nothing at all, a void, a silence, an absence where a person should be. "Kakashi," Ben said, and his voice was tight. "We've got company." 2 signatures, 3 o'clock, matching pace. One massive, one empty. Kakashi's Sharingan was already active. I feel them. Both S rank. Akatsuki. Naruto's voice was hard. Almost certainly. They didn't deviate. Couldn't, the subjects needed medical attention that only Konoha could provide. So they ran, and the two signatures ran with them, and the forest seemed to darken despite the rising moon. Then, as quickly as they'd appeared, the signatures stopped. They halted at a point roughly 10 kilometers from Konoha's outer sensor barrier and simply waited. Watching. Measuring. Making a decision. And then they were gone. Vanished, so completely that Ben's senjutsu sense couldn't find a trace. They reached Konoha at midnight. Tsunade was waiting at the hospital, sleeves rolled up, chakra blazing in her hands, and the three subjects were in intensive care within minutes of arrival. Ben watched from the corridor as the Hokage, the greatest medical ninja in the world, worked to save three children who should never have existed. She'll save them, Naruto said, sitting on the corridor floor, back against the wall, exhaustion finally catching up. She's the best. I know. Ben. Yeah. The signatures we felt. The Akatsuki ones. One of them was Kisame Hoshigaki. Monster of the hidden mist. Carries a sword called Samahata that eats chakra. Naruto's voice was steady, factual, the voice of someone who'd studied his enemies. The other one was Itachi. The name landed with the weight Naruto intended. Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke's brother. The man who'd massacred the Uchiha clan. The Akatsuki's most dangerous operative, wielding eyes that could trap you in a lifetime of torture. They were scouting us, Ben said. They were scouting you. The Akatsuki has been watching since you arrived, Pervy Sage told me. They're trying to figure out if you're a threat, an asset, or a target. Naruto's jaw set. When they decide, they'll come. And it won't be two of them watching from a distance. It'll be everything they've got. Then we'll be ready. Yeah. Naruto's eyes closed. We will. He was asleep in 30 seconds, the instant unconsciousness of someone who'd burned every ounce of energy and had nothing left. Ben pulled off his jacket and draped it over the kid, then leaned against the opposite wall and let his own eyes close. The Omnitrix pulsed, 78% integration. The subjects survived. All three. Tsunade worked through the night, and by morning, the three synthetic humans were stable, not healthy, not whole, but alive and out of immediate danger. Ben visited them in the afternoon, standing in the doorway of the hospital room where they lay in adjacent beds, unconscious, monitored by a Yamanaka mind specialist and a Hyuga medic whose Byakugan tracked their chakra flows in real time. Shin was there too. He'd come to the hospital the moment he heard, and he sat between the beds with the rigid posture of someone who'd never learned how to be at ease but was trying. When he saw Ben, he stood. These are my siblings, Shin said. The word was uncertain in his mouth, like he was trying it on for size. My successors. The next generation of Lord Orochimaru's synthetic program. They're people, Ben said gently. Not generations. Yes. Shin looked at his hands, the same hands that had been falling apart 2 weeks ago, now stable thanks to the Omnitrix's initial scan and Tsunade's subsequent treatment. People. I'm still learning what that means. That's okay. Most of us are. The days that followed were quieter. Not calm, the political situation churned beneath the surface, messages flying between villages, intelligence reports stacking up on Tsunade's desk, but the immediate crises had passed, and there was space to breathe. To train. To grow. Ben's senjutsu development became Jiraiya's primary focus. They worked at it every morning, sitting in the forest outside the village, surrounded by the natural energy that Hashirama's infusion had opened Ben's senses to. The process was painstaking, gathering natural energy, balancing it against physical and spiritual chakra, maintaining the equilibrium without tipping into the petrification that claimed anyone who absorbed too much. Sage mode, Jiraiya said on the third morning, demonstrating. His face changed, the features broadening, the nose enlarging, warts appearing around his eyes. Toad Sage mode, imperfect but immensely powerful. Natural energy wreathed him like a cloak, and the pressure of his chakra tripled in an instant. This is what I can achieve. Partial transformation, my body takes on toad-like characteristics because I channel natural energy through the toad summoning contract. It's strong, but limited. The perfect sage mode, which only the elder toads at Mount Mayaboku have achieved, involves no physical transformation at all. Pure energy integration. And the Omnitrix? That's the question. Your watch processes and integrates energy systems as a fundamental function. If it can regulate the natural energy balance, act as a governor, preventing excess intake, then theoretically, you could achieve perfect sage mode without the years of meditation and training it normally requires. Ben closed his eyes and reached for the natural energy. It was everywhere, in the earth beneath him, in the trees around him, in the air itself. A vast, slow, ancient power that made Chakra feel like a candle next to a sun. He drew it in, carefully, the Omnitrix monitoring the balance in real time, nudging his internal regulation when the intake spiked. The energy flowed. Physical chakra, spiritual chakra, natural energy, three streams merging at the center of his being, finding equilibrium, creating something greater than any individual component. He felt himself expanding, not physically, but in awareness, in power, in the fundamental density of his existence. The world sharpened. Colors became more vivid. Sounds crystallized. Every living thing within a kilometer was individually perceivable, each one a unique note in a chord that now, for the first time, resolved into harmony. He opened his eyes. Jiraiya was staring at him. No physical changes, the sage said. His voice was barely above a whisper. Perfect balance. Perfect integration. No toad features, no animal characteristics, just, pure sage mode. Ben looked at his hands. They looked the same, no warts, no discoloration, no bestial transformation. But beneath the surface, he could feel the difference. The natural energy was part of him now, woven into his chakra network alongside the physical and spiritual components, regulated by the Omnitrix's constant calibration. And the power. The power was immense. Not explosive, not overwhelming, deep. Like standing on a continental plate and feeling the weight of the earth beneath your feet. How do I feel? Ben asked. Like the most dangerous thing I've ever stood next to, Jiraiya said. And I've stood next to pain. The sage mode lasted 12 minutes before Ben's control slipped and the Omnitrix intervened, cutting off the natural energy intake and returning him to baseline. He was exhausted afterward. Senjutsu taxed the body in ways conventional chakra didn't, but the 12 minutes had been enough to establish the foundation. The Omnitrix had the data now. Each subsequent activation would be easier, longer, more stable. 81% integration. The first indication that the quiet period was ending came on the evening of the 5th day after the laboratory mission. Ben was eating dinner at Ichiraku, alone, for once, Naruto off training with Jiraiya for the evening, when the sensation hit him like a physical blow. A presence. Not nearby, kilometers away, at the outer edge of his senjutsu range, but so powerful that distance was irrelevant. It was the void he'd felt on the return trip from the laboratory, the empty signature that wasn't empty at all but rather so perfectly controlled that it read as absence. And it was moving. Toward Konoha. Slowly, deliberately, with the unhurried pace of someone who had no reason to rush because they feared nothing. Ben set down his chopsticks. His appetite was gone. He found Kakashi at the memorial stone, a polished black obelisk in Training Ground 3 where the names of Konoha's fallen were inscribed. The copy ninja was standing before it, hands in his pockets, his posture carrying the weight of old grief. "You feel it too," Ben said. "Yes." Kakashi didn't turn around. Itachi Uchiha. Alone. No Kisame. He's suppressing most of his signature, but at that level of power, complete concealment is impossible for anyone with senjutsu awareness. He's coming here. No. He's stopped. Just outside our sensor barrier. He's waiting. For what? Kakashi turned. His visible eye was grave. For you, I suspect. They went to Tsunade. The Hokage's reaction was immediate and decisive: ANBU mobilization, perimeter reinforcement, combat-ready teams on standby. But her face, as she issued orders, carried the particular tension of someone facing a scenario they'd hoped to avoid. Itachi Uchiha does not act randomly, she said. If he's here alone, he has a specific purpose. Engaging him directly is inadvisable. His combat capabilities are among the highest in the world, and his genjutsu is beyond anything we can counter conventionally. Then let me go talk to him, Ben said. The room went still. Talk to him, Tsunade repeated. He's waiting. Not attacking, not infiltrating, waiting. That means he wants contact, not conflict. If he wanted to fight, he'd be in the village already. Ben met her eyes. I'm the variable. I'm what's new. He's curious, and he's come to see for himself. Or he's come to eliminate a potential threat to Akatsuki's plans. If he wanted to eliminate me, waiting at the border and announcing his presence is a terrible strategy. He knows I can sense him. He wants me to know he's there. Jiraiya, who had arrived mid-briefing, spoke. The kid's not wrong. Itachi is many things, but impulsive isn't one of them. This is an invitation. An invitation from a man who murdered his entire clan, Tsunade said. The circumstances of the Uchiha massacre are more complicated than the official record suggests, Jiraiya said carefully. And you know that. Something passed between them, a look, heavy with classified knowledge and political weight. Tsunade's jaw tightened. Go, she said to Ben. Kakashi and Jiraiya on overwatch, close enough to intervene, far enough not to provoke. If Itachi attacks, you disengage and retreat. No heroics. I don't retreat, Ben said. Tonight you do. That's an order. Ben went. The forest at the edge of Konoha's sensor barrier was old growth, massive trees, canopy so thick the moonlight came through in scattered coins of silver. Ben walked the last kilometer on foot, in human form, his chakra and senjutsu senses wide open. Behind him, kilometers back, he could feel Jiraiya and Kakashi, suppressed but present, coiled springs ready to release. And ahead, standing in a clearing where a stream caught the moonlight, was Itachi Uchiha. He was younger than Ben expected. Early 20s at most, though his eyes, dark, calm, carrying a depth of experience that made his age irrelevant, suggested a lifetime compressed into 2 decades. He wore the Akatsuki cloak, black, red clouds, and his face bore the distinctive lines of someone who'd known exhaustion as a constant companion. He was unremarkable in build, average height, slender. Nothing about his physical presence suggested the catastrophic danger Kakashi had described. But his chakra, now that Ben was close enough to feel it unfiltered, was something else. It wasn't large. It wasn't dense. It was precise. Every molecule of energy perfectly placed, perfectly controlled, perfectly efficient. If Jiraiya's chakra was an ocean and Naruto's was a sun, Itachi's was a scalpel. Infinite sharpness in an infinitesimal edge. They looked at each other across the moonlit clearing. The stream murmured between them. Ben Tennyson, Itachi said. His voice was quiet, almost gentle. Thank you for coming. Itachi Uchiha. You're shorter in person. The faintest ghost of a smile. I get that occasionally. He didn't move, no aggressive posture, no weapon in hand, no Sharingan active. Just a man standing in a forest clearing, waiting to have a conversation. I'm not here to fight you. That's what everyone says right before they fight me. I imagine so. But in this case, it's true. I have questions. If you'll indulge me. Ben studied him. The Senjutsu awareness was giving him reads that didn't match the profile, the mass murderer, the clan slayer, the Akatsuki's living weapon. The chakra was controlled, yes, but beneath the control was something else. Pain. Exhaustion. And a deep, corrosive sadness that permeated every energy signature like dye in water. This man was carrying something terrible. Something he couldn't put down. Ask, Ben said. Itachi regarded him for a moment. Then, the Omnitrix. It allows you to become other species. To inhabit their bodies, use their abilities, experience their perspectives. In the time you've worn it, how many different forms have you taken? Thousands of individual transformations. 70+ distinct species. And in each transformation, you are still yourself. Your consciousness, your identity, your values, they persist through every change. That's the idea. Then you understand something most people never will. The experience of being fundamentally other, of inhabiting a body and mind completely different from your own, and returning to yourself unchanged. He paused. Or not unchanged. Changed, but still coherent. Still you. Where are you going with this? Itachi turned to look at the stream. The moonlight caught his face in profile, and the lines under his eyes were deeper than they should have been. He looked, in that moment, impossibly tired. I made a choice, years ago, he said. A choice that required me to become something I was not. To inhabit a role, a monster, a traitor, a kinslayer, and maintain it so completely that even the people who loved me believed the act. I've lived inside that transformation for years. And I've begun to wonder if there's still a person underneath. The words hung in the air. Ben heard them, and something in his chest constricted, recognition, maybe, or empathy, or the simple human response to witnessing someone's fundamental loneliness. There's always a person underneath, Ben said. The Omnitrix taught me that. No matter what form I take, no matter how alien, how strange, how far from human, there's always a core that doesn't change. The form is the surface. The person is the depth. Itachi turned back to him. His eyes were dark and deep and ancient. I believe you, he said. Which brings me to my second question. The Akatsuki's plan, you've been told some of it. The collection of the tailed beasts. I know about it. Then know this, the plan's architect is not Pain. Pain is the leader, but the vision belongs to someone else, someone who hides behind a mask and calls himself by a name that isn't his. His true objective is not what he's told the other members. It goes beyond the tailed beasts, beyond any single jutsu or weapon. What is his true objective? The subjugation of all consciousness. A genjutsu cast on the moon itself, reflected onto every living being on the planet. An infinite illusion that would end all conflict by ending all free will. He said it flatly, like reading a weather report, and the horror of it was magnified by the calm. Ben stared at him. That's insane. Yes. It is also possible. The tailed beasts contain enough chakra to power the technique. All 9, combined, channeled through the appropriate medium, a statue that the Akatsuki already possesses, would create an energy source sufficient to sustain a planetary-scale genjutsu indefinitely. And you're telling me this because I've spent my life making terrible choices for good reasons, and it hasn't worked. The system I tried to protect, the village, the peace, the status quo, continues to produce suffering. My sacrifice was supposed to prevent a war. Instead, it created a wound that will never heal. His gaze was unwavering. You're different, Ben Tennyson. You don't belong to this system. You have no village, no clan, no loyalties that were imposed on you. Every choice you make here is free. Do you understand how rare that is? How valuable? I understand that you're trying to manipulate me by appealing to my outsider status. Just like Orochimaru tried to manipulate me by appealing to my power. Itachi blinked. Then, unexpectedly, he laughed, a small, quiet sound, rusty with disuse. You're perceptive. But I'm not manipulating you. I'm asking for help from the only person in this world who has no reason to say no for political reasons and no reason to say yes for selfish ones. Ben was quiet for a long time. The stream murmured. An owl called in the distance. What do you need? He asked. Time. The masked man's plan requires all 9-tailed beasts, and the collection process is slow. If you protect the remaining Jinchuriki, Naruto and the others, if you disrupt the collection at every opportunity, you buy time for a better solution to emerge. And you? What's your role in all this? I'll continue to play the monster. Inside the Akatsuki, reporting what I can, delaying what I must. Until my body fails. He said it simply, and the senjutsu awareness told Ben what the words didn't. Itachi was dying. His body was consuming itself from the inside, some disease or overuse of his dojutsu or both, and the timeline was months, not years. Come to Konoha, Ben said impulsively. Tsunade can heal you. Whatever's wrong, no. My role requires my absence. Konoha's safety depends on certain fictions being maintained, and my return would shatter them. That's not your choice to make alone. It was. It always was. That's the weight I carry. He activated the Sharingan, 3 tomos spinning lazily, and met Ben's eyes. Look. I want to show you something. Not a genjutsu. A memory. Ben should have refused. Everything Jiraiya had told him about the Sharingan, the illusions, the traps, the decade-long torture compressed into seconds, screamed caution. But the senjutsu sense was reading Itachi's intentions with crystalline clarity, and there was no deception there. No hostility. Only a man offering the truth because he'd run out of time for lies. Ben looked into the Sharingan. The memory was brief. A boy, Itachi, young, maybe 13, standing in a dark room, facing a council of elders who spoke in measured tones about necessary sacrifices and the good of the village. The weight of their words pressing down like a mountain. A choice no child should ever face, your clan or your village, your family or your home, your soul or the lives of thousands. And the aftermath. Walking through blood, through silence, through a home that was no longer a home. Leaving one person alive, a younger brother, spared because love was the one thing the mission couldn't kill, and then walking away into darkness that had no end. Ben blinked. He was back in the clearing, the memory fading, Itachi's Sharingan deactivating. His chest hurt with a pain that wasn't physical. I'm sorry, Ben said. It was inadequate and he knew it. Don't be sorry. Be better. Itachi stepped back. Protect Naruto. Stop the masked man. And when the time comes, when Sasuke learns the truth and comes for his reckoning, don't let him face it alone. Wait, Sasuke doesn't know. He thinks you murdered our family for power. Yes. The lie was part of the mission. He needs to hate me, hate gives him strength. But hate will consume him if no one shows him another path. You're asking me to save your brother. I'm asking you to be his friend. Something I never could be. Itachi turned away. His cloak rippled in a breeze Ben didn't feel, and his chakra signature was already compressing, withdrawing, becoming the void that had approached from the border. One more thing, Itachi said without turning. The Omnitrix is adapting to this world in ways that go beyond chakra integration. The natural energy, the bijou frequencies, the senjutsu, they're not just additions to your system. They're unlocking something that was always there. A potential the watch's creator built into its design, waiting for the right catalyst. How do you know that? Because I've looked at the watch with the Sharingan, and what I saw was not technology. It was a living system, growing, evolving, becoming something its creator never imagined. He looked over his shoulder one last time, and in the moonlight, his eyes were black and deep and infinitely sad. Be ready, Ben Tennyson. The world is about to change, and you're standing at the center of it. He dissolved. Not a body flicker, something subtler, a dispersal into crows that burst from his outline and scattered into the canopy, each one carrying a fragment of his chakra signature until they were beyond even senjutsu range. Ben stood alone in the clearing for a long time, listening to the stream, feeling the weight of everything Itachi had told him. A planetary genjutsu. A masked man pulling strings. A dying spy inside the enemy organization. A brother who didn't know the truth. And the Omnitrix, evolving towards something unknown. He looked at the watch. 83% integration. The green light pulsed steadily, and beneath it, he could feel the layers: alien technology, chakra network, senjutsu awareness, bijou frequencies, all interweaving, all building toward a synthesis he couldn't yet see. What are you becoming? He asked the watch. It pulsed. No answer. Not yet. He walked back to the village. Jiraiya and Kakashi met him at the tree line, tense, weapons ready, and relaxed fractionally when they saw him unharmed. What happened? Jiraiya asked. Ben told them. All of it, the Akatsuki's true plan, the masked man, Itachi's role, the planetary genjutsu, the request to protect the Jinchuriki. He left nothing out, because the time for secrets was over and the stakes were too high for politics. Jiraiya listened with his face going progressively paler. Kakashi listened with his fist slowly clenching at his side, the one eye visible carrying an old, familiar pain. He told me the truth about the Uchiha massacre, Ben said. The real truth. I saw it through his Sharingan. That information is classified at the highest level, Kakashi said. His voice was controlled. The third Hokage sealed it personally. The third Hokage is dead, and the secret is killing Itachi and destroying Sasuke. It needs to come out. It would destabilize, it's already unstable. Sasuke is a time bomb. The Akatsuki is collecting weapons of mass destruction. Orochimaru is building a biological omnitrix. And somewhere, a masked man is planning to put the entire planet under mind control. Ben's voice was steady, but the emotion underneath was a furnace. We don't have time for politics. We have time for the truth and for action. That's it. Jiraiya put a hand on his shoulder. You're right. And I'm going to tell Tsunade exactly that. But Ben, the truth about Itachi, about the massacre, that's not our secret to reveal to Sasuke. Itachi asked you to protect his brother, not to tell him. Itachi's dying. He's got months. If Sasuke doesn't learn the truth before, I know. Jiraiya's voice was heavy. I know. Let me talk to Tsunade. We'll figure out the right way. They walked back to the village in silence, three people carrying knowledge that could reshape the world, and the night pressed close around them like it was listening. Ben didn't sleep that night. He sat on his apartment roof, legs dangling over the edge, watching Konoha breathe in the pre-dawn hours. The village was small, seen from above, a cluster of lights in an ocean of darkness, fragile and finite and full of people who slept without knowing how close the edge was. He thought about home. About Bellwood, which had its own problems, alien invasions, interdimensional threats, the usual, but which existed within a framework he understood. Heroes and villains. Right and wrong. The plumbers enforcing law, the bad guys breaking it, and Ben in the middle, slapping the watch, saving the day. This world didn't work that way. Here, the heroes carried terrible secrets. The villains had reasons that made your chest ache. The system that was supposed to protect people was the same system that had ordered a 13-year-old to murder his family. And the solutions, the real solutions, not the band-aids, required not just power but wisdom, patience, and the willingness to see the world as it was instead of how you wanted it to be. He wasn't sure he was ready for that. But he was sure he wasn't going to run from it. The Omnitrix pulsed on his wrist. 85% integration. And beneath the number, a new notification, one he'd never seen before, evolutionary catalyst detected. Synthesis threshold approaching. Prepare for paradigm shift. What does that mean? He asked. The watch didn't answer. But the dawn came anyway, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose, and somewhere in the village below, Naruto Uzumaki was already awake, already training, already moving toward the future with the unstoppable momentum of someone who refused to believe in impossible. Ben smiled. It was small and tired and real. Then he went inside, put on his jacket, and got ready for whatever came next. Chapter 5, Omnitrix Unchained. The morning began with screaming. Not the distant, muffled kind that Ben had learned to associate with Konoha's training grounds, the controlled detonations and sparring impacts that faded into background noise after 3 weeks. This was sharp, immediate, and coming from the hospital. Ben was off his roof and moving before the second scream finished. 3 rooftops, a wall run, a chakra-enhanced leap across the main street, and he landed on the hospital's entrance awning in under 8 seconds. Naruto hit the same spot a heartbeat later, arriving from the opposite direction, still chewing breakfast. What's happening? Naruto said through a mouthful of rice. Don't know. Stay close. They burst through the hospital doors and followed the sound, down a corridor, left turn, past the civilian ward, into the restricted wing where the 3 synthetic humans from Orochimaru's laboratory were being treated. 2 ANBU guards were on the floor, unconscious but breathing, their masks cracked. The door to the treatment room was open, and inside, Sasuke Uchiha stood over the bed of the youngest synthetic, the boy with bone protrusions, and his Sharingan was blazing. His left hand crackled with a half-formed Chidori. His right hand was clamped around the boy's throat. The synthetic boy, they'd started calling him Ren, a name Shin had chosen, was awake, eyes wide with terror, his unstable chakra flickering wildly. The screaming had come from the older synthetic girl in the adjacent bed, who was pressing herself against the wall, her own chakra surging in panicked self-defense patterns. Shin was on the floor near the window, bleeding from a cut on his forehead, trying to stand. Sasuke, Ben said. His voice was calm and flat and carried absolute authority. Let go of him. Sasuke didn't turn. These things are Orochimaru's experiments. His creations. They have his chakra signature woven into their DNA, I can see it with the Sharingan. Every cell in their bodies carries a piece of him. They're children. They're weapons. Tools. Left behind for us to find, to take in, to trust, and when Orochimaru activates whatever failsafe he built into them, they'll destroy us from the inside. The Chidori in his left hand brightened, the chirping of 1,000 birds filling the room. I'm finishing this before it starts. Sasuke. Naruto's voice now, and it wasn't the loud, brash Naruto that most people knew. It was quiet, intense, vibrating with controlled fury. You're holding a kid by the throat. A kid who didn't choose to be made, didn't choose to be what he is, and has done nothing to hurt anyone. If that sounds familiar, it should. The words hit like a slap. Sasuke's grip tightened for an instant, Ren gasped, and then, slowly, the Chidori died. The lightning faded. The hand opened. Ren dropped back onto the bed, coughing, and Shin was beside him in a second, pulling the boy close, shielding him with his body. The older girl, Yui, they called her, was crying silently, her hands over her mouth. Sasuke turned to face them. His Sharingan was still active, 3 tomo spinning, and his expression was a battlefield, anger and shame and something desperate fighting for control beneath the surface. You don't understand, he said. Orochimaru doesn't leave things behind by accident. Everything he does is a chess move. These synthetics are here because he wants them here. Maybe, Ben said. Or maybe he abandoned them because they were failures and he'd already extracted everything useful. Not every orphan is a spy, Sasuke. In this world, they are. Then this world is wrong, and we should change it instead of perpetuating it by murdering children. Sasuke's jaw clenched. His eyes moved from Ben to Naruto to the synthetics and back, the Sharingan recording everything, analyzing everything, searching for the threat he was certain was there. Then he deactivated the dojutsu with a sharp blink, and his eyes were black again, human, young, exhausted. "You're going to regret this," he said. "When Orochimaru springs whatever trap these things represent, remember that I tried to prevent it." He walked out. Naruto moved to follow, but Ben caught his arm and shook his head. Naruto hesitated, then stayed, and they turned their attention to the three shaking children in the hospital room. 20 minutes later, after medical checks and reassurances and a quiet conversation with Shin about improving security protocols, Ben left the hospital and went looking for Sasuke. He found him at the Uchiha compound. The abandoned district sat at the edge of the village like a scar, empty houses, overgrown gardens, the silence of a place where 100 families had lived and laughed and died in a single night. Sasuke was sitting on the porch of the main house, the one he'd grown up in, staring at nothing. Ben sat beside him without asking. The wood creaked under their weight. A crow landed on the compound wall, watched them with one dark eye, and flew away. "I'm not going to apologize," Sasuke said. "I'm not asking you to. I'm asking you to listen." "To what? Another lecture about mercy? About seeing the good in people? You've been in this world 3 weeks, Ben. You don't know what it's like to grow up here, to learn that everyone you trust can be taken from you in one night, that the people who are supposed to protect you are the ones who—" He stopped. His hands were shaking. Ben remembered Itachi's memory. The dark room, the elders, the impossible choice. He remembered the promise he'd made, be his friend. "I know more than you think," Ben said quietly. "And I'm not going to pretend I understand what you've been through, because I don't. But I know what it looks like when someone is drowning in their own pain and mistaking it for strength." Sasuke turned on him, eyes blazing. "Don't, you went to that hospital room looking for a threat because you need there to be a threat. Because if the world is dangerous, if everyone is a potential enemy, then your isolation makes sense. Your anger makes sense. The wall you've built around yourself makes sense." Ben held his gaze, steady, unafraid. "But if the synthetics are just scared kids who need help, if the world is more complicated than enemies and victims, then you have to face the possibility that your pain isn't the whole story. And that terrifies you." The silence that followed was so heavy it had physical weight. Sasuke's expression went through a rapid succession of emotions, rage, denial, something raw and vulnerable that he slammed the door on before it could fully form. "You don't know anything about me," Sasuke said. But the edge was gone from his voice. What was left was thin. Tired. "I know you spared Ren." Your hand opened. The Chidori died. Whatever's in your head telling you the world is nothing but threats and enemies, something deeper in you disagreed. Sasuke looked away. His hands had stopped shaking, but his jaw was tight, and Ben could see the pulse in his neck hammering. "Itachi killed everyone," Sasuke said. The words came out flat, rehearsed, the mantra he'd built his life around. "My mother. My father. My cousins, my aunts, my uncles. Everyone. For power. Because they were in his way." That's not true, Ben thought. He did it on orders, to prevent a coup that would have started a war, and he's been dying ever since because the weight of it is literally killing him. But Itachi had asked Ben to protect Sasuke, not to shatter him. The truth was a bomb with a timer that wasn't Ben's to set. Not yet. Not here, on the porch of the house where it all happened, with Sasuke already teetering on the edge. "When the time comes," Ben said carefully, "you're going to learn things about that night that change everything you believe. I can't tell you what, it's not my secret. But when it happens, I want you to have people around you who care about you. Not because you're useful or powerful or an Uchiha. Because you're Sasuke." Something cracked behind Sasuke's eyes. A fissure in the armor, tiny, barely visible, but there. He didn't respond. He stood, turned away, and walked into the empty compound without looking back. But he didn't run. He didn't attack. And at the door of the main house, he paused for just a moment, one hand on the frame, head slightly bowed, before going inside. It wasn't much. But it was something. Ben walked back to the village center and found Jiraiya waiting for him outside Ichiraku, a bowl of ramen steaming untouched in front of him, his expression carved from granite. "We have a problem," Jiraiya said. "Just one." "That'd be an improvement." Jiraiya didn't smile. "My spy network just went dark. All of it. Every agent, every safe house, every communication channel, silent. Simultaneously. That doesn't happen by accident. Someone rolled up my entire intelligence infrastructure in a single coordinated strike." The implication settled into Ben's gut like cold water. Orochimaru? No. Orochimaru doesn't have the reach. This was the Akatsuki, specifically, the masked man Itachi told you about. He's moving. And the first thing he did was blind us. What does that mean for the village? It means we're operating without eyes. No advance warning if an attack comes. No intelligence on enemy movements. No network to call on for support. Jiraiya's face was dark. "We're flying blind, kid. And somewhere out there, the most dangerous organization in the world just took the gloves off." The Omnitrix beeped. Ben glanced at the display. Integration, 91%. Synthesis threshold, imminent. Evolutionary catalyst, active. He looked at Jiraiya. "Something's happening with the watch. It's approaching some kind of threshold, the messages have been building for days. I don't know what it means, but it's big." "How big?" "The Omnitrix was created by the smartest being in my universe to be the most powerful device in existence. Whatever it's building toward, it's going to be on that scale." Jiraiya studied him for a long moment. Then he picked up his ramen, drank the broth in one long pull, set down the bowl, and stood. "Then we'd better make sure you're ready for it. Whatever comes." They trained. Not the exploratory, testing training of the first 2 weeks, this was preparation. Specific, intense, aimed at integrating every capability Ben had developed into a cohesive combat system. Sage mode activation and sustainment, reduced from minutes to seconds. Chakra-enhanced alien transformations, drilled until the combinations were instinctive. The tri-element Rasengan, practiced until Ben could form it in 2 seconds flat. Shadow clones for force multiplication, each one capable of independent transformation. And the new technique, the one Ben had been developing in secret, working on during the quiet hours after midnight when the training grounds were empty. He showed it to Jiraiya on the second afternoon. "What am I looking at?" Jiraiya asked. Ben stood in the center of training ground 12, eyes closed, sage mode active, the perfect integration, no physical changes, just the deep, vast power of balanced natural energy. The Omnitrix was pulsing in a rhythm Ben had never commanded, a rhythm it had found on its own, synchronized to the heartbeat of the world. He raised his hand. The Omnitrix dial rose. And he transformed. Not into an alien. Into himself, but more. His body stayed human, but the Senjutsu chakra and the Omnitrix's energy merged, wreathing him in a field of green-gold light that wasn't chakra and wasn't technology but something in between. His eyes opened, and they were glowing, green, bright, carrying a depth of awareness that made Jiraiya take an involuntary step back. "The Omnitrix doesn't just store alien DNA," Ben said, and his voice carried harmonics, layers, as if multiple versions of himself were speaking in unison. "It stores the potential of every species it's ever catalogued. 70+ species, each with unique abilities, unique energy signatures, unique biological capabilities. I've been accessing them one at a time, transforming into one alien, using one set of abilities. He held out both hands. In his left, crystal, Diamond Head's Petrosapien mineral, growing from his palm in human form. In his right, fire, Heat Blast's pyronite thermal energy, dancing on his fingertips without burning them. But the Omnitrix was never designed for one at a time. It was designed for integration. Every species in the database, every ability, every energy type, they're all in me. The Watch has been learning this world's chakra system, merging it with its existing database, building toward the moment when the barrier between forms dissolves and everything becomes accessible simultaneously. He brought his hands together. The crystal and the fire merged, not canceling each other, but combining, becoming a crystalline flame that was both solid and burning, both Diamond Head and Heat Blast, a material that couldn't exist and did. I call it omni-integration, Ben said. I can access any alien ability in human form. Not the full transformation, I'm still me, still human-shaped. But the powers, the capabilities, the energy signatures, all of them. At once. Jiraiya sat down. Not deliberately, his legs simply declined to hold him. He sat on the grass and stared up at his student, who was glowing with the combined power of 70 alien species filtered through a perfected Senjutsu Sage mode, and for the first time since Ben had known him, the Toad Sage was speechless. How? Jiraiya finally managed. The Omnitrix reached 91% integration. The threshold it's been approaching, it's the point where chakra and alien energy stop being separate systems and become one. The Watch isn't just using chakra anymore. It's made of chakra. And I'm made of both. He released the technique, and the glow faded. The effort was enormous, even with Sage mode supporting the balance, accessing multiple alien abilities simultaneously in human form drained his reserves at a prodigious rate. 10 minutes was his limit. Maybe 15 with practice. But 10 minutes of every alien power at once, enhanced by perfect Sage mode, fueled by reserves that had grown to Kage level over 3 weeks of accelerated development. You could fight an entire army, Jiraiya said quietly. I don't want to fight an army. I want to protect my friends. But if an army shows up, yeah, I'll handle it. The news of the spy network's destruction spread through the village's leadership like a slow poison. Tsunade convened a war council, every clan head, every division commander, every senior jonin. Ben attended by virtue of his special jonin rank and the reality that any defensive strategy without him was incomplete. The council room was crowded, tense, full of powerful people masking their fear with formality. Ben recognized most of the faces from around the village, Shikaku Nara, Shikamaru's father, who carried the same sharp intelligence in a more weathered package. Hayashi Hyuga, white-eyed and rigid, patriarch of the Byakugan clan. Inoichi Yamanaka, the mind-reading specialist. Choza Akimichi, enormous and steady. Sum Inazuka, feral-eyed, flanked by a dog the size of a horse. Tsunade laid it out without sugarcoating. The spy network was gone. The Akatsuki was mobilizing. Orochimaru was rebuilding. And intelligence from Itachi, delivered through Ben, suggested a threat that dwarfed anything the village had faced. The masked man's objective is the tailed beasts, she said. All 9. We currently host one, the 9 tails, sealed in Naruto Uzumaki. Our primary strategic objective is the protection of our Jinchuriki. Secondary objective, coordination with other villages hosting Jinchuriki. The other villages won't cooperate, Shikaku said. His voice was a deeper, more graveled version of his son's. The Reikage considers his Jinchuriki personal assets. The Mizukage is dealing with internal instability. The Tsuchikage hasn't responded to diplomatic overtures in months. Then we make them cooperate. Or we operate alone. Tsunade looked at Ben. Tell them about omni-integration. He told them. He demonstrated, a brief activation, 30 seconds, long enough to grow crystal from one hand, project fire from the other, generate a sonic pulse from his chest, and turn his legs intangible to phase through the floor and back. The clan heads watched with expressions ranging from fascination to naked alarm. One person, Shikaku, said when the demonstration ended. With the combat potential of a small army, the adaptability of a complete tactical toolkit, and the sensory capabilities of an entire intelligence division. He looked at Tsunade. Lady Hokage, I don't say this lightly, Ben Tennyson is the most strategically significant individual asset any hidden village has ever possessed. I'm not an asset, Ben said. I'm a person. And I'm choosing to help. That's not the same thing. Shikaku met his eyes and, after a moment, inclined his head. Fair enough. But the distinction, while morally important, doesn't change the strategic reality. If the Akatsuki comes for Naruto, you're our best defense. If Orochimaru resurfaces, you're our best offense. And if the masked man's plan proceeds to its endgame, you may be the only individual on the planet capable of stopping it. No pressure, Naruto said from the back of the room, where he'd been standing with his arms crossed. Several clan heads startled, they hadn't noticed him. This isn't one person's responsibility, Ben said firmly. I'm powerful. I know that. But power concentrated in a single individual is a vulnerability, not a strength. If I go down, if the Omnitrix is compromised, if I'm incapacitated, there needs to be a plan that doesn't depend on me. He's right, Shikamaru said. He was leaning against the wall near his father, and the two Nara exchanged a glance that carried years of inherited tactical thinking. Ben is the spearhead, not the army. We need layered defenses, contingency plans, and most importantly, we need to stop playing reactive. What do you suggest? Tsunade asked. We go after the Akatsuki. Not defensively, offensively. Hit their bases, disrupt their operations, force them to defend instead of attack. Ben's sensing capabilities give us the ability to locate threats at range. His mobility, he nodded at Ben, gives us rapid response on a continental scale. We don't wait for them to come to us. We take the fight to them. That's an act of war against a non-state actor with members from multiple nations, Hayashi Hyuga said coldly. The political implications of a planetary mind control genjutsu are worse, Ben said. Everything else is negotiable. The council debated for another hour. In the end, Tsunade authorized a limited offensive posture, reconnaissance in force, targeting known Akatsuki positions, with Ben as the primary strike asset supported by rotating teams of elite jonin. The operation would begin within the week. It didn't get the week. The attack came at dawn on the third day, and it came from the sky. Ben felt it first, a massive chakra displacement in the upper atmosphere, something pushing through the air with the force of a meteor strike. His senjutsu sense screamed, and he was on the roof of his apartment building before the sound reached the village, looking up at a sky that had just torn open. Not a dimensional rift like the one that had brought him here. This was different, a summoning, vast in scale, pulling something through from another location. The air above Konoha shimmered, distorted, and then a shape materialized. Enormous. Impossible. A creature that defied biology, with multiple faces and limbs, bristling with dark chakra, and riding it, a figure in an Akatsuki cloak. Orange hair, multiple piercings, eyes that were ringed and purple. Pain. The leader of the Akatsuki. The wielder of the Rinnegan. He descended on the village like a god coming to deliver judgment. The impact of his summoned creature landing in the commercial district was an earthquake, buildings flattened, streets cratered, a shockwave that blew out windows across half the village. And it wasn't alone. 5 other figures appeared at the village's perimeter simultaneously, each one bearing the same ringed eyes, each one attacking from a different direction. 6 bodies. 1 mind. The 6 paths of pain. Konoha erupted into war. Ben didn't hesitate. He activated Sage Mode, the perfect integration, natural energy flooding his system, the world crystallizing into hypersharp focus. Then the Omnitrix's dial rose. Omni-integration. The green-gold light blazed, and Ben Tennyson stood on his rooftop wreathed in the combined power of 70 alien species, enhanced by perfect senjutsu, fueled by reserves that burned like a star. He could feel everything, every ninja fighting, every civilian fleeing, every enemy moving through the village like dark notes in a chord. The 6 paths of pain registered as a single consciousness distributed across 6 bodies, each one radiating a different aspect of the Rinnegan's power. He jumped. The distance from his apartment to the commercial district was 800 meters. He crossed it in a single leap, XLR-8 speed combined with Stinkfly's flight and Jetray's neuroshock propulsion, landing in the crater the summoned creature had made with an impact that cracked the pavement beneath his feet. The animal path, the one controlling the summons, turned toward him. Purple eyes evaluated. The summoned creature, a massive chameleon, swung its tongue at Ben like a wrecking ball. Ben caught it. Tetraman strength in his arms, held in human form, muscles bulging with alien power channeled through chakra-enhanced biology. The tongue wrapped around his forearm and he pulled, dragging the chameleon off balance, then releasing a blast of pyronite thermal energy through the contact point that flash-heated the tongue to 500 degrees. The chameleon dispelled in a cloud of smoke, dismissed by the pain. The animal path was already summoning another, a massive dog, multi-headed, but Ben was faster. A sonic pulse from his chest, echo's frequency amplified by chakra, hit the summoning technique at its resonance point and disrupted the space-time manipulation. The summoning failed, the dog half materialized and dissolved, and the animal path staggered. Big Chill's intangibility carried Ben through the debris toward the animal path, and he emerged from a wall with Diamond Head's crystal fist already forming. The punch connected with the path's jaw, and the impact sent the body flying across the district. It hit a wall, crumbled brick around it, and lay still. 1 down. 5 to go. The battle for Konoha raged around him. He could feel Kakashi engaging the Deva path, the primary body, the one with gravitational manipulation, and losing ground. The Deva path's abilities were absurd. It could repel any attack, attract any object, generate gravitational fields that crushed buildings. Kakashi was using every technique in his arsenal and it wasn't enough. Naruto was with Jiraiya, facing the hungry ghost path, the one that absorbed chakra techniques. Every jutsu Naruto threw was devoured, and the kid was getting frustrated, reverting to taijutsu, shadow clones engaging in hand-to-hand that the path matched with mechanical precision. Ben processed all of this in the space of a heartbeat, senjutsu awareness painting the entire battle in real time, and made his decision. He created shadow clones. 5 of them, each one maintaining omni-integration, each one capable of independent action with the full range of alien abilities. The chakra cost was staggering. 5 omni-integration clones drained his reserves at a rate that gave him minutes, not hours. But minutes were enough. Go, he told them. Clone 1 hit the Azura path, the mechanical body, bristling with weapons, with a combination of upgrades technopathy and feedback's energy absorption. The clone merged with the mechanical systems, overrode them, and the Azura path's own missiles detonated inside its body. Clone 2 intercepted the human path, the soul-stealing body, as it reached for a civilian. Ghost Freak's intangibility made the soul extraction technique useless, and a chakra-enhanced chromostone beam blasted the path into a crater. Clone 3 faced the Naraka path, the regenerator, the one that could restore the other paths to full function. The clone pinned it with Gravitax's gravity manipulation, holding it in a field of increased gravitational force that made movement impossible, and Wildvine's tendrils wrapped around it for good measure. Clone 4 reached Kakashi just as the Deva path unleashed a gravitational repulsion that launched the copy ninja through a building. The clone caught Kakashi with telekinetic arms, Brainstorm's mental abilities, channeled through chakra, and set him down gently. I had that under control, Kakashi said, bleeding from a dozen cuts. Sure you did. The clone engaged the Deva path, and the fight became something the village would tell stories about for generations. The Deva path's gravity manipulation met Gravitax's gravity manipulation, and the commercial district became a battleground of competing gravitational fields. Buildings lifted off their foundations as gravity reversed. Debris orbited the two combatants like a ring system. The air itself distorted, light bending, creating visual effects that looked like the world was melting. Clone 5 didn't engage a path. Clone 5 went to Naruto. Switch out, the clone told Jiraiya, landing beside them. I've got the hungry ghost path. You back up Kakashi. Jiraiya nodded and body flickered away. The clone turned to Naruto and grinned. Ready for the combo move we talked about? Naruto's face lit up. The one with the, yeah. That one. The hungry ghost path could absorb any chakra-based technique. Any ninjutsu, any genjutsu, any energy attack that used chakra as a medium was useless against it. It was the perfect counter to the shinobi system, a body designed to negate the thing that made ninja dangerous. But not everything was chakra. Naruto created 100 shadow clones, a blitz, overwhelming, forcing the hungry ghost path to deal with physical threats it couldn't absorb. While the clones swarmed, the Ben clone shifted tactics. Instead of chakra techniques, he used Diamond Head's crystal, physical matter, not energy, grown from his body and launched as projectiles. The hungry ghost path couldn't absorb crystal any more than it could absorb a thrown rock. Crystal spears pinned the path's cloak to the ground. Naruto's clones piled on, physically restraining it, and the real Naruto came in from above with a Rasengan he'd modified, compressed, dense, delivered not as a chakra attack but as a physical rotational impact, the sphere grinding against the path's body like a drill. The hungry ghost path shattered. The piercings that connected it to Pain's central consciousness sparked and died, and the body went limp. 3 down. 3 functional, the Deva path, the Naraka path pinned by Ben's third clone, and, wait. Ben's Senjutsu sense spiked. The animal path. The one he'd taken down first. It was moving again, the Naraka path's regeneration ability, activated remotely before the clone had pinned it. The animal path rose from the rubble, ringed eyes blank and terrible, and resumed summoning. And this time, what it summoned was worse. The creature that materialized in the village center was a dog, the same multi-headed dog from before, but now it was fully formed, and every time someone struck it, every time a blade or a jutsu separated a limb or a head, 2 grew back. Hydra rules. Within 60 seconds, a single dog had become a pack of 12, each one the size of a house, rampaging through the streets. Are you kidding me? Naruto yelled. Ben, the real Ben, not the clones, was at the village's highest point, standing on the Hokage monument's 4th face, maintaining the omni-integration and the shadow clones simultaneously while coordinating the battle through senjutsu awareness. His reserves were draining. The 5 clones were burning through chakra at a rate that would leave him empty in minutes. He needed to end this. He looked inward. The Omnitrix displayed 95% integration. The synthesis threshold was close, so close he could feel it like a word on the tip of his tongue, a note at the edge of hearing. Paradigm shift, available. Initiate? He didn't know what it would do. The Omnitrix had never offered this option before, had never, in 6 years and thousands of transformations, presented a choice labeled paradigm shift. It was unknown territory. Unexplored potential. The destination of a journey that had started the moment he'd crashed into this world and the watch had begun absorbing chakra. Below, the village was burning. Naruto was fighting with everything he had. Kakashi was bleeding. Jiraiya was pushing his sage mode to its limits. The ANBU were dying to buy time. Civilians huddled in shelters, trusting the shinobi who protected them, trusting the walls that were crumbling. And above it all, the Deva path, Pain's primary body, was rising into the sky, hands raised, chakra building to a crescendo that Ben's senses told him was catastrophic. A gravitational technique of a scale that dwarfed anything used so far. Enough to level the entire village. Enough to kill everyone. Almighty push, the Deva path said, and its voice was cold and vast and final. Ben chose. Initiate. The Omnitrix blazed. Not green, white. A light beyond color, beyond spectrum, that erupted from the watch and enveloped Ben's body like a cocoon. Inside the light, he felt the last barriers dissolve. Alien technology and chakra and senjutsu and 70 species of DNA and 3 weeks of impossible growth and a lifetime of heroism all collapsed into a single point, a singularity of potential, and then expanded. The Omnitrix reached 100% integration, and Ben Tennyson became something new. What emerged from the light was human. Still Ben, same face, same build, same green eyes. But the eyes held galaxies. Literally. Points of light drifted in the green irises like distant stars, and the space around him bent, not from gravity but from the sheer density of potential he contained. The Omnitrix was no longer a device on his wrist. It was him. Its energy suffused every cell, every chakra pathway, every atom of his being. He was the watch and the watch was him, and they were both something that had never existed before. The Deva Path's almighty push detonated. A sphere of gravitational force expanded from the floating figure, obliterating everything it touched: buildings, streets, the village wall. The earth itself pushed outward in a ring of absolute destruction. Ben raised one hand. The sphere of destruction met something. An invisible barrier that didn't block the almighty push so much as disagree with it. The gravitational force hit Ben's will and found an immovable object, not physical resistance, but a fundamental assertion of reality. The space around Ben refused to change. The buildings behind him stood. The streets held. The people within his reach were untouched. The almighty push broke. Not gradually, catastrophically. The technique shattered against Ben's barrier like glass on diamond, the gravitational energy dispersing in all directions, and the Deva Path, suspended in the air, ringed eyes wide for the first time, experienced the singular sensation of having his most powerful technique simply denied. How? The Deva Path said, and for one moment, the cold divine authority cracked, and behind it was a man, Nagato, hidden somewhere far away, channeling his will through 6 bodies, and genuinely, honestly shocked. Ben looked up at him, and the star-filled eyes held no anger. No triumph. Just clarity. You believe pain is the answer, Ben said, and his voice carried across the ruined village, heard by every ear, shinobi and civilian, friend and enemy. That suffering teaches understanding. That if you hurt people enough, they'll learn peace. He rose. Not flying, the ground simply wasn't relevant anymore. He ascended to the Deva Path's level, and the air between them was still, the wind itself pausing to listen. You're wrong, Ben said. Pain doesn't teach. It breaks. It hollows. It turns people into weapons and weapons into people and calls the result wisdom. He thought of Sasuke, of Itachi, of Shin and Ren and Yui, of Naruto growing up alone in a village that feared him. The answer isn't making people suffer until they understand. The answer is standing between the suffering and the people, every time, without fail, until the world learns there's a better way. He reached out and touched the Deva Path's forehead with one finger. The connection was instantaneous. Through the path, through the chakra piercings, through the network that linked 6 bodies to one mind, Ben's consciousness touched Nagato's. Not an attack, an offering. He let the Rinnegan wielder see what the Omnitrix showed him: 70 species, 100 worlds, a galaxy of sentient beings who had found ways to coexist not through pain but through understanding. The Codon stream's fundamental message, that life in all its forms was worth preserving, that difference was strength, that the answer to conflict was not domination but empathy. And he showed Nagato himself. Ben Tennyson, 16, scared, far from home, missing his family, grieving for a universe he might never see again, and still fighting. Not because he wasn't in pain. Because the pain wasn't the point. The people were the point. The people were always the point. The Deva Path's ringed eyes flickered. The mechanical coldness wavered. And through the link, Ben felt Nagato, the real Nagato, the man behind the god, hesitate. You. Nagato's voice, thin and strained, coming through the path like a bad radio signal. You're not from this world. No. You have no reason to protect these people. No obligation. No duty. I have every reason. They're people. That's enough. Silence. The village held its breath. Then the other paths, all of them, the regenerated ones, the pinned ones, the broken ones, went still. The summoned creatures dissolved. The gravitational distortions normalized. The chakra piercings in the Deva path's face dimmed, one by one, like lights going out. Jiraiya-sensei used to say that, Nagato said through the fading path. That understanding between people was possible. I stopped believing him. Maybe it's time to start again. The Deva path smiled. It was a small, broken thing, the smile of a man who'd been in pain so long he'd forgotten what anything else felt like. Then the body went limp, the Rinnegan deactivated, and the 6 paths of pain collapsed simultaneously, puppets with their strings cut. Ben descended to the ground as the light in his eyes dimmed, not fading, but settling, the paradigm shift integrating into a new baseline. The Omnitrix pulsed on his wrist, the display reading 100% integration, and beneath the number, a single word in Galvan script, complete. He took 2 steps and nearly fell. Naruto was there, materialized beside him like he'd been waiting for exactly this moment, and caught him, one arm under Ben's shoulders, taking his weight. I've got you, Naruto said. I know. The village was in ruins. Half the commercial district was gone, the eastern wall was breached, and fires burned in a dozen places. But the people were alive. The shelters had held. The shinobi who'd fought were battered but breathing. And the Akatsuki's leader, the Rinnegan-wielding god who'd come to destroy them, had been stopped. Not defeated in the traditional sense. Not killed. Reached. It wouldn't be enough. Ben knew that. Nagato was one man, and the masked figure behind the Akatsuki, the one Itachi had warned about, was still out there, still planning, still moving toward his endgame. The tailed beasts were still targets. The world was still broken. But today, in the smoking ruins of a village that had almost died, a different kind of victory had been won. Not through overwhelming force, though there had been plenty of that, but through the simple, radical act of showing someone that pain wasn't the only answer. Naruto helped him to a sitting position against a cracked wall, and they sat together in the aftermath, watching the village begin to pick itself up. Shinobi were already moving, organizing rescue teams, putting out fires, checking the shelters. Tsunade was at the hospital, chakra blazing, healing the wounded with the ferocious competence that had earned her the title of Hokage. Jiraiya limped over and dropped down beside them. He had a black eye, a torn sleeve, and a grin that could have powered the village's electrical grid. The paradigm shift. You achieved full integration. Yeah. What does it feel like? Ben considered the question. The power was still there, settled, integrated, part of him now the way his heartbeat was part of him. The Omnitrix wasn't a device anymore. It was an organ. A sense. A dimension of his being that had always been there, waiting for the right catalyst to activate. It feels like me, he said. Just, more. Eloquent as always. Kakashi appeared, carrying his shattered headband in one hand and his recovered book in the other, looking like he'd been through a blender but already reading. The paths are being secured. Ibiki wants to examine the piercings, they're a transmission system he's never seen before. And the summoned creatures left biological residue that the research division is losing their minds over. What about Nagato? The real body? Unknown. The link was severed when the paths deactivated. He's out there somewhere, but my gut says he's done fighting. For now. Shikamaru arrived next, looking like he'd slept through the entire battle, which Ben knew was impossible because he'd felt the Nara's shadow techniques pinning enemy summons during the fight. Damage assessment is underway. It's bad, but it's not the Kyubi attack. The eastern district is demolished, but the residential areas and the hospital are intact. Casualty count is manageable. Mostly injuries, not fatalities. Because of the barrier, Naruto said, looking at Ben. You stopped the almighty push. You saved the whole village. We saved the village. All of us. The ANBU who held the perimeter. Kakashi buying time against the Deva path. You and Jiraiya taking down the hungry ghost. Every genin who helped evacuate civilians. Ben shook his head. This wasn't one person's victory. But the paradigm shift made a difference. One difference among many. That's how it works, Naruto. That's how it should work. Naruto looked at him for a long moment. Then he smiled, the real smile, the one that started in his eyes and worked its way down, the one that made you believe the world could actually, genuinely get better. You sound like a Hokage, Naruto said. Don't insult me. I'm not nearly tough enough for that job. I am, Naruto said. And for once, it wasn't bravado. It was a statement of intent from someone who had just fought alongside a village that was finally, tentatively, beginning to see him for who he was. The sun climbed. The fires went out. The rebuilding began. 3 days after the battle, Ben stood on the Hokage monument at sunset, watching the village repair itself below. Scaffolding rose where buildings had fallen. The sound of hammers and saws carried on the evening air. Children played in the streets that weren't cordoned off, their laughter incongruent and perfect and exactly what the village needed. Naruto sat beside him, feet dangling over the fourth Hokage's stone forehead, eating an apple. Shikamaru leaned against the fifth stone hair, cloud-watching despite the fading light. Jiraiya stood behind them all, arms crossed, looking out at the village he'd spent his life protecting. Tsunade's sending diplomatic envoys to every major village, Jiraiya said. The intelligence about the masked man's plan, the planetary genjutsu, she's sharing everything. No more secrets. The 5 great nations need to cooperate or they'll fall separately. They'll resist, Shikamaru said. Old grudges, strategic paranoia, the usual. They'll come around. Pain attacking Konoha wasn't subtle, every intelligence service on the continent registered it. The other Kage know that what happened here can happen to them. Jiraiya paused. And they know about Ben. Great, Ben said. More attention. The right kind. You stopped a Rinnegan wielder from leveling a major village. That's not just power, it's credibility. When Tsunade tells the other Kage that the Akatsuki is an existential threat, she has proof. Living, walking, alien transforming proof. I'm not going on a diplomatic tour. You might not have a choice. The 5 Kage summit is being convened. First time in a decade. And you're on the agenda. Ben groaned. I'd rather fight another Rinnegan. Careful what you wish for, Shikamaru muttered. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching the village. The sunset painted everything in shades of amber and rose, and for a few minutes, Konoha looked less like a military installation and more like a home. Which, Ben reflected, it was. For all its flaws, the broken system, the child soldiers, the secrets and the blood, it was a place where people lived and loved and tried, in their imperfect way, to build something worth protecting. Hey, Ben. Naruto said. Yeah. When you find a way home, back to your universe, are you going to take it? The question he'd been avoiding. The one that lived in the quiet spaces between training sessions and battles, the one that surfaced at 3 a.m. when the village was sleeping and Ben was alone with the hum of the Omnitrix. He thought about Gwen and Kevin and Grandpa Max. He thought about Bellwood. He thought about the plumbers and the null void and Mr. Smoothie's milkshakes and all the small, irreplaceable pieces of a life he might never get back. Then he thought about Naruto, eating ramen and dreaming of being Hokage. About Jiraiya, scribbling in his notebook, carrying the weight of a world on shoulders that never complained. About Shikamaru, too smart for his own good, hiding his care behind a mask of indifference. About Shin and Ren and Yui, 3 children who existed because a madman wanted to play God, learning what it meant to be people. About Sasuke, broken and proud and carrying a truth that would either save him or destroy him. About a world that was deeply, fundamentally flawed. And deeply, fundamentally worth fighting for. I don't know, Ben said honestly. If a portal opened right now, back to Bellwood, back to my life, back to everything I miss, I don't know if I could step through it. Not because I don't want to go home. Because I don't think I could leave what I've found here. Naruto's smile was quiet and warm. You don't have to decide now. I know. But for the record, I hope you stay. Seconded, Shikamaru said. You're the only person in this village who gives me a decent shogi game. And by decent, I mean terrible, but improving. Your support is overwhelming. I try. Jiraiya didn't say anything. He put a hand on Ben's shoulder, squeezed once, and let go. It said everything. The Omnitrix pulsed on Ben's wrist. 100% integrated. No longer a device from another world, a part of this one, as much as the chakra in the trees and the stone beneath his feet and the stubborn, brilliant, broken people all around him. Below, someone lit a lantern. Then another. Then a dozen, then 100, the village blooming with light as darkness fell, each one a small defiance against the night. Ben watched them, and felt, for the first time since crashing into this universe in a blaze of green fire and alien fury, that he was exactly where he was supposed to be. Not home. But something that was, slowly and imperfectly and beautifully, becoming one. The stars came out. The village glowed. And somewhere in the distance, carried on a wind that smelled like ramen and pine and the ozone tang of spent chakra, the future was waiting. Ben Tennyson smiled, and went to meet it.